WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
With it being the first day of pads, what stood out first and foremost, guys did a really great job of just staying up off the ground. I want guys to still be able to protect each other. We're still teammates. Understand we want to play physical football, but we got to protect each other. And I thought our guys came out, did a really good job of that. And you can see our running backs really running the football how it will look, playing physical behind their pass. I thought those guys, Chubb did a really good job today with a couple runs, also Jawar. So, and our defense as well, they stepped up, played physical, nice. Couple nights. I'm excited. First day of pads, everybody was safe. So I'm happy to get out clean today.
All right, welcome in, everybody, on a Tuesday. That was D'Amico Ryans talking following yesterday's first padded practice for the Texans out here live at Texans training camp. It is day 6. I believe we're getting another padded practice today. So D'Amico laying it out there. Run game, I think the fact that he's citing the run game is a tell. And I think it's funny, too, Seth, as we welcome you in here on a Tuesday, everybody. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, that he's talking about guys. Like, they came out unscathed yesterday. It is kind of funny, Seth. Big crowd out here yesterday. Capacity crowd. There were people waiting to get into the bleachers halfway through practice, still waiting just to get a seat to watch this team. And I do think it's funny how kind of educated the crowd has gotten to padded practices out of training camp. Like that when somebody does actually go to the ground, there's a noticeable, whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like hey, tempo violation.
That's exactly right.
That's what we call in the business, Sean, a tempo violation.
Yeah.
And but it's okay. It's okay if somebody goes to the ground because you just thudded him up. It's not okay if you, thudded him up and then kept driving with your legs.
And drag him down. Yeah.
It's one of the hardest parts for rookies to figure out as you're trying to make the squad is just how to go at the right tempo because you want to be competitive but also stay up. That's a really hard thing. It struck me, as D'Amico was saying that yesterday, I had just watched some video of an adult tiger playing with puppies, and they were friends. And maybe later on it mauled them or something. But I'm always intrigued by the fact that baby animals and animals even across species will have a good feel for just how hard they can play. You don't want to injure the other animal when you're playing with it. You're just play fighting. Humans, as advanced as we are, seem to lack some of that.
Yes.
And in football, especially when it's a competitive situation, as a rookie, you want to do everything you can, but at the same time, you're also learning just where to dial it back, and it's tough because you're always just towing that line of aggression, but not being too aggressive.
Yeah,
someday we'll be as advanced as puppies and tigers.
Someday we hope to get on their level. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So the practice yesterday, especially on the heels of what day of the week is it? It was Monday yesterday. So Saturday's practice, which was a little more spirited than the walkthrough that took place the day before that, but there were no pads. The defense just absolutely wrecked the offense on Saturday. Yesterday was a lot more even. If you're somebody coming out here, I think deep down, most fans, when they come out here, want to see the offense. They want to see some deep shots down the field. They want to see the offense move the ball, especially because the offense was the problem last year for this team.
Yeah.
But it's just so early in getting this offense installed that I've got I'm grading it on a curve right now. But it was pretty even yesterday. And I would say this, that all 3 levels of the offense, first string, second string, third string, I don't know if the third string is significantly involved in the upcoming season. Something, especially CJ and Davis, the crews that they led, did some good things yesterday against this defense. It was I think it was the perfect amount of even yesterday between both sides. You saw enough good from both sides to feel overall good about the Houston Texans. So that was my overall scorecard takeaway was draw with a lean towards the defense.
I was Cecil Shorts and I are doing a podcast this year, and we did our first episode yesterday, the Believe in Texans podcast. And it was cool because Cecil was one that actually made a good point about the offensive line. I was kind of nervous about just how the offensive line had looked leaky through no pads. And Cecil said, "Come on, Seth. You can't block anybody in no pads." And I'm like, all right, I'll give you that. That's true. That's true. It is really hard. But part of it with me is that last year we kind of heard some excuses put out by the O-line propaganda cabal about, well, hey, don't worry about it because in training camp it's hard to really play physical because you can't do everything as an offensive lineman that you would do in a game. Which is partially true, but it wasn't an excuse for what they were allowing last year.
Yeah.
So the fact that the offensive line and Nick Caley and others have stressed the importance of having a physical attack this year, and on the offensive line leaning into double teams, just playing old school physical football, I wanted to see that show up a little bit versus a really good defense, and I think it did make a difference. The offense looked better. If you're going to be that kind of an offense, good in no pads. If what you're leaning on is the kind of stuff that really you got to practice at near full speed and with collisions, you're not going to really be able to do a lot of it without pads on.
Well, and when you're doing it, for like you said, you mentioned Nick Caley's name. You're doing it with this offensive coordinator for the first time. There's nothing you're hearkening back on from seasons before with him.
I think it's also, so far, Will Anderson, who'd been wrecking a lot of practices in the first week of camp with no pads on, it reminded me of the story he told on the Greenlight podcast last year about how he was basically banned from practice at times in high school because he would wreck the practice by just destroying everybody all the time. And I was starting to wonder, they might have to ban Will from a couple of these practices if you want the offense to come along.
I said that in my video on Saturday after the practice where Daniil and Will were just wrecking everybody. I'm like, if the first string's going to get anything done. Now, it turns out you put pads on and you actually get a lot more done, so that's good. Here was D'Amico yesterday after practice. I've got a handful of observations here. Here was D'Amico. The first observation is pretty even Steven out here between both sides. Second one is about the offensive line. Before we get to it, here's D'Amico Ryans with his assessment of the offensive line in their first practice in pads.
By putting on the pads today, you did. I saw our O-line do a nice job of blocking the D-ends, D-tackles. They also did a great job of getting after them as well. It's going to be really great competition, right? Our O-line gets to go against one of the top D-lines in the league every single day. You get to go against the top guy, so everybody's going to get better from that. And so that's what I saw today.
This set that I can recall where they kept the groupings consistent throughout the entire team periods. In the previous practices with no pads, by the second or third team period, 11 on 11, they were shuffling guys. There was no distinction of first string or second string with most guys. Titus was with the same guys. You can tell Titus Howard's going to be the right guard of this team. Other than that, through the first 4 or 5 practices, you couldn't really tell. I guess through the first 4 practices. Yesterday, the first string was consistent throughout the team periods, and it was Cam Robinson left to right. It was Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Jared Patterson at center, Titus at right guard, and then Ariante Ursary, which I think if there's a battle along the offensive line that people are most interested in, it's second-year Blake Fisher, who got some run last year as a starting right tackle, going against Ariante Ursary. Now, we'll see today. Maybe they're doing it by practice. They're not doing it by shift within a practice. So maybe Fisher is out there with the ones today. But for the first padded practice, Ariante Ursary was with the ones at right tackle.
I think that there's a very good chance that is what they do, that they just stay with one lineup for one practice or a couple practices and then try something else different. But it is telling that Ariante Ursary is getting this many opportunities, and that they're putting him out there. They're kind of throwing him into the fire and seeing how he does. I mean, he looks the part, man. He is a large hulking human being,
no doubt,
who moves really, really well, and he used his hands really well in college. A lot of the things that how quickly can he transition to the NFL? He did a lot of things in college that are pro-ready, and he's still got to learn a lot. But you can't teach height and width. Sometimes you can train your body and you can get more muscular, but there's just the simple geometry of it. Sometimes these massively large offensive tackles, if they can move really well and they use good technique, you're ahead of the curve. You're ahead of the curve, and he's got all those physical traits.
That'll be something to keep an eye on today. Do they change up the combos on the offensive line at all? Blake Fisher running with the twos yesterday. Juice Scruggs not running with either combination of the ones or the twos, so that's something to keep an eye on as well. Juice might be on the fringe here with this team. Number 3, they got some good red zone work in yesterday. C.J. Stroud, nice slant route over the middle to Jaden Higgins for a touchdown. There was a touchdown to Dalton Schultz that was making the rounds on social media yesterday. Just C.J. dropping a dime in the back corner of the end zone to Dalton Schultz. Davis Mills had another really good practice yesterday. He had John Mechie for a touchdown in the red zone work. Davis Mills, even in the non-red zone stuff and just the regular team drills between the 20s, Davis has had a really good camp. So, obviously there's no quarterback controversy with this team, but your backup looks pretty good so far in case you ever need to use him.
And, Davis is getting into that role now where because he's worked with so many different offensive coordinators, he becomes that much more valuable as a potential backup or bridge quarterback. And it makes him valuable to the Texans, too, that he's had to learn multiple new schemes with different offensive coordinators. And, no matter what his ceiling actually is, it stands to reason that he should be coming into his own in terms of just whatever version of quarterback he is. You draft Graham Mertz, and maybe he develops, so now you've got either the potential for a trade with Davis Mills, or if C.J. Stroud gets injured, maybe you feel a little bit better about that. In the passing game, the biggest thing, and I talked with Cecil about this yesterday too, is, my God, there were no hot routes last year. So when it came to C.J. getting blitzed, there were times where he just had no options for it. This offense is going to have hot routes. They're going to have options for when C.J. gets blitzed, and that's where it's the timing and the communication between him and the receivers. Hopefully they're well on their way to developing that. Yeah,
the number 4, Mertz you mentioned Mertz. He and Jalen Knoll had the play of the day yesterday. Just about a 40-yard bomb that Mertz just dropped right in the bucket to Knoll, who got behind the defense. Mertz isn't going to factor in this year, we hope, just because of where he is on the depth chart. Then you got big problems. But Knoll is going to. He had a really good he's had some really good practices out here. Jalen Knoll, who missed all of minicamp because of a hamstring, he's looked really good. The 2 rookies both have.
Mertz I'm having a hard time with just because every time I see it, I'm looking at it in the show prep, and it reminds me too much of Nick Hertz. So
trauma.
Mertz, I'm trying to separate Nick Hertz from Graham Mertz in my mind because I hate him right now.
I don't blame you.
I'm not all that fond of a car rental company either right this moment.
All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. Nick Caserio joins us in about an hour. At about Sheldon Rankins that will play in the next segment. I do want to get to the Astros as well, who finally did something they haven't done in 19 games. But they did something they've been doing way too much of lately, too, which is losing baseball games. So we'll get to that in the next segment. Again, Nick Caserio at 7:15 on the show. We'll do headlines at 6:45. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast live from Texans training camp. But before we hit the break, I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln.
Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Got him to end the game. Astros have lost 5 in a row for the first time this year, all coming on this homestand, all coming against teams at the bottom of their division. The Astros now 0-5 against the A's and the Washington Nationals as they lose tonight by the score of 2-1.
Yeah. Well, today. Framber was outstanding. Our bullpen did a nice job. 19 punch-outs. Really good job. Really good job by our pitching.
All right, that was Joe Espada after the game, trying to keep a happy face on what's been a very sad stretch of baseball for the Houston Astros. Swept in grand fashion by the Sacramento, just the A's, over the weekend. Outscored 32-7. Last night, a much closer baseball game. They actually scored first, which they have not done since July 4th. Literally had not done it in 18 straight games. The other team had scored first, which will be one of the more remarkable, underrated streaks of something happening in baseball that I've ever seen in my whole life. But they scored first yesterday, got the Bronx cheer from everybody in the stands at Dyken Park, and then they promptly cough up the lead the very next inning. Seth, on a hit that Framber Valdez, according to Matt Kawahara's article in the Chronicle, not happy with the strategy on the hit that tied the game, the positioning in the outfield. Framber Valdez, the right field, I think it was Trammell playing right field.
It was Trammell.
Skewed way into, towards center field. Christian Walker is playing along the line to prevent a double, and I forget who the hitter was, but hit it right in that in-between.
It was low.
Yeah, right in that in-between area there. And it turned into a game-tying hit. And Framber said this through his interpreter after the game: it doesn't make sense that was a double. It doesn't make sense that the right fielder was playing center field with a lefty that was hitting. That had been a double, and the runner should have been at third and not at home. So I felt a little bit uncomfortable about that.
Yeah, the thing about that is, Matt Kawahara did a good job of putting up the spray chart of Nathaniel Lowe and Framber's tendencies, and that where Trammell was positioned, it probably makes the most sense. Listen, I know somebody out there is saying oh yeah, you know baseball better than Framber. No, I don't. But I think that the Astros coaching staff and their analytics people understand it better than I do as well. And it makes sense that he was positioned where he was. I was kind of surprised that Framber would just pretty much call out coaching there. It wasn't like Trammell made a mistake or anything. He was positioned where he was supposed to be positioned. And that was the numbers say that both versus Framber and versus Nathaniel Lowe himself against lefties, that's probably where he should have been. And it was just, Framber's upset. Framber's upset, goes 7 innings, has a great performance, and it's all for naught because they've got a bunch of AAA dudes out there.
Yeah, they just can't hit right now. So that's, the Astros don't do anything without purpose. There's nothing random about where people were positioned at that juncture in a baseball game. So there's a reason behind it. I get it. Framber's easily frustrated too, so there is that. And even amidst all this failure that we've had over the last week, that is the first time in 13 starts that the Astros have lost a Framber Valdez started game, which is almost as remarkable a streak as this 18 straight games where they haven't scored first. Framber. And so that's the tricky thing about last night is that you're not playing good baseball right now. Now, Jeremy Pena might be coming back pretty soon. The reinforcements might be coming in pretty soon. The entire weekend of baseball in Sugar Land is all going to be guys who were hoping to come back up and pitch for this team. Eric Getty is getting moved up to Sugar Land. J.P. France is getting moved up to Sugar Land. Luis Garcia is getting moved up to Sugar Land. Christian Javier's already at Sugar Land. So this looks like the 2023 Astros in some ways with all the guys they have going there. Jeremy Pena is supposed to play in Sugar Land tonight. If I had to guess, that'll be the closest one. That'll be the first guy we get back will be Jeremy Pena. If he's playing actual baseball tonight, my guess is he just needs to shake off some rust, and then he's back up here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I look, and I know that there's trade speculation heating up about Framber Valdez, and it's not really super clear who genuinely is and is not available right now. But the thing you got to remember is, as bad as this team has looked in losing is it 13 of their last 17? Is that what you said?
12 losses in 17 games. Yeah.
12 losses in 17 games. They're still profiled like a team that can win the World Series.
Yeah.
They're not, they're leading the division. They're not, unless it's some deal for active players, major league players, and those are hard to come by. There's no part of me that wants to abandon the hope of winning a World Series this year, because when you factor in, when you fail theoretically, and that's assuming that 10 more guys don't go on the IL, as 10 guys come back from the IL. It's a World Series caliber team.
It is.
I know it doesn't feel like the 2019 Astros or the 2022 Astros, but compared to some recent World Series champions, they profile like a team that can win the World Series.
100%. It's interesting because I don't think they're going to trade Framber Valdez. The deadline, by the way, is this Thursday at 5 o'clock Central Time, 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time. It is interesting, though, Seth, depending on the phone calls that they're getting, Framber would be a premier deadline pickup for a team. Like, he would command even as a rental, he would command a pretty heavy prospect price, I would imagine, at least 3 prospects probably. And it's funny, depending on what prism you're looking at it through, like, in a way, keeping Framber Valdez is like making a deadline trade for the Astros just because of the opportunity cost. Because of the opportunity cost of not picking up those prospects.
I'm bending my brain all different ways to try to explain, because I actually feel this way, that these guys coming back from the IL that's your trade acquisition there. I mean, to look at it as objectively as possible, in a simple way, the Astros right now are tied for 4th in odds to win the World Series. They're very much in the conversation. As morose as we are about the recent stretch, it makes perfect sense when you look at it on paper. All right, of course. Of course, with all of the things that have gone wrong ever since Jordan went out, then once guys come back injured, you've got that much better of a chance. So I don't want to lose Framber. I know they're probably going to lose Framber next year anyway. I get it, and yet you can't just assume that every single year you're going to have a crack at the playoffs or winning a World Series.
No. It would be completely against character for the team to do it in season like this. Now, the other one that's interesting, and I've talked to multiple people and heard stories all over the map, but have you seen any of this speculation about Carlos Correa? The one team one team he would waive his no trade clause for would be to come back to Houston. I want no part of that. I want unless Minnesota is paying a major part of the contract. Now, if you did make that deal, Carlos slides in there at third base in place of Paredes. This Paredes injury sounds like it could be season-ending. The Astros, who usually err to the side of optimism on injuries, are actually pessimistic about Paredes, which makes me feel like he might lose the leg altogether, like that they're pessimistic.
I don't know. It makes me feel like he's going to come back and play it an MVP clip.
Because they're just wrong all the time?
They're wrong all the time. It's like opposite George. Yes.
Yeah. The Correa rumors, that's just a non-starter for me. With the 3 years left on his deal after this year at $30 million, he's not been good this year. I think Carlos is a super talented guy who the back of the baseball card has never really synced up with the talent level on a consistent basis. Here in 2021, and then he kind of backtracks, and then he's an all-star again in 2023. This year he's had the worst year of his career. So I don't, at that price tag, I don't want any part of that. I don't think you'd have to give up a ton to get him, because if he's even on the block, it's because Minnesota, who's more of a penny-pinching team than the Astros are, they may just want out from underneath that contract and just kind of move on. They're not a contender this year. They might, who knows, they might be more inclined to start rebuilding with younger players instead of $30 million shortstops.
So Correa comes in and plays third base?
For the rest of this year, if they traded for him, he would. Yeah, because Payne is your shortstop. That's what I would think.
I'm just checking. I don't know if Prince Carlos would jibe with that.
I think you would check with him before. I think you check with him before you make the deal. Obviously.
No, you definitely check with him, and I guess that's what I'm asking. Is like, okay, so Cray is going to be cool with going to third base. Do you think?
If he's such a leader, if he's the guy if he's such a big leader, then he would accept a role like that. Yes.
Well, I know there was another great leader for the for the Yankees back in the day who decided that the better shortstop should play third base. Instead of
Jeter.
Jeter was like, I'm the captain. I don't know, but I don't care what's best for the team. I'm going to.
Carlos is an A-Rod guy. Remember, they're buddies.
Yeah.
They had the same agent for a little while, so that's.
And A-Rod was cool with going to third. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go. There's your Astros update. They lose again last night. Sheldon Rankins met with the media yesterday. He was good. Very first question right out of the chute. I love this. This is my favorite answer of any of the press conferences yesterday. Teams, the Texans' culture compared to 2023. What's different now with this team compared to 2023 when you were here the first time?
The culture's set now. Obviously, new coach comes in. Working overtime to try to get his identity imprinted within the framework of the team, and getting the team to function without him having to, say every little thing over and over again. So I think, obviously coming back, same quarterback leading the team, and then defense, a lot of continuity. His culture is set, so I think, it's easy to kind of get back in here and honestly kind of fill my role like I did last time, and then and just get back to playing ball.
The two teams that I think of immediately when Sheldon Rankins was talking about that was the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens. And I think the Baltimore Ravens especially, because this spans a couple of different head coaches now, and they still have a lot of that. I think the Steelers have lost a little bit of that culture they used to have back in the day where the Ravens still very much have it, is that it can become a generational thing when you establish a certain type of mentality that and the stories I would hear about Baltimore back when I was a player, I think are still consistent and true, is that there's just a certain kind of tight-knittedness and a certain standard and expectation that you just feel it when you walk in the door. The Astros, I think, in a lot of ways have a similar type of enduring culture.
Yes.
I think that D'Amico and Nick have done a really good job of getting the kinds of guys in who care about stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And once you get to a point where the players can police it, it's a really good place to be in. I remember when Kubiak came in, I remember him talking about that the first year he was a coach, was talking about how important that is to get to a point, and he was coming out of Denver where they'd been good for a long time, get to a point where the players are the guys who police all that stuff. And the head coach doesn't really have to concern himself on a day-to-day basis with setting the culture or anything, because it's there and there's a standard and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, I think it's you can feel the seeds of that having been planted already. Like, you can feel them sprouting, actually. You can see it with the team, especially on the defensive side of the ball. You can tell just because there's very little drama surrounding this team. I think there's always a drama quotient that comes with teams that don't police that stuff very well.
Yeah.
Eventually, there's got to be big-time winning that goes with it. Eventually, you've got to win. The thing that the Astros and the Ravens have in common, the Ravens not so much recently, but I feel like once you win a couple Super Bowls, it doesn't matter that it was 8 to 10 years ago. Like, it's just there is that gene with the franchise.
They're consistently competitive.
Yes.
They don't have
They're
bad
never
years.
bad.
They haven't reached the pinnacle, but they don't have bad years, and then they've got a lot of really good regular seasons at least.
Yep. And so I think, 2 seasons back-to-back 10-7, you can kind of feel that the trajectory is 2 years back-to-back 10-7, winning the division. Really, you're clearly the best team in your division, the quarterback. Like, all the foundational things that you need, you've got right now.
They have it except for the culture on offense, and I think they're on their way to having it finally. Yeah. It's been a slower onboarding for the offense, and I think they did some things in the offseason to try to counteract that. I think they had guys on the offense that maybe didn't fit. A couple years ago, D'Amico comes in, and there were guys on the offensive and defensive side of the ball that didn't necessarily fit with the way he wanted his football team to look like. And he got to work on the defense in quick order. The offense, it's been a little bit slower. But I think by virtue of just some of the guys they've drafted, I think they're drafting the right kinds of guys.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. We'll ask Nick Caserio about that. Nick's going to join us out here at 7:15 today. We've got a nice, we'll have a nice long conversation with Nick. We've got him for about 40 minutes, no commercials, starting at 7:15 on the show today. So give yourself a reminder there to be tuned in here to Sports Radio 610. We'll ask Nick about that and a whole bunch of other things. We've got some headlines we've got to get to coming up next. We'll do that. And then top of the hour, we will get into D'Amico Ryan's a little bit chippy about the national media yesterday in his press conference on some of the reporting. Who's right on this one, the national media or D'Amico Ryan's? We'll have that at 7 o'clock. Nick Caserio at 7:15. A busy Tuesday here at day 6 of training camp. Stay tuned. That's we'll stay tuned at Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
Hey, busy day if you're going to spend part of it worrying about
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, emerging live from a raucous day 6 of training camp. The music's already playing behind us here. Fans are going to be coming in today. It's a nice stretch of fan open practices we've got coming up this week. This time next week we'll be in West Virginia covering the Texans there as they continue with training camp leading up to the first preseason game in Minnesota on August the 9th. You can hear all of it right here on Sports Radio 610. Nick Caserio joining us in about 30 minutes on the show. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager. Training camp yesterday, the first padded practice for the Houston Texans, and it was lively for sure. Here is DeMeco Ryans. I know one player that a lot of you are asking questions about is running back Nick Chubb, who was both out injured. He's getting the reps with the ones. Jawar Jordan getting a ton of reps with the twos right now. Jawar Jordan, of course, a 6th-round pick a year ago. Here was DeMeco Ryans on what he's seen out of Nick Chubb thus far in camp.
Yeah, when it comes to Chubb and how am I comparing him, guy's age, he's been through a lot. It's not always going to be the same as his early years in the NFL. But what I hang my hat on with him is just this guy loves football. He's physical. He plays the right way. He prepares himself the right way. Really sharp guy when it comes to the protection scheme. He's on it. He's helping out the guys. Coach Danny Barrett is doing a great job of bringing him along, getting caught up to our scheme. And so seeing him today, he definitely showed up in the pass today. A guy who can play physical behind his pass, He can eat out yardage, so I'm excited to see him just play football, and that's what he's always been. He's always been a tremendous, football player, especially when he's healthy. So he's still working his way back, and it looks like he's in really good shape, and he'll continue to get better. Now going through camp, everybody continues to get better the more you go through it, and I see the same, with Chuck.
Okay, the key there, I think, Seth, he says he's working his way back. Still, he used that. He's working his way back.
When he opens up with basically, I don't want to mischaracterize what he said, but it sounded to me like, don't get your hopes up in terms of seeing classic Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a little too aggressive, but he's an aging running back injury 2 years ago, and it's going to take some time to come back. The part about the pass protection is, I think, probably one of the most underrated things that coaches really care about that fans don't, but that really, really matters. And if you go back to that Kansas City game last year, of all the things going wrong with the pass protection in the fourth quarter of the playoff game, the running backs were not great in pass protection either. It wasn't just the offensive line. It wasn't just the tight ends. The running backs were having a really hard time too. So I could see that being a factor depending on how Nick Chubb, just how good he is as an actual runner. Obviously, you can't keep him just for the pass protection, but I think there's a level of dependability there that D'Amico probably really likes. The contract tells you everything you need to know about Nick Chubb. He's got a $2.5 million contract. Like there wasn't a fervor of enthusiasm for him coming back from this injury around the league.
D'Amico, to me, described right in that cut, was describing a guy who is a dependable veteran backup running back that you can count on in a pinch that's not going to get your quarterback killed. That's what he was describing right there, and I think that's probably that might be what the ceiling is for Nick Chubb right now. I mean, he's running with the ones because your top two guys that you had last year are both out right now, and he's Nick Chubb, so he's getting I think there's a respect factor there. I mean, he had a couple runs yesterday, and it didn't look bad. It didn't look great. You're in pads, and you're not. There's really very few plays where guys are breaking into the open field in pads.
But you're also, if you were to go out to camp and see a running back number 21 out there, and you didn't know it was Nick Chubb, he probably wouldn't be catching your eye either. If you're trying to just look at it, if you're looking at it completely objectively, if you didn't know any of the names of any of the players, he's not one of the guys you would single out.
I would take it a step further and say, okay, well, Jawar Jordan actually does sizzle a little bit in an environment like this. He had some he had some nice runs. Yeah, and Woody Marks too is popping a little bit. So something to keep an eye on. It's it's still not even August yet, so we'll see how this all plays out. Let's flip over to the Astros here real quick. The Astros lose last night 2-1 to the Washington Nationals. That's now 5 games they've lost on this homestand in a row, swept by the A's over the weekend, and now the Nationals get the first of these 3 games they're going to play at Dyken Park. The offense, again, the story, they just can't score runs. They scored 7 in 4 games against the A's last night. Anemic. It wasn't even one of those games, Seth, where they left a bunch of guys on base throughout the game. They just couldn't hit last night. Here was Joe Espada on the offense and where they are right now.
No, we gotten people on base. We just got to be able to get that big hit. And teams go through scuffles like this during the season. It goes through 10 days, 2 weeks where you feel like you can't get a knock with people on base. I think we're right there in the middle of that. We just got to fight through it. Continue to get people on base. Continue to have this mentality of I don't need to do it all on one swing. Let's just pass the baton and let the next side pick me up.
Okay, a couple things. One, you put 4 hits into walks. So this was not one of those games where you put guys on base and you just couldn't come up with a big hit. You couldn't get guys on base. That part there where, hey, we don't have to do this all in one swing. You're not capable of doing it all in one swing right now. This is a team that has a very high batting average and a very low slugging relatively. For a team with such a high batting average, they have a low slugging. They don't score runs. For a team that's bad, they're second in the league in batting average. They don't score runs for a team that's that good hitting.
They're second in the league in batting average and 18th in runs. And they were actually above average from the time that Jordan went out up until a few days ago, and it was a little bit of a fever dream. You just can't. You look at it on paper and you see guys' historical performances that you're not going to be able to sustain it. And it's really a matter of limiting the bleeding. until you get some of the actual dudes back. If and when Paredes comes back, but at the very least when Pena comes back, and hopefully Jordan.
Yeah, hopefully Jordan. Yeah, there's a lot of injury news with this team yesterday. Boy, when they send out their summary of the injury news, you got to go get a drink and get comfortable because it is a lot of names. But the good news is Arrighetti, Garcia, France, all headed up to Sugar Land this week to join Christian Javier. So you've got 4 guys who have started important games for you, all at Sugar Land over the last couple of years, all going to be at Sugar Land over the next few days. Jeremy Pena also will be in Sugar Land tonight. If you go to Sugar Land, if you go to Constellation Field, you're practically getting an Astros game. I mean, it's there's that many guys, it feels like. So that's the good news. Jordan is still going through a hitting progression, whatever that means. Jake Meyer, I think we're going to see him anytime soon. Lance McCullers is playing catch, so you got that. He's got that blister problem right now. I don't know what McCullers is coming back to. If Arrighetti, Javier, Garcia, and JP France are all on the cusp of coming back, added to Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, I mean, Lance McCullers is not better than Colton Gordon right now, and you got all these guys coming back.
Lance is turning into that, like one of those guys where it's always something. It's one thing when it's a major injury, but now all of a sudden it's a freak weight room accident.
Yeah.
It's a blister. It's all of these other little things that are becoming annoying.
All right, continuing with NFL news, the Titans cut Treylon Burks yesterday. He was the wide receiver they drafted with the first-round pick that they got for A.J. Brown. Safe to say that did not work out very well for the Tennessee Titans. The other bit of news in the NFL yesterday that's gotten a lot of traction was Christian Wilkins. We talked about him earlier this week. It was either earlier this week or late last week, whenever he got cut. Christian Wilkins getting cut by the Raiders 1 year into a 4-year, $110 million deal. There's going to be a legal battle over the guaranteed money. We know that. The reports were he was getting cut because of how he was handling the rehab of his foot injury. Come to find out that there's stuff going on behind the scenes. Here was Adam Schefter yesterday on the Pat McAfee show describing an incident behind the scenes that was described by sources as a very weird thing that contributed to Christian Wilkins' departure from the Raiders.
What everybody's dancing around and tiptoeing around is the fact that when you speak to people there inside the locker room, they say that Christian went to kiss a teammate on top of his head, and those same people said that player took offense to it. So that's what everybody's been dancing around and tap dancing around, an incident in the locker room where he allegedly playfully kissed a teammate on top of his head. That teammate felt offended by it, and that's what a lot of this talk and speculation that people have just been floating around out there is about.
Okay, so he kissed a teammate on the forehead in a playful manner. Teammate said, nope, not doing that, and went to H&R and reported this entire thing, basically, is what happened?
I think that's probably a fair and accurate way of saying things, yeah.
I just had to get McAfee, and they're calling HR H&R.
Yeah, he went to H&R Block. They've got branches at the mall. That's what he did.
Yes.
Okay, so and there's speculation or other stories floating around. You have to remember that this the way that Schefter frames it, it sounds almost innocuous, or maybe just one guy was overly sensitive or something. You know, you could envision multiple different scenarios. You got to remember that Christian Wilkins has been caught on film, like putting his finger in an opposing player's nether
buttocks
regions.
area,
buttocks area, between his cheeks, like while the guy's laying prostrate on the ground. I think there's a boundaries issue potentially. But we know that he crosses the boundaries at times.
Indeed.
That maybe if it flows over into the locker room, then I could see that.
Yeah,
people
I'm going
might
to guess
have
he's not going to become. That's my hot take on that.
He's got issues if he's, because and this doesn't have to turn into anything like politically charged or anything. Whether it's a man, a woman, whoever, another human being, when you're touching them in places they don't want to be touched,
man,
it's frowned upon in society. Okay.
Yes.
Hey, but I'm rich. Yeah. You could get away with that when you were rich. Okay, Christian, things have changed a little bit for the better. You can't just because you're rich, you can't go touching people wherever you want to touch them.
All right, D'Amico Ryans versus the national media when it comes to injury reporting. We've got that. Nick Caserio joins us in about 20 minutes live out here at Texans training camp. It's day 6. Stay there. But first, let's get you guys feeling better again. If you're a male, maybe getting a little
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Training camp, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Nick Caserio joining us at 7:15 on the show. Let's quick get to D'Amico Ryans. The Joe Mixon injury is probably the biggest national news coming out of Texans training camp. Ian Rappaport actually had a report on it over the weekend that indicated that it's going to be maybe all of training camp, that Joe Mixon will be reassessed before week one. I don't know that Rappaport's report was drastically different than what the initial expectations were for Mixon's injury, and I think this may be where some of the glitch is with D'Amico Ryans. And yet there's part of me that's like, okay, well, I don't mind Rappaport's report. Anyways, here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday on the Joe Mixon injury reports from national media.
Yeah,
Don't be
D'Amico
bashful.
3.
What I've seen from Brevin, man, he's excited to be back on the field playing football. You know, Brevin spoke. He just said, you you talk about how rough of a time it is with injury.
That's not it.
When asked about Joe Mixon, D'Amico pivoted off to Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, nothing's changed with Joe. Joe is still working, in the background. I know we get reports about Joe. Nothing's changed. He's still working. Whenever it's time for Joe to be back, he'll be back. Right? I know a lot of people want to report a lot of things about guys with injuries. My thing is are you really concerned about our guys? Are you really just trying to get something out there? Right? My players' health and safety first and foremost. So I care about the guys, so you guys don't hear me talking a lot about injuries because that's their personal information. Guys are working through that, and there's nothing to report or get in an uproar about. Like, our guys are working, and it's always sensitive to me because I've been there. I've went through that. So it's not just to report something. Like, I want people here who truly care about our guys. I care about our guys and what they're doing throughout their process, and it'll continue to be that way.
This is, to me, Seth, this is a case of two things can be true. D'Amico can care about his players. D'Amico cannot want injury information out there. And yet it is the job of reporters to report things that they hear about injury, especially in the National Football League, with the one league that has to put out an injury report every week.
Yeah, that was the part that I was because I did in Rappaport's report and kind of wonder, all right, is this something he's just putting out there when things are a little bit slow or whatever? Because it doesn't seem like it was groundbreaking or earth-shattering. Yeah, he's in a walking boot, and that Joe Mixon hasn't taken snaps in a preseason game in a long time anyway. So there was a little bit of a newsy element to that. But at the same time, it's not the reporter's job to care about the player or to be – it's to report on things. And fans do, by and large, want to know this stuff, especially if you're an Astros fan, because you've seen how much injuries have affected the Astros right now. And a lot of Texans fans are Astros fans. The one thing that I might I disagree with D'Amico on that, at least partly, is that from a player's perspective, there are times that the team isn't filling people in on your injury because people have a tendency to start questioning your toughness, or they make up stories in their own minds or on the message boards or what have you about what's going on. And that can be frustrating. When you've had setbacks, a lot of people in the fan base start speculating, like, well, what's going on with this guy anyway? I don't know if he wants it enough. And depending on how sensitive the player is, that can actually be just as or more stressful than when the team is divulging information.
Yeah, I think we've seen that with the Astros. The Astros of the teams here in town, they're the ones that seem to be the glitchiest when it comes to reporting injuries, accurately forecasting injuries, at least publicly, to the fans and to the media, forecasting when guys are going to come back. And you're right, eventually the lightning rod in the whole thing winds up being the player, and the longer they're out, the bigger the lightning rod they become in that situation.
Yeah. That's where I always, and I used to say, I played before fantasy became as big as it did, but it was starting to be, guys would make those statements about, like, well, people, they only care about fantasy, but not about my actual injury. And when I was a player, I'd be like, what's so hard to figure out about that? How disillusioned, what were your illusions beforehand about the deep and genuine caring that you got from people in the sporting, or especially the betting public? Like,
well, the betting public,
that's the job, man.
And even the viewing public is, I think there's an element where players are just characters on a television show. You know, that's
right.
You know, there's not an interpersonal element now through social media. You see guys in their regular lives more and whatnot, but characters on a TV show is how I was looked at.
Yeah, there is. I mean, we've talked about this before. Like, so much of becoming a true veteran is understanding the difference between the movie version of the NFL or pro sports and the actual version. Yeah. And you got to get a lot of that crap out of your head. You know, like stop worrying about all this other stuff. It doesn't matter to your specific goals and objectives.
Just shifting gears real quick. Nick Caserio is going to join us out here in a few minutes. We're going to talk to him at 7:15. Okay, tell me if you think this feels like easy money to you. They put out, Jimmy Shapiro sent out an email, I think from Bet Online, one of the betting outlets, has a page where you can bet on divisional wins for each team. Obviously, each team has an opportunity to win 6 divisional games. The Texans' win total in division is 3.5. Can you, if they go, what type of scenario, barring injury, you know, like obviously if something happens to C.J. Stroud, 3-3 in the division is then very much in play. But assuming C.J. Stroud is healthy, what set of circumstances would the Texans have to endure to be a 500 team in the division, go 3-3 in the division?
It's not all that bizarre or anything. I mean,
Cam Ward is really good, I guess.
When you talk about divisional games, that's 3 road games that you're playing.
Yeah.
And that just losing the turnover battle in a couple of games alone is that way. Were there, like, what was the highest division win total?
I think the highest one I saw was the Bills were 4.5, something like that. Yeah. So so it's not a drastically. Nobody had 5 because then you got to go undefeated in the division to get the over.
I'm not insulted by the number because it's such a small sample size and a weird bet. But I think the biggest thing is that people looking at it objectively look at the Texans' offense, and the offense wasn't good last year.
Yeah.
And then they got rid of Laramie Tunsil. So from the outside looking in, without knowing all the dynamics, you're taking a bad offense. You've got a couple of rookie wide receivers that you feel good about that you added to him. So, like, we feel good about that here in Houston, but you really can't rely on rookie wide receivers until you see them. And the offensive line from the outside looking in, they didn't really make any improvements to the offensive line on paper. So I get it. I get that part of it.
I'm going to bet it. Now, I'll remind you, they haven't lost a division road game since the Culley season. You know, we're coming up on 4 seasons. They haven't lost a road game in the division. That's with some bad Texan teams. It was just, 3.5 was jarring because I'm like, man, to lose this bet, they got to go 3-3 against the Colts, the Titans, and the Jags, who in every power ranking are all 3 in the bottom quarter of the league right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Texans squeaked, like the first game of the year, they squeaked one out versus the Colts. And they easily could have lost that.
They could have lost both Colts games.
Yeah, and they got destroyed they got physically destroyed by the Titans at home. So it's not a freak set of circumstances to go even in the division.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio is going to join us live out here after this break. We'll talk for about 40 minutes or so with the Texans GM, commercial free. We'll have a nice long conversation with him where we'll ask him about everything going on out here at training camp, how he feels the team is sitting in year 3 of the DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud era. We'll do all that coming up next. But first, let's get you guys into a brand new Lincoln. Like my wife.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, there it is. You know when that music plays, what's about to happen. We are live at Texans training camp, day 6. We had padded practice yesterday. We're getting a padded practice today?
We are, yes.
Oh,
we are.
yeah,
yes,
there we go. That voice, you know that voice. Joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio joining us out here live right next to the practice field. Nick, it's great to see you.
Good morning. Great to see you.
It's
good
great,
to be here.
Good to be here. I'm going to ask this early. We're going to be going to West Virginia next week, getting in on Sunday. Will there be a SummerSlam watch party at the Greenbrier?
It's funny. I actually watched the tail end of Raw last night to see the card. So whether or not we make it to SummerSlam or watch SummerSlam, we'll see.
Okay.
But looks like it should be pretty exciting.
It'll be good.
Hopefully the weather holds up, rains or anything else.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, so we just played in a segment or two ago. We played Sheldon Rankins yesterday. Did media, and he was asked about comparing the team he was here with in 2023 to this team. And I loved his answer because he said, the culture here now is set. D'Amico doesn't have to instruct us on every little thing. How are you feeling right now? Like year 3 of you and D'Amico together and CJ here, obviously. Is that an accurate assessment of where you guys are now culture-wise and everything compared to where it was 2 years ago?
Yeah, we're 3 years into the program now, and I think anytime you start something new or start something kind of in the infantile stages, like that was D'Amico's first season. So really what he's trying to do is implement the foundation, the principles. Here's what it takes. Here's what we're looking for. Here's what we want. Make sure we get that message to the players. And ultimately it's about the players to implement that on a day-to-day basis. Yeah. And so now we have 2 years under our belt going into year 3. Have a number of players that have been here in the system now for multiple years. Rank's a good example of a player who was here, left, now he came back. So I think the players have an understanding of what the expectation is on a day-to-day basis. And the best teams are usually the player-driven teams. Because in the end, you're relying on one another on a day-to-day basis and ultimately on Sundays for execution. So, we feel like the program's in a pretty good spot. But what we try to do is each year we're starting over, and we kind of have to reestablish our level of performance on a lot of levels, top to bottom, which is what training camp is for.
Daniel Jeremiah once... I remember among scouts, you can kind of start to get a feel for some of the teams and what types of players they look for, to where, guys will look at a prospect and say, oh yeah, that's a Ravens guy, or that's a Steelers guy. Do you feel like you're starting to get a Texans type of guy?
Well, I think what you're noticing around sports is teams are prioritizing certain criteria. So whether it's in basketball, whether it's in baseball, and what you're trying to do is say, obviously the physical attributes, and they have to be able to go out there and perform their job, but there's also some intangible elements from a work ethic, from a mindset, from a competitive, from a toughness, what's required, what works in our building. We have to prioritize that because we feel that gives us the best opportunity to put ourselves in the position to win. So I think what you're actually finding is more and more teams are looking for the same types of people with the same types of mindset. The systems are the systems. Certain players may fit a little bit better relative to what you're going to ask them to do, but from a consistency, from a dependability, from a reliability standpoint, those are the things that are going to win. So talent is important in this league. We've talked about this. I've mentioned on the show, talent is one component. But there's so many other factors that go into being a good football player, which I would say a good example when you look at somebody like Dare. So Dare is going into year 9 in his league. Is Dare the most talented player? Probably not. But is he consistent? Is he dependable? Does he execute his job, perform his job when he's asked? And I think he's shown the ability to do that for as long as he's been in the league. So he showed that in the program in 2021. So what we tried to do, even on the front end before D'Amico was here, was prioritize those types of players. And our feeling was if we continue to fill the building with those players top to bottom, we're going to at least put ourselves in a better position to hopefully have sustainable success.
Okay, so when you talk about how a lot of teams are starting to look at the same types of things, I get the feeling that what you're saying is that there's less tolerance for bums than there used to be. or potential bums.
Well, it's not so much that. It's just when a player walks in a building, and you've been in plenty of locker rooms, so players are very smart, they're very perceptive. So if you're saying as a team, this is what's important to us, and a player is the antithesis of that because maybe he has some ability, then as a player you're going to really question, are we staying consistent with really truly what we believe in, or are we taking a flyer because this guy has enough talent that we think is going to translate to winning? So again, your tolerance is based on what you are willing to accept on a day-to-day basis in your program. It doesn't mean that you're not going to take a risk. You maybe want to take a calculated risk on your terms, but hopefully the infrastructure that you have put in place can absorb that. And if it's not working out, our responsibility is to make a decision and to move on because we know ultimately where it's going to end up.
Yeah. One more on that, and then we'll get to training camp specific stuff. But I know you talk a lot after the draft about programs that players came from. The 2 Iowa State kids, you gushed about Matt Campbell. There's other coaches, I'm sure you feel the same way. How critical is that how much does that factor in that it's a head coach in a program that you feel prepares them more for this type of environment?
You certainly put stock in that. When you look across the country, there's certain programs and coaches. When you look at what Coach Ferentz has done at Iowa, when you look what Matt's done at Iowa State, I would say what Coach Lanning is doing at the University of Oregon right now. You have Kirby, Coach Saban. So when you have an understanding, Coach Fickle in Wisconsin, when you have an understanding of what they ask of the players on a day-to-day basis, then they're prepared to a certain level. Now, they still have to be able to replicate that at our level, in our locker room, in our team, and there's going to be an adjustment period because they have less distractions or their focus is more on football and not have to worry about going to class. But we're evaluating programs as much as we are evaluating the players, and we're of the belief that programs win. So whether it's in college or whether it's the NFL level, I mean, there's a reason that the same, I could say, handful of teams are in a position on a year-to-year basis because they have well-established programs. Doesn't mean there's not going to be some turnover.
Sure.
But programs matter, and then the people that are within those programs are ultimately going to define what that program looks like.
So is a big part of this process for you this year with Nick Caley? You know him from before, obviously, but not in this role necessarily, and not on this team, and everything else that's different. Are you still kind of getting to know this version of Nick Caley this year?
Yeah, there's always an adjustment period, and I think as you go through your career as a coach, you go from an assistant coach to a coordinator, or in fact, coordinator to a head coach. So, and we've talked about this, where you've been, impact of the imprint that you put on the program, but ultimately what you're trying to do is put together, in our case, the 2025 Houston Texans offense. So what does that look like? It goes back to who are the players, what can they do, can they actually perform the job and the tasks that are asked of them? Maybe there's some things that this player does a little better than others, then you use a little bit more of that. If a player is not as equipped to handle it, then you're maybe not going to put himself in that position. But I think all of us are going back to what I said a little bit earlier, trying to reestablish our level of performance. And in Nick's case, he's working through some things from a coordinator perspective, but ultimately this is what training camp is about. It's about learning, it's about repetition, it's about making some mistakes, it's going back inside, maybe correcting, making some adjustments. So Nick's worked really hard. I think he's trying to put his stamp on the offense, and it's a collective effort from his position to the coordinators. The players all have input as well. So in the end, we're all going to rely on each other, and it's going to come down to how well we can execute in critical situations on Sundays.
We're joined by Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio, live day 6 of Texans training camp. For us on the outside, Nick, one of the biggest storylines with this offense is CJ Stroud, and how this year he's got more of a level of control, we would call it, line of scrimmage, whatever that may be. How is he doing with that so far, and what are your thoughts on that? How big a difference is that for him this year?
Yeah, ultimately, the quarterback has his hand on the ball 99% of the time, unless you're getting Wildcat or something like that. So you want to have a certain level of autonomy, and ultimately you want to feel comfortable with what's going on your side of the ball, and then have an understanding what's going on the other side of the ball. So let's say this particular system, it's kind of a quarterback-driven system, and it's really just reaching out to people so that everybody's seeing the picture through the same lens. So the quarterback, when he has that, I would say, responsibility, he feels a little bit more, I would say, in control, and then he can make the decision and understand where the problems are. So it takes work. It's going to change kind of on a week-to-week basis. What are the issues? What do we have to deal with? But he's worked really hard. I think he's enjoyed that aspect of it, and it's only going to continue to grow and evolve as we work through camp and get into the regular season.
You know, Nick, one of the most surprising things I said to Sean, I don't think we even said it on air, but I was reading Bill Belichick's book, The Art of Winning, and I came in on a Monday, and before the show I said, man, DeMeco and Belichick are so similar. And he looked at me like, what the hell are you talking about?
You're not wrong, I would say.
No, they have, obviously they have much different personalities, but at the end of the day, I think that the one thing that really shone through as I was reading Belichick's book, and it's something that I already knew about DeMeco, is that I think they both either naturally or work really hard at just getting rid of the BS or the stuff that really doesn't matter and just zeroing in on the stuff that genuinely does have an impact on your team?
No, that's accurate. And you guys have had a perspective of DeMeco as a player, now as a coach. He's a no-nonsense, no BS guy. He's old school. Like that's what he believes in. That's how he was trained. He's the greatest person like in the history of the world. I mean, I've been on this show, talked about how much I love him, how great of a person that he is. His priorities are right, how important faith and family is. But when it comes to football, like he has that trigger, he has that switch, and he doesn't really have time for a bunch of things that aren't really impacting winning. So the quicker we can arrive at that point, the quicker everybody has an understanding of that. Winning is hard in this league, so what you're trying to do is minimize the things that aren't going to help you win and focus on the things that are that actually matter, which is work, which is intent, which is showing up on a day-to-day basis, which is being consistent and just keeping your mouth shut and working. And that's how DeMeco was as a player, and he's not really operating that differently as a head coach than he did as a player. So he has that trigger, he has that switch, he's very invested in the process, and I think the players understand that, and, it's exciting to be a part of that.
Different personality types, but you agree with Seth's assessment that the two are similar in
Seth's
key
right
ways.
about a lot of stuff, so in this particular case, I would agree with it.
That's right, Sean. Did you hear that? It's going to be on my profile. Seth's right about a lot of stuff. Nick Caserio.
I'm going back through some podcasts today now. Yeah, I got to go back.
Well, hey, while we're on the topic of Belichick's book, this is one thing I love to do when I read biographies or autobiographies of very successful people, is I try to pick out the advice that nobody's going to follow. Because there's always something that people want to follow the advice that's most convenient to them. And one of my favorite parts of that book was where he said that the four most important words for a leader to get really comfortable with are, he said it more colorfully than I'll say it. He used a different word, but I screwed that up. And how important it is that he said I screwed that up more than anybody else in the building, so guys can see that, take accountability for your mistakes. Doesn't mean that it's got to take accountability for your mistakes, and I'm going to hold myself to the same standard as you.
No, I think that's the essence of leadership. All of us have to make a number of decisions on a day-to-day basis in our roles. Not every one of them is going to be right. And it's okay to admit, you know what, I was wrong about that, or you know what, I made a mistake, it's not good enough, and then just really work to get it fixed. So I think when you take accountability, individual accountability, hopefully people see that and respect that, and as long as it's done in a genuine fashion. Mm-hmm. So if you're wrong, don't be afraid to speak up and say, you know what, I'm wrong, I made a bad decision, or you know what, I don't know, let me go find out the information. There's a selfless nature to that, and it's okay to show, you know what, you're human, and we all make mistakes, and that's part of life, and that's part of growing up. So I think that's, definitely a leadership trait or attribute that's important for people to possess. I mean, sometimes people act like they have all the answers, and they want you to know about that. I mean, at some point you're going to drown those people out and not want to listen to them. So, but it's interesting. It's an interesting observation. I'd say there's certainly a lot of validity to that, just, from my perspective.
Nick Caserio joining us here.
Did he say it less frequently than maybe he presented it in the book? Yeah. So did you not hear it from his mouth as often as maybe he claims?
No, he wasn't afraid to say, you know what, I screwed that up, and just work to get it fixed. And it just goes back to accountability. Yeah. So if you're holding yourself accountable, then it's a lot easier to hold the rest of your staff and the team accountable as well.
Nick Caserio joining us here live on Sports Radio 610. So as far as stuff out here at training camp, obviously a lot of eyes right now on Nick Chubb because Joe is out, so Nick's getting a lot of run with the ones. I'm curious he's coming off an injury a couple years ago, played some games last year, got injured at the end of last year. What type of data do you guys have when you're looking at him? I'm sure there's GPS trackers on everybody. Do you guys have sort of what the baseline was for him back when he was prior to the knee injury, and how are you able to kind of measure where he's at physically to help contribute to winning.
Yeah,
for
that's
guys.
interesting. You have a player's medical history of kind of what they have gone through, some of the different things that have happened. When they walk on campus, then we can kind of start our baseline understanding and do the testing. Where are they actually relative to their recovery? Is this an area that is too debilitating? It's going to affect their training. Do we have to modify their training? And then from a tracking standpoint with all players, we're just measuring their loads, their speeds, their physical imbalances, maybe one leg relative to the other, so it could impact their training. So we're looking at that across players. We're understanding some players may be a little bit more at risk than others, just given their history.
Yeah.
But what we're trying to do is just take the information we receive on a day-to-day basis here, and then over the course of camp, look, if there's a day where we feel a player maybe needs a little bit less because he's reached a certain threshold on his loads, then that's where I would say you're seeing more trends in the league in that respect. So relative to Nick's come in, he's worked hard, he's done what we've asked him to do. He's really spent the offseason on his own training. I mean, I know there's a bunch of videos of him squatting like 4,000 pounds,
yeah.
but like he's always been a strong player with a strong lower body. So once a player's here, we're actually able to measure that on a day-to-day basis and just try to figure out what's the best thing to keep them as healthy as possible, understanding that, we're not going to prevent everything, but there's a certain element of risk mitigation that's involved with every player, and we're certainly conscious of that.
Okay, real quick, Seth, so to set the internet straight, just if Nick Chubb is squatting, I think it was 610 pounds.
Whatever it was.
It will, because it was a tribute to Sports Radio 610 is what I tweeted. He squatted so that's not necessarily – is that necessarily something that maps to what you guys are looking for in play? I mean, obviously it's impressive. I'm not trying to
We actually do a lot of single-leg work.
Okay.
Yes.
I can speak from experience because I've been working with Mike Eubanks on Fridays and doing some single-leg RDLs. And really what you're trying to do is create – balance, because you might find if you're doing double legs, Seth probably can speak to this, but if you're doing double leg, sometimes maybe one side or one area supersedes the other and is doing more work.
Yeah.
When you do single leg and you isolate, you kind of have a better idea. So Nick's very strong in his lower body, so I would say whatever the measurements are,
it's going to be good.
He's strong. It's going to be pretty good.
It's going to be good.
No. As a guy that went through multiple knee surgeries and injuries, that was one thing our old strength coach Dan Riley was big on, was that sometimes the training staff, back in those days, they'd clear a guy for practice, but Dan Riley, he liked to do single leg stuff with guys coming back from injuries, and the guy would be 20% weaker in the injured leg or the surgery leg, and it was frustrating for him. So he drilled that into my head over and over again. So I get excited when I hear people like you say that.
No, there's devices and technology that's available that can give you that information, and the good thing is you can show that to the players so they can see it. I think there was always when the whole data tracking technology came out, I think sometimes there was a negative viewpoint relative to players that were using it for non-competitive or non-positive reasons. But really what you're trying to do nowadays is show the player, look, here were your measurements, here's where your load, here's why we're training the way that we are. So they have an understanding of why we're doing what we're doing. Mm-hmm. So I think you've seen that kind of grow and evolve. There's definitely more trust on both sides. And we're not using it for anything other than what's in the best interest of the players. That's how we view it.
Sure.
Darrell Taylor intrigues me because I think, you remember Jason Babin. Jason Babin was drafted by the Texans, and it was a little bit of, I don't know if we were in the right scheme for him. And when he went off to Seattle and was able to put his hand in the dirt and be a 4-3 defensive end instead of a 3-4 outside linebacker, he really took off. And if Darrell Taylor, it might be a little bit of the opposite, where he did some really promising things early in his career, but in a different scheme in Seattle. And then last year was kind of a weird year in Chicago. But is there a part where maybe you look at Darrell Taylor and think this might be a better scheme fit for him?
Yeah, there's a good example of players played multiple systems. I would say Babin, going back to him, I think you're right about that. Like, he was better with his hand down. And anytime you're viewing end of the line of scrimmage players, some have the ability to play from a two-point stance and are comfortable. Some aren't as kind of grounding from a three-point stance and really what you're asking them to do. I would say in Taylor's case, he has a lot of attributes that really translate over to our defense. He's an explosive kid. He's a good-sized kid. He's strong. He's got good get off. He's got good bend. I mean, we feel that he's potentially going to be able to help our defense in some capacity. I would say kind of complements Derek Barnett in some respects. I mean, they both play defensive end, but they're different in terms of their skill set and what they provide, but they're equally effective in their roles. So DT's had a good attitude. He runs well. He's got some explosiveness to him. Looks like he might be able to provide some snaps in the kicking game, which really you're looking more from a size standpoint, not necessarily this guy is like a special teams maven, but it just creates a little bit more versatility to your overall team. But, I think we were happy to be able to sign Taylor when we did, and because we think he's going to have a fit and role in this defense.
Yeah, well, and obviously that's one of your strongest positions with Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. Being out here at practice, those two have been wrecking shop at times out here. Does it make it difficult to assess sometimes when you're watching young tackles go against guys like Danielle Hunter? I mean, obviously it's great experience for them. They're going against the best. But as someone who's having to evaluate all this and put a depth chart together, how does that all factor in?
Yeah, it works both ways. I mean, we feel like we have pretty good players on both sides of the ball. I mean, arguably Danielle and Will are two of the better defensive ends in the league. So, I mean, they have to work on what they're doing as well. Like, we can't penalize them. So here's your assignment. Okay, the big thing for us is just making sure he goes goals. I mean, this goes back to protecting the team. So just stay off the quarterback. If you win the rush, just go ahead and pull off. But from a working against one another standpoint, I mean, Ursery's going to get a lot better working against Danielle, working against Will, working against DB, working against Taylor, and that's going to hopefully make them a better player. So, I mean, Will's been having this problem probably since he's been in high school.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier in the show.
Will's a good player, and Will's actually improved in some areas, which is what you like to see in a younger player. But we're getting good work against one another, and there are plenty of times where our tackles have blocked the ends, and there's other times that the ends have beaten the tackles, and that's emblematic of the NFL and what you're going to see on a week-to-week basis.
Well, and I think emblematic of what we were talking about earlier in the conversation, the types of guys you're bringing in. I saw footage after practice the other day of Will working with Ariante after practice on, whatever. Ariante, I'm sure, went up to Will and asked him and said, hey, let's do these things. How cool is that to see? And also, as it pertains to Will, like when you signed someone like Danielle Hunter, because those two are now inseparable, Danielle and Will, it looks like out of practice. How much of that factors in when you're looking at something like a contract for Danielle and what it's going to cost? Do you look at like, okay, not only is this guy a great player, but from what we know about him, there's an incremental effect he's going to have on the development of Will Anderson?
Yeah, look, we're trying to bring good.
Am I overthinking?
No. We're trying to get good football players in the building, and I would say in Danielle's case, I mean, we didn't have a history per se, but Chris Blanco was with him in Minnesota, so having that information, and then when the players walk in the building, it's organic. Like, we're not going to force it. Well, we're signing Danielle because Danielle, we want you to help Will.
Right.
If that works itself out that way, I think there's a mutual respect for one another because they have the right mindset, they have the right personality, and they want to help each other. And the reality is they can help each other by learning from one another and sharing information and making each other better. And that's really what we try to do. I mean, D'Amico talks about this a lot. I mean, I know it's just a phrase, but it's true. Iron sharpens iron. So, again, we're looking at the player, his overall background, his makeup, what can he do to help our football team, and when they're here, how those relationships form. Ultimately, it's up to the players, and you just hope it is organic as possible. You're not trying to force anything on anyone.
Yeah.
Sean and I were discussing during the break that Kalen Bullock almost had an interception yesterday, but he dropped it. And I was talking about my frustration at times because Kalen Bullock, he's got to be so many potential interceptions already early in his career. But to spin it in a positive way, we were talking about Jalen Knoll, because Jalen Knoll, I know drop rate doesn't tell you everything, but just by drop rate, he improved a lot with his hands through his college career, and he went from pretty bad to last year having one of the best drop rates amongst drafted wide receivers. Is that something that you have a process for, or on improving guys' hands, or is it as simple as just get out on the jugs machine? Just get out on the jugs machine.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think you can improve someone's hands and just actual catching of the football. A lot of times, at least for ability to track and judge and find the ball when it's in flight, especially with their back to the ball, isn't as natural. I would say those couple plays in practice yesterday were plays that were actually Kalen was working downhill and he just dropped the ball, but there was a decent amount of steam on those. But going back to when we evaluated Kalen, like he was around the ball quite a bit at USC, and he was able to finish plays. So you have a lot of defensive backs who you can categorize them as interceptors, where they actually finish the play and get their hands on the ball, and then you have some other ones who are more PBU or just more passes defense. But your actual hands, and a lot of it is hand strength, so you can work on that on the jugs, but then a lot of it is catching and running and moving, which I would say the best drill at the combine to kind of simulate this is the gauntlet drill, because you're running full speed, you're running through the football. That simulates more of what actually happens during the course of the game. So every player's got to find, Edelman used to catch playing cards from the equipment manager just for hand-eye coordination, in the morning to make him set. And Julian had good hands, but he had drops. So sometimes it's hand positioning, sometimes it's just some are better playing the ball or tracking the ball on the move. But Kalen has shown the ability to find the ball, and a number of interceptions that he had last year were actually pretty difficult catches. We feel that he's probably going to make more of those plays than he's not. You'd like to see him catch them, but there's plenty of things that you can do to improve just the actual catching of the football.
Yeah, Nick Caserio joining us here live on Sports Radio 610. We're at Texans training camp, day 6. Nick, I know you like the investment community and you dabble in that a little Stover stock. Talk me into it or out of it.
A small cap, a blue chip,
you tell us.
A mid cap? So
look good so far.
I think he's an IPO, hopefully, right?
No, yeah. I think there's too much volatility with the IPOs. Unfortunately, I've bought into one recently that I think it's gone down probably like $20, $30 since I bought it. So hopefully that's not the case with
Can
Stover.
I interest you in this Kate Stover stock? You've already bought some
he's a little bit more of a steady, maybe a dividend, income type of investment. But
what have you thought so far?
In all seriousness, Cade's worked really hard in the offseason. Cade's mindset and his mentality, he cares a lot about football. He's very competitive. He's very tough. He's very smart. And as a player who hasn't played the position for that long, it's only been a handful of years, so he continues to get better. You've seen some tangible improvements, and he's going from year 1 to year 2. The hope is that younger players, you see a little bit of a growth or evolution, but we're glad Cade's on the team. I know we talked about him when we drafted him, that we were excited to get him on the team, and he just keeps his mouth shut. He works very, very hard. He cares a lot about football. When he's not here, he's probably on his farm baling hay, and because that's the type of mentality that he possesses. But excited about where he is, and hopefully his trajectory continues to move ahead.
Nick, I'm going to ask a question of you that pretty much every single guy that steps up to the podium during training camp gets. What are you working to improve on in your game this year?
A lot. I'm always trying to improve and get better. I would say I think I've always kind of taken the approach just to stay here, because there's a lot of things that can happen, and continue to empower the group that we have in the building and give them opportunities, whether it's in the scouting area or it's other areas that are overseeing other departments. So just being disciplined and diligent, and I try to stay hands off, but pick my spots where appropriate. And just to continue to provide support to whomever needs it in the building, and starting with D'Amico. And my job is to serve him and to serve the entire organization, and just continue to do that on a consistent basis, and try to make sure I stay on a leg day every Friday and make sure that I don't miss any of those workouts.
There you go.
I want to make sure I maintain that level of performance.
It's interesting because D'Amico talked about how he needs to focus on developing coaches and not necessarily always being about the player development as heavily, but he's got to focus on developing coaches as well. Is that something that generally in your career, is that kind of a constant emphasis of always just, I got to get to the point where I'm training the people. I'm training the people underneath me as much as getting my hands dirty?
No, it's interesting. I mean, every year it's a new year, and where you are in your individual evolution and development potentially could impact what your focus is on a day-to-day basis. So I think I've had the good fortune of being in multiple roles throughout my career, but I think the approach that we take, not only with the players, and D'Amico's talked about on the coaching front, but just all aspects of the organization, is bring people in, provide them the opportunity, and the mindset of draft and something that we're, I would say, focused on, and the more we can continue to do that, create more opportunities for other folks and just kind of nurture them along and steer them in the right direction. Ultimately, that's my responsibility to the organization to hopefully position this group for a number of years to come.
Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joining us here live. Texans training camp, day 6. Christian Harris was not on the PUP list. He wasn't on the NFI list either. He's on the roster. He hasn't practiced yet. What can you tell us about where he's at? We saw him jogging out here yesterday, so that was good.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about this last Tuesday. There's a number of players that are at different stages in terms of their development relative to their health. I would say specifically in Christian's situation, the way the rules work with NFI, PUP, etc., if they're on one of those lists, there's certain parameters and limitations in terms of what they can participate in. So as a player makes progress, let's say you want to put him into a walkthrough in the evening or something like that, you just have the flexibility to do that. You're sort of keeping him alive. So you just, every case is a little bit different. So we're trying to do what we think is in the best interest of each individual player. So Christian's getting closer. He's starting to make some progress. So really, I would say that was more of a mechanical thing. Gotcha. There wasn't any funny business or anything like that. It's just trying to look at the situation. What do we think makes the most sense? You sometimes can keep a player a little bit more engaged when he's not on one of those lists for a myriad of reasons. So I'd say, again, there is a thought process and a rationale behind it. I'd say that's probably the best explanation for his situation.
Sean talked about is sometimes when a guy is put in a leadership role or becomes the veteran guy or one of the veteran guys in a position group, you can see a change in them, and it affects their individual player, but they also grow as a leader. And it's been interesting to watch Titus Howard. So from the outside looking in this offseason, and we're not there every day, but just from the things that he's said and the way it looks like he's operated, it looks like he's really leaning into or embracing becoming a veteran guy on the team and being a leader in that unit.
Yeah, look, Titus has been here for a number of years now, and honestly, he's probably seen as much change as anybody that's on the team. And, to his credit, I mean, he's done a number of things that are very selfless. Like, we've asked him to change positions. He's played multiple spots. He really hasn't complained and bitched and moaned about it, so it kind of speaks to him. Titus is a good kid. He works hard. He's got a good attitude. There's been some ups and downs throughout the course of his career, but he continues to work and he get better. So, we're glad he's here, and, he's played good football for us. And even going back to, my first season in 21 when he had to go out there and play left tackle, he showed the ability to do that. So, Titus deserves a lot of credit. It hadn't been easy, but I think he's really made a conscious effort to sort of work through it and try to do the right things. And the big thing with any player, and Titus included, is continue to work, continue to make progress, continue to improve, and do what you can to help the football team. And, he's certainly embraced that. He's
one of the few guys so far that hasn't really been, mixed and matched out of his right guard position. There's been a lot of shuffling. It felt like yesterday you guys were going with specific combinations, with different groups out there. Is that something we're going to continue to see, or is there still going to be shuffling? Not specific to Titus necessarily, but where are you at right now in that whole competition along the offensive
line? At some
line?
point that will probably declare itself a little bit more. Probably once we get through another week here, and then maybe right before Minnesota or after Minnesota, somewhere in there. At some point, if we think this is what the group is going to be, then, all right, we're going to go ahead and let those guys work together as much as possible. The reality is we probably have 7 or 8 players that are going to factor in to the actual game day roster. Mm-hmm. So you just want to make sure that whoever those players are going to be, they get enough reps. But we've talked about this. We feel like we have a lot of depth and a lot of competition at multiple spots. Some of it's starting to declare itself a little bit. We have, honestly, 4 or 5 starting tackles or starting level tackles. Blake Fisher, I know Trent's not practicing yet. Even if you were to take Titus out from guard and put him outside. So feel like we have decent depth there. And then inside we have a number of players, some guys that are center only, some guys that are guard only, some multi-position players inside. So I think these next 2 to 3 weeks we'll see a little bit more. We'll have a better idea and better understanding. So really at some point all these guys are probably end up playing with one another. Yeah. Eventually you want to get to the point where whoever the 5 are, from a communication standpoint, you want to be able to go out there and practice as much as possible in anticipation of being ready to go for the Rams.
I haven't adopted my undrafted rookie free agent yet. I'm going to wait until after the week that we're in West Virginia to do that. But are there any guys I should keep an eye on? Now, remind you, this ceiling or ability or anything, or even ability to make the team. It's like, okay, I love this kid and the way he works and practices and all that.
Yeah, I'm actually going to give you a twofer because they kind of travel in packs here a little bit. But Casey Osai and Jackson Woodard, from the time that they've really walked in the building, they're as diligent and their work ethic and mindset is as good as anybody in the building. I mean, every night, at the end of the day, they're upstairs talking to Coach Ross, going through whatever the next special teams phase is, because they're in a position where if they're going to make the team, like they're probably going to have to make it in a kicking game. But their mentality, they're very consistent. And honestly, they're together all the time. So whether it's walkthrough, getting extra work with Coach Davis, spending time with Coach Ross. I know Jackson, we didn't sign him right away after the draft. He was released, then we claimed him. But it was right around kind of when a draft had taken place. But those two players have really, and we've asked them to do some different things that they aren't accustomed to doing. They've played some defensive ends. So the more that they can create some versatility for themselves, at least it's going to give them an opportunity to potentially put themselves in position to make the team.
Okay, so Seth, jot those names down. I already got mine. You know who mine is. Mine is Daniel Jackson, the wide receiver, because when the bridge,
because he's probably going to SummerSlam, so
yeah, exactly.
Knowing him,
yeah, like you guys are doing bed checks at night at the Greenbrier. Where's Jackson? He's in MetLife Stadium. Because when they were doing the over the bridge question, they said, "What's your walkout music going to be?" And he said, "Randy Orton, Voices in my head."
I hear voices, yeah.
And I
so
said,
maybe he's going to change that to the whole team.
This guy's making the team, Nick, based on this.
Well, hopefully he can make a few more plays in practice.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, that's good. We found out who the wrestling fans are on the team. Have we
Omar, that's your job.
That's Omar's. Okay, Omar's got to get me my list. Right. I want to do a little thing after practice in Greenbrier where I find out.
Maybe we can get some SummerSlam predictions while we're at it.
Oh, okay. Give me one. It's
well, it's Cena's last SummerSlam match, right?
Yeah.
So I know he's a big-time actor now. So I'm sure, eventually Cody's probably going to work himself.
Him and Cody going against each other, right?
And then CM Punk against Gunther, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I watched CM came out last night and had a good monologue.
A little shouting match with him.
I'm a CM Punk fan. So
Drew McIntyre's trapped over in England right now.
It sounds like it. So
you got to partner with your Cleveland guy, Logan Paul. Can you get to MetLife Stadium by Sunday night?
I'm more partial to the Miz if we're going to talk about.
Okay, let him do it. That's a Cleveland guy. All right, Nick, we appreciate you stopping out.
Yeah, you bet. Anytime. Appreciate you having us.
Yeah, good chat. And
Seth, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. I'm going to do my deep dive on Casey Osai and Jackson Woodard.
Casey Osai
has got a cult following amongst a few Texans fans, so they're going to be excited.
Oh, you'll get some hits on that Seth Payne YouTube channel, baby.
There you go.
Good stuff. Hey, Nick, we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Great stuff. Executive Vice President and GM Nick Caserio joining us. We are done. We're out of time. We will be back here tomorrow at 6 a.m. for day 7 of training camp. And stay tuned all day long. Texans training camp live coming up next in the loop out here from 10 to 2. Seth, it's your turn, baby. Go ahead and talk about
antibodies to you. And look, you'll never run out of time. They'll never run out of time to talk to you at Mokaram.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's time.
Here we go!
To get back to the grind.
Let's go to work, baby!
And prepare for the season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
Day 6 here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris on another beautiful day in Houston as we get ready for the 2025 season. First day in pads yesterday. Today, another day in pads. You just heard Nick Caserio with Sean and Seth. Awesome interview, and we might rerun parts of that tonight on Texans All Access. You never know, 6 o'clock weeknights. Be listening as we embark on another day of Texans practice. And let's get right to it, Johnny. Hot reads. Let's have it. Okay, first day in pads, and I thought it evened out a little bit. Offense had some moments. We talked about this a bit last night. There was some good execution. You know, we talk about receivers doing this and that, and not every ball is caught. We want to see it all perfect. But as we said that, we were talking about all the plays that were made on both sides of the ball, and that's really what you want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like the offense bounced back, which was good, and we kind of thought it would. I said yesterday, I started the show off saying I thought it was going to be sloppy in the sense that the offense was really, after Saturday, when they weren't very good, that they were going to be just really intense. And they were a day off, so, you know, whenever you're coming off a day off, it's always a little sloppy. The fans were here, so I was going to ramp up the intensity a little bit. And, of course, you're facing this defense. Plus, it's, you know, yesterday was one of the hotter practice days that I can remember in a while. I mean, it was really hot. And
that was the real deal yesterday.
But
that was it.
But I felt like the mistakes were minimal. Mm-hmm. I don't remember a ton of mistakes. There was one. I don't know. I found it kind of funny later on because there was a play where Dalton Schultz had actually false started, and they've got officials at practice, and there's one official next to me. As soon as Dalton Schultz false started, everybody was kind of like, "Oh, just keep going," and the ref is like running out and signaling, and then he realized, "Oh God, they're running the play," because they just went back and ran it. But on that play, Dalton, he's stepped one-on-one on Darrell Taylor. Now, Darrell Taylor has not been blocked by anybody. Taylor is just running roughshod. He is exceptional. He has been really, really good. Dalton holds up against him really well, and I think it was Davis who made a throw, and it was a completion. It was like, nice. I look over, plays over, Dalton goes back. He does 10 push-ups. I was like, all right, so accountability for himself. I thought it was really good.
That's good. We're not going to hold up the play. We need to run the play.
That's right.
But you're going to pay the price personally for what you did.
And he did, and I don't even think anybody said anything to him. I think he just went back and did his 10 push-ups or whatever it was, and then got back into play and was good. But I thought overall the execution was better than I expected. When you put the pads on, you could see it by the last half hour of practice. Guys are like, oh, boy, here we go. But, and Darrell Taylor, I think, is a great example. How many times have we seen it? We've been down on the sidelines here, and we watch practice. I don't know how many we've seen. You've seen that look on guys' face when they walk off with a trainer or somebody in the training staff, and they've got that big ice towel on their head. Like, okay, that's it. They're done. They're cramping up. Something, the heat's gotten to them. I saw Taylor walk by me like that, and I thought, oh, okay, dang it, he's a really good practice. The next series, he was right back in.
That's
wild. And I was like, man, that's something for a guy that has not been in this. This is his first year in this heat, and for him to kind of like, man, have that moment, but then go back out of practice, I thought was telling. But I thought the young guys rushed really well. And I say young guys, I mean, Solomon Byrd was tremendous. I thought he was really good rushing the quarterback, a young guy, but been around a little bit, but new to the system. I thought he rushed really well. So those two guys were on opposite sides of one another in the second group, and I thought they did a whale of a job getting after the quarterback. But the offense, I felt like, and it wasn't as if they had this like CJ-like moment, like the offense against the Chargers in the playoff game. It was like, once they had that kind of moment where the ball went through CJ's hands, he hit X, it was like everything just exploded. It wasn't really like that yesterday. It was just they struggled a little bit earlier, and then it was just like a little pass to Jalen Noel out in the flat, and then a throw here, and a nice little Jawar Jordan run here. Jawar had a really nice 4th and 1. They were working some situations, and they had a 4th and 1 run, and we've seen Jawar. He's not a short yardage back, or it doesn't look like it.
Right.
Well, they handed him the ball on a 4th and 1, and Jake Hansen shot the A-gap, and I was like, oh, this play's dead. It's dead. Like, it's 4th and 1. You just handed it to Jawar, and Jake just saw it, and Jawar just jump cut to the B-gap, hit the gas, got a good block, first down, 5 yards. And I was like, man, that's kind of impressive. And those are the things that Jawar Jordan has done, which have been really, really fun to watch. But from that point on, it kind of felt like an even-sided fight.
Yep.
Defense made a few plays. Offense would make a few plays. They did red zone 7-on-7. I thought CJ threw the ball pretty well. They did a team kind of red zone session, and I thought they all threw the ball really well in that session. Graham Mertz has thrown it about as well as a rookie could throw it.
He threw a ball to Knoll yesterday.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Toward the south end zone. That was gorgeous. I don't think it was first read. I think he pulled off somebody and then just went and just flicked it downfield. Knoll, great catch. And that was the kind of thing that gives you the indicator this is why they drafted this kid anywhere.
Absolutely.
Because that's a high watermark kind of throw. Now, you want to reduce mistakes. You want to eliminate mistakes. You want to do all of that. But as far as a guy coming off an injury, this is his first NFL camp. That was a nice little moment for him, and he's going to get some playing time in these preseason games. This is going to be interesting a week from Saturday how they divvy this thing up. I would not expect Stroud to go against Minnesota. It's a little too early to talk about that. Maybe he does, but I would not expect it. So Mills, Slovis, Mertz, that's probably the order. But Mertz will get plenty of time. He'll get a quarter and a half maybe in that game, and that's going to be fun to watch. I don't think Mills gets a whole half. I think Mills gets a quarter and a half maybe, and then Slovis, and then Mertz finishes it up.
Yeah.
Is it too early to talk about preseason playing time, Johnny?
No, I mean, maybe a little bit.
It's Tuesday before the Saturday. That's the week before the game.
I think offensively it might be a moving target too, just based on what the offense kind of does over the next week or so. You know, how much more progress it makes. If it doesn't ultimately make the progress that Nick Haley is looking for, then maybe, okay, CJ, you are going to play. And you are going to have to play a series or two against the Vikings. Now, the Vikings are an interesting preseason opponent because, Brian Flores, he does a lot of different things. How much does he show?
Right.
And, last year how it went up there when the Vikings were showing everything they had in the arsenal.
He'll show some things.
I think in the preseason he will.
I think he's the kind of guy that does not want to mess around. He wants to get right to it. I want to see what works, what does are trying a new system, so let's blow it up.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the next hot read here. All right, D-line yesterday, after practice, they ran, and they probably do this more often than I think, but I had a feeling they weren't entirely happy with some of the things that went down at practice yesterday, that they have a very high standard, Johnny, and they took it upon themselves to run. So I caught up with Tim Settle afterwards. We'll hear that later in the show. But one of the defensive linemen is, of course, Sheldon Rankins, who is back after being away for a year. Now he's back. And so he gets the year one of D'Amico Ryans, and now it's year three of D'Amico Ryans. And he was asked about the culture fit, all of that, how the culture has evolved. Let's listen to Sheldon Rankins at the podium.
The culture's set now. Obviously, new coach comes in. Working overtime to try to get his identity imprinted within the framework of the team and getting the team to function without him having to, say every little thing over and over again. So I think, obviously coming back, same quarterback leading the team, and then defense, a lot of continuity. His culture is set, so I think, it's easy to kind of get back in here and honestly kind of fill my role like I did last time and then and just get back to playing ball.
Well, this is something we've been talking about during the offseason, too. This is a program, and Nick Caserio calls it that. There was a time when guys wouldn't call it a program in the NFL, but it is a program. It's a franchise. Head coach has it, GM, them together. This is year three with Nick and D'Amico, year five of Nick. And Nick Caserio, in his interview with Sean and Seth, was talking about, hey, we wanted to get a certain kind of player in here before D'Amico Ryans ever got here. When David Culley was coaching, when Lovie Smith was coaching. They drafted Stingley when Lovie Smith was coaching. They drafted Mills, Nico, Brevin Jordan when David Culley was coaching. So those guys have been around here for a while, but everything gets assimilated into the D'Amico Ryans way of doing things, and there's no question he's got a stamp all over this thing. And the expectations are there. how you conduct yourself, how you handle yourself, how you go about your business. It's all very apparent in the way they conduct things here at the Houston Methodist Training Center, Johnny.
Yeah, I thought that was a telling comment. I, in fact, had read that in the transcripts, what Sheldon had said, and I think it really is telling. At 23, you're trying to find what the identity of the organization is going to be. And I think, Sheldon saw it grow. And then, he got an opportunity to go to Cincinnati, and, he talked about what ailed him last year, and I thought it was really interesting. God dang. I mean, viral meningitis and shingles, like, holy smokes.
Yeah, that made me scared. Should I go get the shingles vaccine or not?
Yeah.
Because I heard you kind of get sick from it, and I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
What are the odds of, I don't want to deal with all this. Mr. McNair once got shingles, and it was bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I should get it.
He was laid up for it. He said he was laid basically horizontal for a month. Like, he didn't want to move. Sheldon did. So,
he said viral meningitis?
He said he was down to at one point.
The bacterial meningitis is the really bad one, right?
Yeah. So, either way, I just.
But it's all bad. I mean, believe me, you're sick as all get out.
Yeah, you want to get hit in the face or punched in the gut. Neither. So, but I'm going to do both to you, and that's kind of what happened to Sheldon. But I love that he's back. I think he is kind of a Mufasa in that defensive tackle room and the defensive line room. Will talked about that. Will Anderson talked about having Rank back and how important Rank was to him as a rookie, and now he's back, and he looked strong as all get out. But I felt like the defensive line star yesterday was Tommy Togiai. There was about a 3-play stretch where Tommy was tagging off on a running back or tagging off on a quarterback on 3 straight plays, just completely dominated the plays. And one of them, they ran a duo, so they had a double team on the opposite side, and I can't remember who that was. So they double teamed that guy, but on the other side, Tommy he shot the gap and nobody touched him, and he's tagging off on the running back a yard deep in the backfield. I was like, man. So I wrote about Tommy, and I'll get a chance to talk to Tommy today, and I do hope that at some point Tommy can get a new number. 72 is just not a good defensive line number.
No?
It's not. No.
It's more like offensive lineman.
He needs, like, in college he was 92. I know it's Dylan. I won't take Dylan's. I mean, all the 90s I think are taken right now.
That's the problem.
But if something happens and maybe there's a player not there, take take whatever number pops up in the 90s if that happens, because 72 just is not emblematic. Granted, because he's a little shorter, stouter, and he wears 72.
I'll tell you what, though, Johnny.
I don't know.
The body language of Togiai, and he's a super nice guy. We interviewed him during minicamp. He's a super nice guy, but the body language at the line, I know he's not the biggest guy, but the way he carries himself, you would think he's 6'8".
It's a great.
The way he stands, he's like, I own this piece of real estate, and you are not getting through here.
Yep.
He just has this presence about him. So we'll see where it all goes. But last year it was impossible not to say his name and hear his name and know that he was making plays.
Yeah, I loved saying in your ear, Togiai. Yeah. I just loved saying his name, but I realized after about 2 or 3 weeks I was saying it a lot. And he became, he had a sack of Patrick Mahomes in a divisional playoff round. I mean, he really, I felt, improved. And when we talked to him during media days, he was honest about the fact that this defense fit him perfectly. And you think about that over the years, guys that have come here, whether it's 3-4-4-3, odd even fronts, whatever offense they're running, there's always a guy or two that end up just fitting what you do perfectly. Mm-hmm. And I feel like Togiai fits this defense. And right now, you got Rank and Settle with the first group, and then Mario comes in with Togiai in the second group. Yeah. And it's like, man, you're just kind of getting hit in waves. And look, there's no Dexter Lawrence up there. And, if you had a Dexter Lawrence, I mean, how great would that be? But you can't play everybody. Have a group of guys that play really, really well together.
Yeah.
Like, this.
That's what you need.
If you've got this really cohesive jam band, they're going to be awesome. Like, they're going to be really awesome to listen to.
Right. Look, you could have a super group, but you're right. Sometimes you need guys who play roles.
That's right.
And I think the defensive tackles are kind of like a horn section of a great band.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You got trumpets, saxophone, you got trombones, you got a wide array of instruments there, and they're all contributing.
Yep.
You're right. You can't pay everybody. Look at your ends. You have two of the best ends, two of the top 10 guys in the league.
Right.
And then that means you can't have a Dexter Lawrence at tackle.
That's right.
Defensively. You can't do it. You can't pay everybody like that. And look what you have to do next year.
Right.
You got to pay Will anyway. You got to pay CJ.
Right.
More bills are going to come due. You know, what are you going to do? Let's say Brevin Jordan has a big year. He's not going to make, quote, max contract dollars, but he's going to make money.
Yeah.
So you might not be able to afford him.
Right.
There are a lot of things. And then all of a sudden, oh, my gosh, Cade Stover's coming due in a couple of years. This is really going to get interesting, and it already is because Nick has drafted well. When you draft well, you pay the price.
Right. No doubt. And if you have, going back to your thought on the defensive ends, if you're paying Daniil what you're paying him and what you're eventually going to have to pay Will, then what you have to do on the inside is find guys that you have found that work really, really well together, that you can pay Tim Settle not top of the market, but he gives you a career high in sacks last year.
Yeah.
But one thing stood out to me, we were talking media days when we talked to him back, how many months ago that was. He talked about, I played with Sheldon in New Orleans. And then Foley was like, I played with such and such here. Yeah. They've all played together. And I think Rankins is coming back. You're like, okay, in 2023, he played a lot next to Malik Collins. And then there was Khalil Davis and Kurt Heinisch. Well, now he's coming back, and he's playing next to Tim Settle. Now, those two haven't played together, but when Mario goes on the field with Rank, those two have played together. And it's interesting that they've had that experience with one another, which I think ultimately makes it even a more cohesive group, which is what you want when your two ends are your studs making a lot of money. Yeah. The guys inside have got to be like, hey, we're the grinders, we're the grit, we're the swarm guys, we're fine, but we play together really well, and we're going to dominate inside. And that's, I'm not going to say they've dominated out here, but I'll tell you this, yesterday, Tommy Togiai was the guy that flashed a lot, and that was good to see.
Okay. I'm not worried about that D-line group at all.
No, I'm not.
That is so locked in as one of the most solid position groups on this team.
Let the national people talk about it.
Maybe the most solid. That and defensive back.
Yeah.
I don't worry about it. I don't worry about linebacker much either because they have a lot of guys to work with. And when everybody gets healthy, please, everybody get healthy.
Yes.
It's going to be something to reckon with. So defensively, I think we all agree that things are looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Okay, let's continue here. Hot reads. All right, we mentioned Brevin Jordan momentarily, or a moment ago, and Brevin Jordan coming back from injury, noticeably thicker. He was a podium yesterday. Johnny and I bump into him in the building all the time. Not literally, but we talk to him, get coffee with him, stuff like that.
Yep.
And just one of the nicest guys. People hear that. They're like, we don't care about being nice, Vandermeer. Listen, you want these guys representing your city, too. That's part of it. To me, that's part of it.
Yeah,
to me, we're Houstonians.
Absolutely.
We want these guys to be great reps of our city. So anyway, Brev is one of those guys. Brev at the podium yesterday, coming back, making plays. Now, the thing is this. Think about this. He gets here in 2021. His offensive coordinator is?
Tim Kelly.
2022. His offensive coordinator is?
Pep Hamilton.
2023.
Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, and now he's got Nick Caley. So what's it like for Brev to be working with Nick Caley?
Yeah, man, I'm excited to work with Caley. His energy is infectious. He's real smart. He's real passionate to have the offensive coordinator be a tight ends coach, and he's constantly, coming over to our individuals, and he's constantly coming into our tight end room to just, check in with us. It's awesome, bro. I'm excited to work with him and see how this offense progresses throughout the year.
Okay, and Nick Caley, by the way, at the podium last week, or whenever that was, Thursday, Friday, it's all a blur. Nick Caley sounds so much like Sean McVay. It's scary. The guys on the morning show were playing a cut, and I was like, Sean McVay. Yeah. It's just so evident.
Yeah.
And then you have Casey Toohill, who we have to talk to, just because I'm gonna set up Caley going into Toohill. It'll be like Sean McVay and Ryan Reynolds having a conversation.
Yeah. Because those two and I had the same reaction. We had Casey Toohill, and I was excited about it. I think Casey's got something rushing the edge. He's big and long and strong, smart. Went to Stanford. And we got done with our conversation with him, and you and I looked at each other, and we just both literally had the same reaction. That was Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
It was just wild.
When you have it in your headset, it's like, oh, my gosh, this is crazy.
So we'll work on getting Casey Tuhill so you can make the comparison.
That,
and it was kind of the tempo with which he talks. Kind of, it was almost Ryan Reynolds to a T.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, Brev being back. Brev was great on with the guys yesterday. Reggie and John on In the Loop. We played that last night. It was tremendous. It was good stuff. In that cut, it was funny, interesting. You're talking about, when guys are drafted to a certain place, a lot of guys sometimes are like, I didn't even know where New England was. I didn't even know what's New England. Because I remember Thurman Thomas, when he finally got drafted, he had no idea where Buffalo was. He thought it was in New York City. He thought he was going to be in New York City going to Knicks games. Yeah, he tells us on the So when guys get drafted to a certain place, it's like, well, I got drafted by Houston. I've never been to Houston. I don't know about Houston.
Yeah.
What is Houston?
Understandable.
But when Brev was when he was talking about that yesterday, you could tell his affinity for the city. He loved the staff. He loved the team. He loves D'Amico. He just loves being here in Houston. I thought it was really telling because the guys that end up having good careers, not all the time, but for the most part, they have good careers because they're comfortable with where they are. They like where they ball out because, in large part, they're very happy with where they are. They're not disgruntled about everything. They're not like, I got to deal with traffic, it's hot, et cetera. And look, there's some things, the heat is obviously a pain in the backside. But that being said, you got the impression, I got the impression, listening to him yesterday, like he really loves this place.
Yeah.
That said, it is a business. And if he comes out and catches 60 balls for 800 yards and 5 touchdowns, it's going to be
hard to keep.
It's going to be very, very hard to keep. You're going to have to make some decisions in that tight end room like, man, okay, well, we're paying Dalton, but Brev just had this, man, and business decisions get made at that point, but I'll take those. I'll take those. These are good business decisions to have. I mean, we were looking for business decisions like this to have in 21 and 22. Now we've got them in 25, and that's good. But these guys have got to play up to that particular level, and most importantly, unfortunately for Brev last year, he didn't stay healthy. He's got to stay healthy. And an ACL is different than a soft tissue. I get all that. Yeah. But just staying healthy. If he stays healthy and he stacks days, he's going to have an opportunity to do something good for
There are a lot of guys like that. If they're healthy, they're making plays. If they're not, well, you just have to wait. You just have to wait and hope and get a replacement in the meantime. All right, injury is a huge part of the conversation, just was there and always is, right? We talked about Joe Mixon yesterday. D'Amico was asked about him, but also injuries at large with the head coach. And he had a lot to say about it because the questions keep coming. Understandably so. It's professional football. People are out. You want to know when they're back. Everybody has curiosity on this topic. Here's what D'Amico said about injuries and his players.
Yeah, for me, it's we have all the information on our guys. So when you talk about injuries and all this with the guys as a player, you're sitting there and everybody wants to report about who's not out here and what they're not doing. I would like to talk about the guys that are here and the guys who are busting their tails out here on the field in this hot climate, the humidity. Guys are working, grinding. I want to highlight these guys who are doing a great job. I understand our guys who aren't out here, guys are in the back end, they're doing the same thing. They're working just as hard as the guys who are out here, and I just always think it's unfair for everybody to always jump to be first to report something about an injury and is not taking that player into consideration.
All right, so this is an interesting dynamic, and we could talk for an hour about this, Johnny. And you're a coach, and I only coach youth league flag football and basketball, so what do I know? But I do know this. When a guy's out, you're a coach. What are you doing? You're focusing on what you got.
That's
You're
right.
focusing on who's here,
That's right.
and that's what you have to do because if you dwell on who's not here, you're done. You're dead. You're not going to do anything on the field.
Yep.
So that's his job. Now, and he wants to protect those who are on the mend, who are trying to come back as well. But I understand it from the fan and media point of view as well. I want to know who's in, who's out, and who's coming back when, because that's a big part of the strength of this football team. So we do it all together, right? Joe Mixon's not out here. DP's not out here. J.J. Taylor just got back at running back. That position group was pretty banged up entering this camp. You get one guy back, but we want the other two guys back. Everybody understands that. But we're also focused on who today, first day in pads, and Jawar Jordan, how good he's looked. So you understand it from all perspectives. It's just part of the game of pro sports, any sport, really.
I feel like there were two things that he hit on. And he kind of went one way with one thing and then transitioned into the other. And the first thing was, we have the information, y'all don't. So you might want to speculate on it, But we got the information. We know everything at that point about what's going on with this particular player. Now, players have agents, players have managers, players have family, and they're people that talk to those people that kind of get some of that information, or maybe in some cases all the information. But for the most part, the team, the staff has all that information. So, I think D'Amico's dead on about that. If you don't have that information, what are you speculating on? You're speculating on what you think? I don't know. That could be kind of rough territory. The second thing you talked about was, like you just said, and you hit it. It's like you can't dwell on who's not here. You can't dwell on it. You got a game September 7th out in L.A. You can't sit here and go, well, man, we don't have Joe, so, okay, the running game didn't look good.
We're going to take a few days off. We don't have Joe.
You can't keep saying that. It's like, what if you don't have Joe for the game against the Rams? What will the running game look like? Mm-hmm. It can look like this with these particular guys. It forces coaches to have to make adjustments to what you have. And sometimes when you don't have a player because he's injured, you do things because you're like, you know what, I don't have my left tackle, so, well, let's put this guy over at left tackle and see how it goes. And all of a sudden it goes pretty well. So maybe you change some of the things you do schematically because you have to. That's the way any coach has to think. So from that standpoint, when I think coaches get asked about injuries, they're like, I'd rather talk about the guys that are here that are doing a good job. I mean, that's just a kind of natural reaction to it. Right. And I don't know what the analogy would be for the media in some sense to, what it would be like for them. But it's like, maybe if you had a colleague that wasn't there for some reason, and I don't know, somebody was talking about, I don't know. But I just feel like the people that are there, that's what you got. That's your chop basket. Go cook with that.
If it bleeds, it leads kind of thing. Because, and again, I understand it.
Wait, if it bleeds, it leads?
Yeah, that's a news thing, right?
Yeah,
if it bleeds, it leads.
That.
So if you have Joe Mixon out, people clicking on that. If you say Jawar Jordan looking good, not as many people might click on that.
Right.
So, look, but I get it. I understand the world we live in, and that's just part of it. Nope. All right, we'll set up the day of practice for you next. Coming up, also, the McNairs. Cal and Hannah join us. That is going to be fun. New apparel coming out today. A new element of the Texans swag, of the Texans merch. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. And Mike Toman, president of the Texans, is going to join us on the show this morning. We got a long way to go here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio. We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
It is, and the gauntlet is full of fans. That's the walkway from the bridge to the practice field here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. And British Brooks just likes to show off, I think, Johnny.
Yeah. I mean,
second day in a row he comes out here without the pads on, bare-chested, and just putting on a show. The gun show, it's on. And he high-fives, low-fives fans on the way. We're thinking of taking the 610 YouTube cam. We're on YouTube and Twitch. And turning it around toward the gauntlet.
Why not?
I think I got to get permission from the team to do that.
Yeah,
first,
that's
though.
true.
It's a live shot,
you know. Point.
You know, you can see British Brooks walking without his shirt. No, that's fine, though, because the fans have cameras, too. So
British?
No problem.
British goes to the beach. I mean, holy smokes. Like, just envy.
Yeah.
Like, that dude has not missed a workout.
Yeah, it reminds me of me going to the beach, actually, Johnny.
That's kind of what I thought.
It really does. All right, so the new merch out there is the tee. Last couple of years, really. I mean, more than last year. I think the first H was the Lovey year when Doug Vosick, our marketing guru, unveils an H. And it just takes off here at training camp. Just took off. This is 3 years ago. Just blew up. So the following year, work started on the Old English, if you will, H-Town H.
The current H.
Yeah, the current H looks awesome. It's on the H-Town uniform helmet. Awesome look. You know, you got the H-Town blue going. Excellent. Well, we did have a tee for a while, and Cal loves the tee. So eventually you knew a tee was going to come into play, and it's out, and it looks cool. Johnny, you have your tee shirt.
I got the T-shirt right here, man.
T-shirt.
That's awesome. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Looks outstanding.
Yeah.
So that merch is available here, Houston Texans Team Shop, HoustonTexans.com. Go check it out. The tee is out, and it's not going to go on a helmet or anything, but it's just going to be on some gear, some merch, and the coaches, most of them are wearing T-shirts here today, so that's cool. That's one of the things happening. We just thought we'd give a little merch update. By the way, merch sighting that I love, Johnny. Somebody was wearing a Watt Pro Bowl, I want to say it's 2015 or 2016, one of those years, Pro Bowl jersey.
Had to be 15.
With the fluorescent. It had to be 15, yeah. Yeah, it was 15.
Okay.
I mean, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Like this, like the fluorescent. I love that look. Those fluorescent Pro Bowl uniforms from like 10, 12 years ago.
I think he was one of the captains for that year, too. So if I remember
right. Is that the Phoenix one? Yeah.
I think so. I don't remember. But I think I know the one you're talking I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I was with Jay McDevitt out there covering that Pro Bowl. And, you know, the week of was not exactly like being in Hawaii. Let's be honest. Stadium, it felt like an NFL game. That was cool. The building was sold out, and they were still playing actual football in the Pro Bowl then. But that Watt jersey looks real sensational. People are freaking out here. More players coming down the stairs, including your boy Graham Mertz.
Yeah, he looked good.
Threw a ball yesterday that we will remember to Jalen Noel. Wants to do more today. Anyway, let's get to it now. Our guests this morning, Chair and CEO Cal McNair and Vice President of the Houston Texans Foundation, Hannah McNair. We visited with the McNairs in studio late yesterday afternoon to set up today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. And in no particular order here, because today people can start getting some merch with the tee. And Cal comes in here wearing a tee on the hat, which I love.
Love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
That tee is great. I've been waiting for a proper tee for a long time. And this is just awesome. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, we did have a tee that went around on some merch a few years ago, right? But then we went to the H last couple of years, and the H was huge, so we had to wait to put the tee in play. Is that how it went,
Had to lay the groundwork a little bit. Had to lay the groundwork, and then now seemed to be the right time. And I'm excited. Hopefully everyone likes it and give it a good review, but I'm excited. I'm wearing it.
Looks good.
Very handsome.
Oh, thank you.
This is one of the better looking shirts. It matches the H really, really well. So
it's in that same family, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the same family. That's a good way of putting it. It's in the same family. So people can get merch, shirts, hats, everything with the T. HoustonTexans.com. They can get it at the Fanatic store,
Team Shop.
Store. Team Shop.
Team Shop, and
It's almost called the bookstore.
We sell them out at training camp as well, so they're out there.
All right, very nice indeed. Johnny mentioned the shirt, and we have to mention this because Saturday was such a special day, and we began it with a moment of silence for those who have suffered because of the floods, those who have passed, those who are still suffering, and the recovery efforts. And I know that was important to both of you.
was important. It touched a lot of people's lives, and it's a privilege to be able to give back and try to be a part of the efforts there. But it was really tragic event.
Devastating.
Well, I'm so glad that we did that, and the shirt's proceeds benefit those who have suffered and are suffering, the recovery efforts. And also, on a much brighter note, we were also able to break the news, Hannah.
Okay, I know. I've gotten a lot of slack for going out of sequence.
No, listen, I wasn't going to go there. I think it was my fault.
Out there like, wait, we missed our cues. But I think the message was well received by the fans that Cal's mom, Janice McNair, is going into the Ring of Honor. And it was so much fun to tell her that we wanted to do that for her because, of course, we always run everything by her. And her response was, well, that shouldn't be me. That should be, and she named some names. And so Cal goes, Mom, you deserve to be up there with Dad. You built this together. And the tears in her eyes. And she said, you know what? I would be husband. And so that was really just, it means a lot to be able to do that for her, but she also deserves it in every way.
Yeah, she was at Dad's side the whole time, and they were a power couple, but they did everything together. And Texans was no different from that. And even before there was a team, she was there with him working on it, and then was with them for 20 years.
Yep.
The team, and then she took over for a period of 4 or 5 years and just did a terrific job. And she totally deserves it. And we're excited to be able to do that with her this year.
What did it mean to her when, and I'm assuming that she has, when she saw the video from JJ, when she heard from Andre, what did that mean to her to hear from those two?
Yeah, she loves the players.
Yeah.
And she loves those two especially. And to hear from them just really meant the world. And to be one of those 4 up there, she's excited now.
Yeah.
She's ready.
She's working on her speech. Like she's been going, okay, now I think this is what I want to say. So it's just to see the excitement from her, it means a lot.
And she gets a red jacket, so she's scheduling her appointment to get fitted for the red jacket.
Very nice.
And so these things mean a lot to her, so it's a lot of fun.
Oh, you're going to have to sprint down from the press box for this one.
I hope to be involved with this one again because, this.
I don't know. If you can't follow your script, Mark, I don't know. We may have to
Mark and I are in debate about who it was, him or I. Script in front of him.
No one would have known. We pulled it off. That was the main thing. I just set you up. I said, NRG Stadium.
Unless you brought it up right now.
Yeah,
Nobody would have known.
No one knew.
We
were fine.
We're good.
Everything's
good
It was
here.
a little emotional, it was very sweet to get to do that.
It really was. When you involve Mrs. McNair, it gets emotional, because you think of Bob McNair, you think of the whole history of everything. I mean, John McClain was talking about meeting Janice McNair in 1997, when the process of trying to get the team was underway and his impressions of her, and he loves her, and just hearing about it from that perspective in addition to everything else is so wonderful, really. So I can't wait for that day against the Broncos, Week 9, and I hope to be sprinting from the broadcast booth to be able to do that. I wanted to ask you, too, this, because I'm blown away by these players. Now, on the field, yes. But I have to say, I think it's the best group we've ever had on the field, but we can debate that. Off the field, and we've had great players here, great guys, wonderful people, Walter Payton of the Year, Man of the Year nominees. We've had a winner with J.J. Watt. We've had so many great people. I think top to bottom, though, this roster, I have never felt better about the kinds of individuals these guys are, the humans they are. They're so wonderfully nice, polite, and I know it's all about winning the football games, but you have to feel great about these kind of men representing the organization and the city of Houston, Cal.
Yeah, that's where we want to be. We want to win and have these guys that are exactly like you described. And the other day we had the girls' flag football championship team visiting practice. This is an example of what you're talking about. Coach brought the team up and breaking them out. He said, by the way, the girls are over there. Maybe a couple of y'all can go say hi to them. Not a couple of them. The whole team went over there. They stood in line and went down and shook hands and signed balls and gave the girls congratulations. I mean, it was a whole team. It wasn't one or two. And I was talking to Coach. I said, Coach, you got some good guys here.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, and we're going to win a lot of games. So it's an and moment for us, but it's definitely that type of a group we have.
I think it's the culture that D'Amico sets with all the guys and in that locker room with his coaches, with the types of players that he brings in the building, that we're a family. We do everything together. We lift each other up. We are hip to hip with each other. We do everything together, and that's the culture that he has set. And when you have that from the top down, there's really only one way to be, and that's together as a family.
It's interesting listening to Sheldon Rankins today at his press conference because he was asked about coming back to Houston. And in coming back to Houston, he was like, the culture is now set. And it was like in 23 when he was here, they were setting it. He's like, it's now set in 2025, which I thought that was pretty interesting. Speaking of the girls' flag championships, that weekend I watched more flag football than I probably have ever watched in my life. It was absolutely fantastic, that championship.
Oh, that was so much fun to watch. And, we rewatched it because you can go back on the ESPN and NFL apps and rewatch these games because our daughter wanted to rewatch them. And so we got to watch them twice. And it was just really exciting. And, when you've been at some of these games, like we had the championships here for HISD. Right. And the vibe is so much fun. I mean, everybody's on the sideline, jumping around. And there's nothing like football to create a team atmosphere on the sideline in a huddle with each other. It's the ultimate team sport, and you can even see that in flag football with these girls and the camaraderie that they have and lifting each other up, wanting to be around each other, and then to go win on the field and dominate. They didn't just win, they dominated the Cowboys in the championship game. And
you don't say.
And just how talented they are. They work hard, and you can see that. And the She's Next movement is really taking off with flag football being in the Olympics in 2028. And I think that we're right on target for helping these girls and getting it UIL sanctioned.
Yeah, and it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch on TV, very entertaining, and you can see the skill in the girls. I mean, it's totally there. There's a lot of skill on the field.
No question. And the boys, too. Who's that kid from the Jags who had that viral one-handed catch? I'm glad he doesn't play for the actual Jags.
Like 27 offers in college. So
yeah, exactly.
I don't know how he can have 27 offers. He's 14.
Yeah, listen, if you're good, they'll find you.
You can't even talk to them until your junior year.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
have the rules changed?
I don't know. The rule has changed.
If you go to school camps and all that,
the rule has changed. You can't talk to them until you're junior.
He's got an NIL deal.
Okay, NIL deal.
At 14.
Yeah, the NIL deal is different. But if colleges are making offers, that's against the rules.
I think
you can make an offer as early as you want on guys. I mean, Lane Kiffin offered a kid from West Virginia one year when he was in 8th grade.
No. That's changed. The rules have changed.
Okay.
Now, he played as a freshman. This is going into his sophomore year, so I don't know what
junior
level.
Junior year.
I don't know if they can do that, but.
John Harris, I'm surprised you don't know this.
No,
Johnny.
Well, I just don't know how you can't have an offer made to you that early. Now, you might not be able to accept it. I don't know.
Somebody check Google.
Okay, I will. I trust Hannah on this, by the way, Johnny, because she runs about 6 youth league teams, knows the business.
We were at Alabama a month ago with my son's baseball team, and we had to wait until that Monday because the coaches couldn't be talking to our boys because they were going into their freshman year of high school. So they couldn't even be talking to them because they can't do any of that until their junior year.
Let's get our cracks analytics team on this.
Yeah. AI says June 15th after a student's sophomore year.
After sophomore year.
So junior. Going into rising junior.
Okay, this will
say,
be
Hannah, you were right.
It goes on radio. This will be edited. We're gonna do that.
The show will be shown in its entirety.
No, that's right.
Okay, but it is a recent rule change. It is a recent rule change.
All right. I don't have all that.
You're helping me out. I've been a little busy with Houston Texans football.
I like it. You stay focused. You stay focused on what we need you focused on.
Let's talk about Houston Texans football. Your thought on this team in 2025, what do you think thus far? What have you seen? Cal, you go first.
I see guys that are very talented out there, after 4 or 5 days of practice, so it's really early. I see a lot of good execution on both sides of the ball. I see them challenging each other on both sides of the ball. Both sides are making plays. I saw some plays today from the safety position that were just really eye-opening. I saw our wide receivers and tight ends make some excellent plays. And I saw the goal line looked really good on both sides. And I like our offensive line seems to be coming together. And this defense is pushing them.
Yeah,
this defense, I think, is really going to be something special. So I don't have a lot of thoughts, but those are sort of my early ones.
Hannah, to that point, when you guys are out and about, what's the one thing that you get asked the most about this team? Is it about the offensive line? Is it about CJ? What's it about?
Both. I would say both. Well, I mean, in order to win a lot of games, you have to have an O-line keeping your quarterback upright, right? So, I mean, that's a central focus. CJ, you got to keep him, healthy and allow him to make plays.
I was going to ask you this because when we're watching practice, I know Johnny's watching everything and all the nuances. When I watch the quarterback go back to pass, I kind of want to see the pass caught, right? I want to see a completion. But I know that if the offense is torching the defense this time of year, you probably have problems on defense. So the defense should be ahead of the offense at this point. But when you watch practice, and a former Texans coach once said this, I'm rooting for the Texans. Whoever makes a play, great, because we want both sides of the ball to be good. But it's got to be tough, though, because they're all your children in a way, and you want to see everybody do well.
That's exactly right. Who do you cheer for? Cheer for all of them.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see Saturday, some were saying that the offense didn't have a good day. I don't know if you saw the offense after that practice, but they were mad. I mean, they weren't okay with their performance. They were mad.
Right.
They were like, we need to do better. So
and they did
that's what
better
you
on
want.
Monday.
And that's part of the iron sharpens iron, right? You have a defense like this. I mean, it could be the number one defense in the league. That secondary is incredible. So if you have those guys putting your offense to work, that's what you want. And that's what I think you're seeing out there.
Yeah.
All right, a couple of other things to get to before the close of business here today. We've got Cal's Cookout coming up. All right. That's, a couple of weeks? Is that going to be on the Carolina Joint Practice Day?
August 14th.
August 14th. All right.
Burgers.
Hopefully it'll be nice and warm outside because that's the best for cooking burgers.
Standing in front of a fire.
Yes.
Let's send everybody to the Greenbrier for Cal's Cookout. Relocate.
We'll get them to go.
White Sulphur Springs.
Find a sponsor.
Or Detroit, maybe. Also, a season premiere is coming up, and that's going to be huge as well, the Thursday before Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, so 2 days after cuts, we have our season premiere, our biggest fundraiser going towards the Houston Texans Foundation, benefiting girls flag football. And we will reveal the team. So the whole team will be there, and legends will be there. Cal and I will be there, D'Amico and Nick, and so we'll have a great time. It's all benefiting a good cause, and we hope everyone can make it.
Nice.
Before we get there, going to the Greenbrier next Saturday, y'all's thoughts about going up to West Virginia for a few days?
Oh, it's so nice there. We had a great time the last time we were there.
Yeah.
So looking forward to it. Nice weather.
Yeah, I think it's really good timing as far as we're 2 weeks into training camp. The heat has hit the guys pretty hard and will the rest of this week, and then have that sort of break where they go up and get refreshed, get their legs under them, and bond as a team, which is big. And then, it's about time to start playing games. I mean, it's coming up fast.
We were thinking about it. 3 weeks from Saturday, the preseason is over.
Wow.
That's wild.
That's fast.
Just to put it that way.
That's
we're doing a lot of living in the next 3 weeks. Put it that way. All right. Well, thanks so much for visiting with us. We really appreciate it. Good luck.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Go Texans.
The McNairs. That was fun.
It was fun, and I want to say Hannah did get all over me, but I was right.
Oh, here we go.
I was right because, like you said, the rule is June 15th after your freshman year,
I thought it was after his sophomore year.
No, after freshman year.
I thought it was rising junior. I'm going to look it up again, Johnny. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw
I'm wrong.
on
Either
the
way,
AI
she got
screen.
me. She got me. I'm glad they put that rule in, by the way. But that was fun. We had that was less an interview and more a conversation, which I like more than anything else. And I think the McNairs loved it as well. That was really fun. I had a great time with
Well, let's converse about practice. Team coming out here in full pads, getting ready for activation warm-up. So we'll talk about that. Also, Mike Tolman, president of the Texans, is coming up. We'll hear from Daria Gumbawale as well, among other things here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
Down the stairs here, bit by bit, over the last half hour or so, getting into the bubble for activation, which has not even officially started. Saw a defensive back wearing the red jersey today, Johnny. I don't think I've seen
Arthur
that.
Mollett.
Arthur Maulette, who's relatively new to the team. I don't think I've seen that since Justin Reed had a red jersey on years ago.
Right, yeah.
I don't think I've seen it on a defensive player, so that means he's a little banged up. Be careful with him, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but he can do individual, might be able to do 7-on-7 if it's less contact, those kind of things. So be interesting to see what Arthur is able to do. Also, Brooke pointed out a certain number 5 is back in pads today.
Oh, that is nice to see Jalen Petrie back in action.
Jalen Petrie.
After missing a couple of days, that's good stuff. So Petrie back, and you might have seen, over the years you've seen this. Quarterbacks wearing red jerseys don't hit the quarterback.
Yes.
But the Texans have done something new. Starting Saturday, they've done this. The quarterbacks are wearing H-Town blue jerseys, so a very different look from the rest of the uniforms out here, so don't hit the guy in the H-Town blue jersey.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
So it's a branded thing, and it's also a protective thing, so it's cool. Now, Brevin Jordan is walking by us right now with the big headphones on, and he's got Game Face on for practice, and I would love to know what he's listening to. I'm going to ask him later. Want to know what he's listening to?
I bet it's not on your
Rolling
playlist.
Stones, Led Zeppelin, no,
Billy Joel,
Marshall Tucker Band, no,
I don't think
chance.
so.
What are the odds?
Not Boston,
Leonard
not Boston.
Skinner?
No yacht rock. No.
Not even like my 70s soul stuff. He's not listening to Marvin Gaye.
I wasn't sweating on the way up here today.
You were?
Yeah, I love Otis, man. Otis is one of my favorites.
Nice.
I
saw a thing of the top 10 vocalists of all time, and it was way off. It was way off. They had Elvis too low.
Yeah.
They didn't have Otis Redding high enough, Sam Cooke high enough on the list. I forget who number 1 was. I think they had Stevie Wonder on there, but to me he's so much more than a vocalist. He's a writer and vocalist. I don't even think I put him in that category so much.
Yeah.
I think he's a highly underrated guy in the history of pop music, but we can get on to that later.
This should have been a question that you asked Tim Settle, by the way.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right.
I think Tim could handle it.
You think Tim can handle it?
I think Tim can handle it.
We're going to hear from Tim later because we're running way behind.
Yeah,
we got Mike Toman on deck, president of the Texans, so we'll get to him next. We'll keep it going here. We're at training camp. We are live. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
It's the summer sales event. LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
It's day 6 at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Fans packing the stands. Lots of excitement. Day 2 in pads. And with us field side is the president of the Houston Texans, Mike Tobin. Mike, how's it going?
Hey, it's going great. Good morning, guys. Good to see you.
All right. So your reaction yesterday, the weekend, all of it, training camp underway. The excitement is here.
The excitement is here. Summer is over and football is here, and you could not be more excited. I mean, look at this crowd. It's with the guys walking out, it's pretty intense.
Mike, how do you, just being here, this is the first time seeing this training camp, seeing the fans' excitement. What's that like for you, just to first time being able to see it? Is it kind of mind-blowing in a sense? Is it like, yeah, this is what I expected? What's that kind of been like, the first reaction to see it?
You know, that's a great question, John, because it's one of those things where since I've been here, you could feel the energy. You could feel the energy inside the building. Right. You could feel the energy talking to Nick and Coach, and then having the opportunity to see it all come together in one place. So it's like one of those where you're expecting it because you could feel the energy. Right. But nothing can take the place of actually being here and seeing it.
Well, we have a lot of listeners, Mike, who hear that you're the president of the Texans. So let's get this for you, because you work closely with Nick and D'Amico and the entire organization. But how does all that fit in with the McNairs and everything? What can you tell the listeners about that in your role?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one thing, it is one team, and that's one of the things that was really stressed upon with Cal and Hannah when had a chance to first be afforded the opportunity to come in. And so I remember talking with Cal and saying we have all these great initiatives, certainly on the business side. We all have all these great moments ahead of us getting ready for the season. Where should we focus? And as Cal went through, he didn't hesitate. He was like, the people and the culture. And so right out of the gates, that has been a big focus. Now, we've been focusing in on making sure not only that we have a great culture, but ultimately a world-class culture with world-class expectations. And the methodology behind that, is to make sure that translates into a world-class experience for our fans. And so that's where all my time has been spent.
All right.
Mike, you have experience, though, playing football. You played in college. How do you bring that into this job, your kind of experience playing the game back in the day?
I think there's a bunch of levels of it. One, you just have such an appreciation for what the team is doing and going through and the level that they're doing. Right. And I think the uniqueness is that you can really sense how special it is. Because when you've been into a bunch of different locker rooms, you've played at different levels, you see a lot of good things. But that's different than seeing something special. And so I think the energy from the McNairs on down through the team, what we have. So, John, I'd say like the past experience helps me appreciate the actual moment itself.
That's right.
All right, so fans are here watching practice. Soon enough, they'll be inside NRG Stadium watching games. And I know there have been some changes. Video board. What can you tell us about the experience inside the stadium, how it's going to be different this year?
I think it'll be significant. I really think when our fans walk in, it'll be palatable. Like, they'll be like, gosh, what is different? And I'll point out a couple of the pieces. Certainly the sound system. When we get in there, it is a different deal. It will absolutely
He was rocking our studio the other day. I'm like, what is going on? I had no idea. And I walked in near the ball. I was like, oh, my gosh.
I know. It's like, is that a concert? Wait, no, is that live?
Yeah. It was loud.
It will be. I think that'll be one of the things that the fans will pick up on. And hopefully the opposing team will pick up on right out of the gates. But you hit it. Also, we have we're updating the roof. We have an updated video boards. So I think the whole sensory portion of coming in has been amplified.
Well, I know that you're also working on other things, and many articles have been written about it. You've talked about it, but what can you tell us about new facility, perhaps, stadium upgrades over the next few years or whenever that might take place? What can you share with us about that, Mike?
On the stadium front, we've had a great summer. We've been working together with the county and the Sports Corp and our great partners at the rodeo. And we've been making progress. We've been working through, focused in on a renovation. to make sure that we're looking at everything the right way. And so we're running through those studies, and we're looking forward to ultimately what the outputs are.
Mike, being on a team side of life, because you've done so much in your career on the other side, but now you're on a team side. What's the view like on this side as opposed to being on the other side, but also because you have that experience on the other side, bringing that to your job as well? What's that kind of been like for you being on the team side for the first time in a while?
You know, nothing's better.
Right.
You know, to be a part of a true team and to be fully immersed in it and understand this special situation on the Texans and how close it is with the community, how it's a part of the community. You don't get that from the other side of the table, which was my former life on really kind of the agency third-party service platforms. Now, that brings a unique side of it. You know, I think there's a deeper appreciation for how all the different stakeholders can contribute to a great atmosphere for the fans. Right. And so I think that gives me the vantage point to see how we can work closer and better with our partners at the end of the day to just make sure you have the best experience on Sundays or game days when everybody comes into NRG.
Yeah, or game days, because we have games all over the place. You got Mondays, got Thursdays, and that's the price you pay as a good team, the price you pay. But it's a wonderful price to pay, right?
Great indicator. You know, great indicator. When you're a good team, you get some of the primetime spots.
All right, so you're rocking the new T T-shirt, Mike. What about this, the T logo? Because I see Cal McNair over there wearing it, Hannah McNair wearing it. We've got it going on.
Yeah, I mean, Hannah's so fired up about the T right now. I think she just wanted to stress that.
I think it's something else. I think it was directed at me in some respect.
Yeah, I was trying to cover for you there, John.
She was right about something that Johnny wasn't. So
that's right. She's been that's been about a 24-hour thing that I've been like, oh my gosh. But no, that's.
You know, we're really excited about the T. You know, we have such a unique brand. We have such a good team that focuses in on our brand and how do we express it out to the market. And, you know, the T's a fun way to do that. I know that was a Cal favorite as well. I do want to state, and I think everyone wants to, the H is going nowhere.
Right.
The H is there. But here's another, way to get closer to the brand and have fun with it.
Yeah, the T's not going to be on a helmet, for instance. But it'll be on some other things, and that's pretty cool to see.
And it looks great, by the way. Okay, so, this is all great about all the business ops stuff. Okay, fine. You know football. What do you see out on this field? What are you excited about this year on the field?
I'm excited on the actual progress. I think Nick and Coach have put together a great team. And as I said, there's something special about it. And so they've kind of put it on a bunch of different levels, and it's great to see it all come together. The new guys that are out there competing, and certainly we have our veterans out there. I mean, the defense looks stout. They're almost, from my eyes, which you have to discount that about 90%. But from my eyes, they look like they're ready to roll. But it's been great to see the guys competing out there.
All right, Mike Tolman, president of the Texans, with us. All right, I want to get into this a little bit. You went to Georgetown. Now, Mike, I miss the old Big East, okay? I know we still have a Big East. Yes, exactly. That 30 for 30 was amazing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the really old Big East is great, but it lasted for a long time. And, I was with the Hurricanes when we were in the Big East, and the rest of the Big East hated us like poison. They just wanted us for the football part of it, right, when the Big East had football. But what about those days? Because you played late 90s, around 2000-ish for Georgetown. You played football. What was it like being part of that whole experience?
It was great. It was a new program for us. We were new to Division I AA at that point. And so, I think it was it's special when you can kind of be a band of brothers coming together to do something new. And that was the experience. It was like sports in general, and why we feel so strongly about making football accessible out to the market through flag football and youth football and our commitments there. The point is that it can be such a great experience. It can be such a healthy experience for the individuals and the team overall. And that's how I feel about it. I feel, I feel very fortunate to have played on the hilltop, and I actually was walking down here and got a text from one of the guys that I was playing with, just because it's a band of brothers. You have these experiences together that stay with you forever.
Wow.
Mike, you mentioned it a little while ago, flag football. We've got some flag footballers over here. Flag football has been a really big emphasis. We talked with Hannah and Cal about that yesterday. From your perspective, how big is that push been for flag football, not only in Houston but in the state of Texas?
I think it'll be one of the biggest things. I think we'll look back at this moment and just be like, okay, this was the moment. Because ultimately, if you look at the growth, I think we grew participation over 5 years. And that's just a great indicator. Our focus is to make sure that Texas is the next state that sanctions it at a high school level. But, John, I keep going back to the more accessible we can make football to everyone. And flag is one of the best ways to do that. Boys and girls at a youth level, it builds so much character. It gives them such a skill set to be successful later in life, whether they play football or not. There's so many studies and case studies on that. It's like one of those things where it just makes sense to push everything behind.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to ask you this every time we talk because a month or two goes by. So, Houston, State of the Union, you and Houston right now, because I know
your relationship?
Obviously you've been here before, but you've been here about 6 months or so plus, and every month that goes by, it's more getting acquainted with this city. So, your impressions as we speak.
As we speak today.
Yes, today.
I mean, it's the best. My family's loving it. My wife and I were just talking the other day. We're like, there's something so unique about Houston. It just feels homey. And what makes that so unique is the size of it. You talk about the fourth to the third largest city in the United States, and for it to feel homey, that was the word we kept using. Yeah. I think it's one of the biggest compliments I can give. We couldn't be more excited to be a part of Houston.
It's a great take, because to me it's the size of a small country.
That's right.
Yet it feels so tight in a way as a hometown. It has that hometown
When
feel.
you explain, I went to Brown, so I went from end of Houston to the other in about, sometimes 2 hours. And people from Providence would say, well, you can get to the tip of Rhode Island and down in less than 2 hours. I mean, it's like, that's how fast it is, but yet it still has a small town feel.
That's exactly right.
Now we got to get you out eating. You don't eat like Nick, though, do you?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
He's much more disciplined. We've had those conversations, and I look back at it. I'd ask him, what are the best restaurants?
No, he's not
Nick?
the one to ask.
No.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
You ask the fat guys. You ask me. You ask, well, Mark's not fat, but you ask the fat guys.
He was strong on the Italian recommendations.
Oh, that's
good.
I
could see that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but I quickly sensed that, and I moved away from that.
But in Houston, you have so many different cuisines, but if you're going to hit the good ones, you're going to hit barbecue, Tex-Mex. You're going to start there, and then any kind of Thai food, Vietnamese crawfish. I mean, there's so many different things. I mean, Italian's good. Don't get me wrong, but
wait, Tex-Mex or barbecue? We must have asked you this. If you have a preference, we're going out to dinner tonight. We're going to have barbecue or Tex-Mex. Where are you going?
Well, so I'm going barbecue.
Okay.
I actually had, I have to compliment our great partners at Truth. The brisket there, that's where you go to kind of see.
That's a different level now.
I mean,
Cut it with a fork.
It was beautiful. That all being said, my wife would go Tex-Mex. And so we usually go Tex-Mex.
See, the nice thing about Houston is you can bridge the two. You can put brisket in a taco, and there you go.
What's not to like?
I know.
Exactly. There's no wrong answer there.
You see it, Mike. Yes.
Yeah.
You're where
Can I
you
get
belong.
some queso on my brisket? I mean,
Hell yes.
what's not to like?
That's exactly.
Well, 2 weeks from Saturday, we've got Carolina in the stadium, which is going to be awesome. And then we've got the Monday night opener, week 2 against Tampa Bay. So we're really looking forward to it. I know you're so excited to see this building full of fans.
I mean, it's one of the special things about this business and this sport is you have a great off season on the field, in the locker room, in the office, and it's all towards one goal. And to be able to celebrate that with the city, it's pretty unique to have it all come together that way.
Mike, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Always. Great seeing you guys.
Thank you. Mike Tolman, president of your Houston Texans, and practice. They're doing a walkthrough right now, and they're doing a walkthrough in the bubble.
Smart.
Smart, so people don't see what they're working on. All the secret sauce is being made here.
Video it.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect.
Exactly. Now, let's get to a running back discussion here. Dare Ogunbowale. Nick brought him up with Sean and Seth earlier and talked about, hey, he might not be the most talented player in the world, but he is a guy who understands his job, makes plays, totally reliable. You can point to many different moments over the last couple of years that he has factored big in, like kicking a field goal, like catching a game winner against Jacksonville last year, all of that stuff, and then some. And Danny Barrett could probably point to numerous instances where he picked up the would-be guy who sacks the quarterback, but he didn't sack the quarterback because Dare got him, and CJ was able to get off a beautiful throw. Johnny caught up with Dare Gumbawala.
All right, Camp 2025, catching up with one of our faves, one of my faves, has been getting some good call-outs in meetings by Coach Ryans, Dare Ogunbowale. Dare, first of all, just how you doing?
I'm great, man. I'm great. It's a beautiful day. Been a great start to the season. I'm feeling really good, man.
Okay, Coach has been talking you up a little bit. What's been good thus far in camp for you?
Just, the team. I think we really have a good team. Things have been looking very good for us. We're picking up the plays really well. Defense is flying around. Special teams have been very violent, very physical. So it's been a great start to camp. And personally, I've been, like I said, body's feeling really great, and things are looking really good. So I'm happy where we're at right now.
So you've learned new offenses throughout your time in the NFL. Is there a secret to it that you kind of share with the young guys? Like, hey, this is one of the things that I do. I do index cards, or I'm just in my playbook. What is it that kind of helps you learn a new system?
Well, index card is a tip, but no, it's just really taking the time, bro. However you learn best, that's you, but you just got to take the time to do it. It's not just gonna happen. You're not just gonna pick it up in meetings. It's just extra time that you have to put into, mastering the actual X's and O's. Obviously on the field, you'll get the reps, you'll get the physicality and all that stuff, but it actually takes time. It takes real time to pick up plays, pick up playbooks, pick up systems, and I've been able to do that throughout my career.
So training camps, you've been through a lot of them. You've been in Jacksonville, you've been in Tampa, you've been through some hot ones. It's hot here. What's kind of the biggest key of getting through training camp? Not only mindset.
Preparation for each practice, you know what I'm saying? Every practice, it's not a game per se, but you got to go into it with that mindset. Your routine has to be the same every day. And like I said, just being prepared to get out on the field every day. Your body, mentally, all that. It's every day you have to attack it. And that's what I've been able to do. Being in Houston is no joke. This heat is real, and you see it time and time again. Guys kind of fall victim to it. But like I said, I've been able to take care of my body, take care of my mind, so that when I'm out in the field, I can just worry about playing ball.
On the same note, we will go to West Virginia, and I know your rookie year we went to West Virginia. That's a whole different ball game, is it not? How important is it to get up there? A, from a weather standpoint, take some of the heat off you, but B, also have the camaraderie of being together for a week.
Exactly. It's not much to do out there away from ball, so it's a chance for the whole team to just kind of be all about the team, all about football, and like you said, get out of this heat a little bit, and so you can just really focus on playing, not the extra stuff that comes with playing ball in Houston. So it's gonna be fun. It's definitely gonna be fun. I'm sure Coach is gonna be able to give us some activities and stuff to do as a team. But like I said, being able to just play fast and physical without having to worry about the heat is gonna be an advantage for us.
Dare, what's it like to have your family here after practice, that long, hard practice, hot, everybody's tired, you're tired, you're seeing the same guys in the meeting room, and then you see your family after practice. What's that like?
It's crazy, bro. It's a dream come true, man. Just being able to, like you said, go through these tough days, and then be able to look in the stands and see my girl and see my daughter, man. It's a blessing, bro. Something that you won't forget, something that hopefully they don't forget. And like I said, it makes it all worth it. It makes you remember why you're doing it, man.
Okay, I can't remember who it was we were talking to the other day, and they said there are now rooms inside the building where some Uno is taking place. Yeah. Are you a part of the Uno gang that plays here?
I am, but this camp, I have 0 wins so far, which is terrible. I usually am one of the guys on the leaderboard for the wins. This camp, no wins for me so far. But it's early still. I got time to get right. But yeah, I got to pick it up.
Yeah, you definitely have to pick this up. I'm a little disappointed. I'm not disappointed in anything you do at any point, but telling me that you got to get going. You got to get it going. Kind of like the offense. You got to get it going, and once you do, you start rolling. Dare Ogunbowale, you're the absolute best, man. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Absolutely love Dare. Hard to imagine him not being part of this football team. If he's not on the team, 2 things have happened. One of 2 things. Either he's hurt, and God forbid that, and the other one would be other guys have shined so much that you feel like you don't need the Dare role there anymore. Now, I could imagine Dare being on the team and maybe not being the full-time third down back, because maybe they find Woody Marks is better suited toward that. Dare's going to play special teams and occasionally slip in there. I can't say that yet, though. We're a long way from determining that, because right now, if you had to fill out a 53, there's no question that Dare Ogunbowale is on this squad going because he's just been such a valuable part of this franchise. All right. The scouts have walked in, and when the scouts walk in, that's when the practice really starts. They know. They're so veteran-like in that way. They know that not a whole lot is happening before this time of day. They've got the schedule. They're here, and here come the guys out of the bubble. Sure enough, it's like you could set your watch to it. When the scouts come out, that's when the real action's going to start. Quarterbacks running out of the bubble, ready to do their thing. And we're going to do our thing. Aman Green's going to join us live on the show. And by the way, tomorrow, Billy Miller scheduled to appear. Caught the first touchdown in franchise history. And maybe a very special guest, another former running back, but I don't want to tempt it, tease it until I know for sure. So that'll be tomorrow. But next up, Aman Green, among other things, we'll set you up for practice. We'll get Brooke Kirchhoffer in here as well. It is Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Oh, yeah, we are in the south end zone of Field 1. They're doing special teams work right now in full pads as your Texans wearing those helmets, those Guardian caps. Yeah, the waffle helmets, as I call them.
Waffle helmets?
Well, they look like they were made in a waffle iron, or they look like
helmets?
If you actually flatten them out and you poured waffle batter on them and put them in the oven or whatever, you'd make waffles.
It kind of looks like that. I'll give you that.
They kind of look like waffle helmets. I don't know.
Just don't call them
I'm
waffle
getting hungry
helmets.
talking about waffles. I mean, that would be awesome, right?
I know, talking with Mike about food, I was like, I'm dying. I mean, I had breakfast, but...
No, it's like out here, I call it the training camp diet. I drop pounds every day during training camp, just standing here, standing watching
just
practice.
Stand and sweat.
Well, you sweat, and it's just water weight. Hey, it counts, baby. All right, it counts. But you know what I've been doing lately? I've been doing the hydration powder or whatever.
Oh yeah, those hydration. Yeah.
I hope I'm not testing positive for this.
Have you been doing the IV one, the liquid? I think called liquid IV.
No. It's like my son. Actually, he's 19 now. Vander kid. Can you believe that? Holy crap! But he does this stuff. And he's a cross country track guy, or was in college. He's not running, but he got into that stuff, and he said it really hydrates you. And because I think I was drinking a lot of water, but I wasn't getting the electrolytes and the salt, whatever else.
Yeah, you got to make sure you're getting that. There's no water. Gator has an electrolyte water. Body Armor has an electrolyte water, which is pretty cool. So we have those in the Harris household for sure.
I mean, the sports drinks are fine. I just don't want all the sugar, High fructose corn syrup. How about this?
Not bad
Coca-Cola, Texans partner, by the way. Coca-Cola is going to come out with that. I don't know if it's out already, the Sugar Coke. Sign me up for that. How about this?
Wait.
We go from sugar is evil, like Sugar Smacks, change it to Honey Smacks. Those of us who grew up on those cereals, Sugar Pops, now Corn Pop, whatever it became.
Right.
But now, real sugar, hey, you got a real sugar, okay? So now sugar's back in. Like, give me all the sugar.
Wait,
instead of
Sugar Coke?
Oh, yeah, Coke with sugar instead of high fructose corn syrup.
Wow.
Which kills you.
Right.
I don't know.
Jeez.
What do I know, Johnny? I don't know.
No, I like it.
Look,
I like it.
Coca-Cola-
Coke's gone through changes over the years. I don't know the last time I drank a full regular Coke. I'll drink a Coke Zero. I like my Coke Zero. I have one Coke Zero every morning.
I can't drink all the chemicals. I'd rather have. Well, somebody told me the big tell-all here. If flies don't go near it, it's not food, okay? You put a diet soda out there, they're like, no, not food. I'm not going near that stuff.
Yeah,
so let flies tell you the story. But I know when flies go near some other stuff, too, that you're not going to eat. So there. Okay. So they're doing some individual work right now. Johnny, when are they going to do the pass rush one-on-ones?
It's a good question. I don't know. They didn't do it yesterday. When they did 7-on-7, they did down on the red zone far on the north side, or the north end. That typically, whenever they do a 7-on-7, that's usually teamed with O-line.
Yeah.
One-on-one. They did kind of a skull session, did some kind of walkthrough stuff against some of the stunts they were doing. The defense was walking through some of the stunts. So it I don't know. Maybe today is that day. Maybe they get the first day in pads and then come back the next day. But I feel like that's, I don't want to say required work, but I feel like this offensive line needs the one-on-ones. I mean, they're getting them in team. It's a little different, but getting the one-on-ones, letting Ursary go against Will and Daniil, letting Cam Robinson, who's faced Will before, he's faced Daniil before, but to face those guys one-on-one, look, it's a hard drill for the offensive line. So, do it. Let them go at it a little bit. Then later on, do your inside run drill so you let the offensive line tee off the D-line a little bit. So kind of quid pro quo, if you will. But that I think could be today. I could see that today.
So what are we doing here? Petrie's not with the safeties or the corners, so he's standing over there in pads.
That's right. And if you look at the group he's in with, D'Angelo Ross, Miles Bryant, Arthur Mollett, and Petrie,
Nichols.
That's your Nichols. So that's one of the things that I think is interesting, the evolution of that position. And it started with Rondé Barber back in the day, in early 2000s. Rondé no longer really a fit on the outside, and they felt like, hey, we can take advantage of him in these nickel situations, putting him inside. He's got cover skills. Rondé was a hell of a slot corner, and then the position of slot corner really grew. Nickel, star. I think what's interesting about it is you can have different guys. Like those four guys that are kind of practicing in the nickel position right now do different things. Petrie's probably got a little bit more linebacker than the other three have. Miles has probably got a little bit more safety in him. D'Angelo Ross plays corner. He's got a little bit more corner skills. And Arthur is kind of a guy that's got more corner skills. So that position, it's we call it the nickel, but it can be a different type body and a different type person based on who steps in that role. And last year we found that, hey, when Jalen was in there, man, he played close to the line of scrimmage. He played a lot like he played at Baylor when they had the Jalen rules. It just he just went. He just go. Just make your plays, make your mistakes, but go 100 miles an hour, but do it close to the line of scrimmage. I think you can put other guys like we've seen Jalen Smith work in there when they go to team drills because they want to lock up the 3 wide receivers with their 3 best cover guys. Okay. And so you can do a lot with that position. So that's why Petrie is there. So if we did a quick positional analysis and we looked at nickels, you've got those 5 guys: Jalen Petrie, Miles Bryant, who we love. Miles has made a bunch of plays out here. Arthur Maulet, you mentioned he's wearing a red jersey today, so that typically means no contact or limited contact, but there are a lot of drills he can do. So not sure what he's dealing with. They don't have to tell us right now, but we just know, and it's good that he's out here. This was yesterday. We were in the north end, and we were kind of standing off the sideline as they were doing red zone. And I look over, and I could see this guy on the sideline, and every time a play would happen, he would get in his defensive back stance. He would watch the release, and then he would kind of go through the motion. Yes, but he was figuring out in his mind where he would be on that defensive call. Yep. Then he would look at the receiver or his responsibility on that call and then act it out on the sidelines while he was watching. I was like, that was really cool. That was cool to see. So you can tell it's a guy that the craft means something to him. It's not just about going out there and throwing your body around, making that. The craft, how you play that position, how smart you have to be to play inside. You could tell really matters to him.
Well,
so I
that's
thought it was
the
really
standard here, man. You look at some of these elite level defenders they have, and you want to get your act together. You want to be right because they demand it. They demand perfection and excellence. We are a long way from where we were 2 years ago with this team when it was just sort of a feeling out process. That's what it look, these are my words, not theirs, okay? Just getting used to what D'Amico wanted, getting used to D'Amico's expectations. And we talk about, D'Amico's a great guy. They got a great culture. Everybody's wonderful. Everybody's nice. D'Amico is a hard ass when it comes to what you're doing on the field, and he wants it perfect or as close to perfection as possible. Yeah, he wants you to be a great man, great husband, great father, whatever. Wants you to be all of that. But out here, he wants you to wreck shop on defense and execute on offense. And you've mentioned it. He's walking around. He's got Matt Burke with the walkie-talkie calling defensive signals. He's observing everything. He's seeing things probably in this camp that he didn't see in the first 2 years because I don't want to say he's less focused on the defense, but it is what it is. He's not calling the defensive closely, but it's kind of like Casino when De Niro's describing it. The dealers are being watched by the pit bosses. The other guys are watching the pit bosses. The casino managers watching the other guys. I forget the titles of everybody, but some people remember that scene.
And when you take a step back, and instead of taking that granular look at the linebackers, for instance, and the step this way, and hey, the back did this on. When you step back and take kind of a 30,000-foot view, you're going to catch something that maybe you didn't the first time or maybe the second time. You're going to see something. You're going to watch a player and go, wait a second. And I like the looks of that. Hey, wait, maybe we can use this guy in this regard. Maybe we can do this with this guy. I think the difference in the two teams, if we were being completely and brutally honest, as we watch Kalen Bullock work the middle of the field, work his range, you're talking about some elite dudes on this defense and guys that are bordering on it. And number 2 right there, Kalen Bullock, is one of those guys. Yesterday, he was all over the place. I mean, his ability to play in the middle of the field, I don't know. I know Mark since I've been here in 2014, and you can speak before that. I mean, I got here in 2007, so you maybe go back even further. I can't remember a safety the Texans have ever had with that kind of range and that ability and speed to break on the football, the transitional quickness forward. He made a pick yesterday. Kate Stover's running the crosser, and nobody saw 2. And he burst out of nowhere, and it was like, oh damn! It was like one of those, like, oh damn, where did he come from? Like you didn't even see him. Pass that he should have caught. He could have come out of there with 2 interceptions, but he's got that type of elite skill. It's just a matter of getting him up to speed with his NFL education. I think that's where Chauncey comes in. C.J. Gardner-Johnson comes in to help him. And, hey, young buck, don't look over here. You need to be looking over here. I got this over here. Hey, they're going to do this over here. I got you. You know, just keep an eye on it. But you can tell Caleb's really, really smart. It's just a matter of just asking the questions you didn't even know were questions. It was funny. I was talking to Mike Tolman after we were off the air, and he made that comment. Like, sometimes you don't even know the questions to even ask. But then when you do ask them, to know that you got resources to help you learn it, I think is what Kalen has and what those guys in the secondary have with C.J. Gardner-Johnson to be able to do that with guys like M.J. Stewart, a vet that's been around. So
you mentioned the Wayback Machine. Marcus Coleman, when they converted him to a safety, I think that's what they envisioned, guy with a lot of range.
Right.
But Bullock, it's like he's 6'7" out there.
I know.
And the Rubber Band Man.
I know.
Ooh, that'd be good. Play the Spinner song, Rubber Band Man, when he's coming out of the tunnel. Never mind. That's so dated.
I mean, his nickname is Hawk, which is perfect because the way that he swoops in.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Is pretty good. I mean, it's, as he and Kamari, they're thick as thieves.
Oh, my gosh.
They're amazing. So yesterday, I think it was Zach and our social team.
We should play like a newlywed game kind of thing, because you do that with friends sometimes, right?
Yeah.
With him and Lassiter. And then brothers.
Yes.
You got Jaden and Jalen, the rookies.
Mm-hmm.
So put those two against each other. That would be pretty good, actually.
So Zach, our social media guru, basically every day just walks up to Kamari and Kalen, like, all right, what you got for today? I don't even know what he asked him. But in the span of 5 seconds, Kalen went and windmill dunked on the goalpost, and Kamari did a standing backflip. And then they ran into the locker room.
Be careful.
I'm like, oh my God.
Careful.
Those two are amazing. Hawk and Locksmith, as they call themselves.
All right, coming up, we're going to get to more practice here at the Houston Methodist Training Center, and In the Loop is coming up. Aman Green scheduled to appear. We'll get Brooks' thoughts. Brooke Kirchhoffer joins us. So let's do it all here from Texans Training Camp. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment. The Houston
It's Texans Training Camp Live to the show.
Oh, yeah, we're here at the Houston Methodist Training Center, and they're doing individual work. Johnny's taking a peek. Full pads today, day 2 of pads, day 6 overall. Brooke Kirchhoffer joins us. Brooke, I had to run this one by you because C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, in red zone yesterday, in the media, you were in the media paddock, if you will, and Johnny and I were over in the end zone, and that's where the action was happening in the north end zone. And C.J. kind of slips, and Jaden Higgins catches a touchdown on him. And C.J. was so upset, so upset. It's like, man. And he comes over to the sideline where the rest of the DBs are huddled up, and he's just, I can't believe it. And Corey Undlin is there, the defensive backs coach, and they are just really, he's hot, and they're like, hey, it's cool, whatever. But it's like he gave up the game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl. He was that upset. This is practice. This is day 5 at the time of training camp. But I know you covered him in New Orleans, so that's the kind of guy he is, huh?
That is C.J. Gardner-Johnson to a T. Anything he gives up, especially in practice, he is going to lose his mind. And it's kind of a two-trade thing, right? You can be really happy that you have a guy who's that excited and things like that. Obviously, that energy can be used not in the best way sometimes, but he is somebody who is going to lay it out for his team, and you've seen that leadership. Now it's day 6 out at Texans training camp. He's just trying to prove that he's a guy that's bought into this program with D'Amico Ryans. And let's not forget, Jalen Petrie is back out here. So everything that C.J. Gardner-Johnson out today with Jalen Petrie back out.
Oh, yeah, there's healthy competition going on. Now, I know you were part of the Rankins press conference. Sheldon back after being elsewhere, Bengals, last year, but obviously a big part of what happened here 2 years ago, D'Amico Ryan's first season. What were your impressions?
Yeah, first of all, obviously talking about his health, that was really tough to listen to, how that not only affected him physically with the outbreak of the shingles and the bacterial meningitis, but also mentally. And he said, when I came back on the football field, I didn't know mentally how that would affect me. But I think he's the type of player, I know it's year 10, but through trial, you can sometimes be your better self after it. And when you look at who he's playing around with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, he has bruisers around him, and it allows him to focus in on his game. But one of the things that stood out to me that Sheldon Rankin said was, not only is this my favorite defense to play in, but the communication, we don't even have to speak. If a tight end motions in, he knows exactly what Will Anderson's going to do and then how his role changes. And I think that puts you a step ahead of other teams, especially heading into the preseason games, that they have already kind of molded that group together and can just hit the ground running.
Yep, and they've played with each other at other places, a lot of those defensive linemen. Johnny was talking about that earlier. Hey, look who dropped by, a former Texans legend. That's what we call them, Legends community members. And this is Aman Green, 4-time Pro Bowl running back. How's it going, Aman?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Brooke, Aman, I don't think you two have met.
Hey,
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
So you missed this? You missed being part of this whole thing?
You know what? I'm one of very few players that misses this. Because this was the part of training camp, the first couple days where you smell the grass, you see the players walking in on the field, you can see who's in shape, who's not in shape, or who's ready for the whole frame of reference to get changed because now they got us. Season starts, right? Season starts. They got us. We're locked in. We can't go nowhere else other than our dorm rooms or our apartments, wherever we're living nearby, and come right back here around 6 a.m. and do it all over again for about 30 straight days. So it was that. So that's the part I miss it a lot because it was the camaraderie, the after the meetings or even some of the meetings. I had coaches that would push me. Sylvester Crooms in Green Bay. We had Skip Hicks here. God rest his soul. So it's something where that – being around moments like this is why we were able, to do the things we do because this is at a high level. It's not for the faint of heart. You got to wake up early. You got to already have your body there ready to go in shape. And then mentally, now you got to start hitting up the playbook, your coaches in positions. If you're the quarterback, wide receiver, tight end, whatever, you got to start learning this stuff and then working together at the same time.
So you had training camp in Green Bay for all those years, and we were up there for joint practices a few years ago, and that was really nice being in Green Bay. So when you came here in 2007, what was the shock to the system like doing training camp in this weather versus Green Bay?
Oh, no, it was a shock. But like a professional, I knew this was coming.
Yeah.
And so I was like, all right, a free agent is way better than Wisconsin any time of the year.
Yep.
And so I knew up front, so I got with the training staff, and I would basically go through a couple IVs, I say, in a 2-3 week period, about 5 or 6 IV bags.
Wow.
In Green Bay.
In Green Bay?
Right. So what I started doing before training camp, I started fueling up. So that means I was drinking Gatorade and electrolytes 2 and 3 weeks before training camp here. And so when I came here and training camp my first year, no cramp up days.
Oh, wow.
Because I got ahead of the curve.
Wow.
Okay.
And I thought in Green Bay I would be ahead of the curve because it was not humid sometimes. But it was hot, but not humid. But sometimes it would still get me. But I was like, look, I'm not cramping up in Texas. It's already hot as you know what out here. So let me get ahead of the 8 ball of the, me being filled up with fluids and everything to make sure I'm not off the field cramping up and not in the playbook and not on the field with my teammates.
Well, somebody else who was talking about how the heat is getting to them is Nick Chubb. I want to ask you about him.
Well,
obviously,
he was in Ohio, right?
He got comfortable in Cleveland. I had a chance to talk with Tyrann Mathieu about him. He played against him a couple of times when Tyrann was with the Chiefs, and he said he was one of the hardest dudes to tackle. And he's a brick wall, all muscle. What does that mean to you at that position?
That is how you want it. That's what you want at that position. I say I got that description from some linebackers that I played against. They would tell me, man, hey, you need to slow down. I said, no, it's my job. I got to run fast, and I got to run through people. So with him being here, man, it's going to be fun to watch. I know Mixon, he's down, but it's early in camp, so he gets to rest and chill and I say to see if they know their plays and stuff. Give them little mini quizzes. That's what I would do when I was hurt. I would give players mini quizzes, see if they know the formation, the checks and the reads, the blitz pickups, stuff like that. So I hope he's doing that out there with Nick being new to the playbook here. I don't know what's Stefanski in Cleveland. What was his type of run style or offensive style? But here I know DeMeco is kind of in the West Coast area. So 2-jet, 3-jet, Fox 2, Hound 2 protections is something that he could help Joe could help Chubb out with getting some of the reps in early and kind of be a little Jiminy Cricket on his shoulders, helping him out with the plays.
And they are using a lot of those elements. Also, they're going to work in some Patriot-like stuff, some just running downhill, some autonomy at the line for the quarterback. Aman Green joining us. When you came here to learn that Kubiak system versus whatever it was in Green Bay, was it similar? Because, Holmgren had this whole thing going on, right, with the West Coast offense as well. He was a disciple.
Yeah, so, no, it was the same because Mike Sherman was here. He was the OC back then, if you remember that. And so Mike Sherman was my head coach in Green Bay for all the years I was in Green Bay. So that was one of the reasons, I'm going to come here because I know one person that's going to be calling the plays with Gary. And so that helped out a lot. So it wasn't much I had to learn from that standpoint. It was just getting introduced to the city and then my teammates here and the new coaches that I had.
With the offense, with Nick Caley now coming in, running things a little bit differently, putting more on C.J. Stroud's plate, how much does that take the weight off the rest of the offense? And specifically, too, you could speak to the running backs, what they're going to be able to do with C.J. kind of calling things out.
Yeah, I'll say it complements each other. So when you you saw this year what C.J. did, his rookie of the year. When that is happening like that, then everything else kind of this grows and is able to thrive. The run game, screen game, RPO game. The biggest thing that an offensive coordinator wants to do is keep the defense honest. Like they want to disguise coverage. And so offensively, if you want to disguise a coverage and then run that against us, we're gonna make you fail because then we're gonna find out, okay, he was trying to run man, but it was cover 3 and it broke. So now we're going to keep breaking their coverages. So that's the job of offensive coordinator is figure that out, where the weakness are, where is the weak point to make sure when any run plays, any pass plays can be effective when they're out there on the field.
I think it helps, too, that he's such a young guy. They keep talking about the energy and how he's running around with a younger offense.
I think I just saw him running a route.
Right. I think C.J. Stroud and some of the younger wide receivers have talked about how much that's brought juice and life for them, right?
Yeah, so C.J. is in his 3rd year already, which is amazing. And for any player around that time or older, 6 years, 7, 8 years, for me, too, it was like early part of camp was like this is for the rookies, this kind of slower pace, and I'm like, I'm bored. Like, give me something to do, right? And so by the time I got here, it was that same mentality. But so when you have somebody come out and kind of give the practice field an injection of energy, that's good, because then now you're focusing a little bit tighter. There's
Right.
new information out there, like, oh, man, I got to learn this. Even though my coach is running around here like a banshee, he's actually showing me something that I could pick up on in learning the playbook, and a question I could teach when we meetings and watching film.
Aman Green with us. What about team leadership? You talked about CJ entering year 3, Will Anderson Jr. entering year 3. These guys are the vets now, right?
Right. I say they're the vets. They're still the young guys.
Okay.
Because just because of their ages, but in terms of years on the field, being here in Texas, being drafted here at the same time, and just knowing when I was watching that draft, I watched that draft particularly, and when I saw the first pick go CJ, and I knew right away they was going for Will Anderson Jr. I knew it because obviously defense. You have a leader on offense right now, because you just drafted, and then I was like, they're going to have to draft a guy that's going to be able to. If he doesn't lead by words, he's going to lead by his action. And knowing, watching Will at Alabama, getting the sacks and being a defensive presence, he was going to do the same thing here. So that was a magic. I knew that pick was coming. I'm super excited to see how they continue to grow together.
All right, 20 seconds. We're running out of time. What are you doing these days? What can you share with us?
Oh, man. I'm an esports director and
Nice.
board of directors on the Pro Football Retired Players Association as well. So
Awesome.
we got an event here in September on September 25th, 2025 in the Champions Room, or the Directors Room here in Energy Stadium.
Well, let's have you back on. We'll talk about that.
100%.
All right,
for having
Aman
me
Green
now.
joining us. Thanks a lot for being on. Brooke Kirchhoffer, thank you. I know you got to watch practice. Johnny's watching practice. We're all watching practice as they are in full pads for the second consecutive day. In the Loop is coming up, and they've got Laken Tomlinson fresh off the field. I mean, fresh. They're all fresh off the field here. They'll have him on the show, so you don't want to miss that. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Thank you, Matt, for engineering. Aaron Raybold helping out as well. Have a great.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
How can we help?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
Dumb and Dumber? Not awkward at all. When you Dumb and Dumber it? Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Out at Houston Methodist Training Center for yet another day of Houston Texans training camp in 2025.
They're going to make me stand up, aren't they?
Oh, I was about to say, I'm not making you do anything. That's the voice of John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Welcome back, Figgy Fig, off the physically.
Yeah, man, I ain't let no Astros trainers and nothing like that check me out, so I'm good.
Well, we were given the injury report.
We didn't have the full injury report.
It was neck stiffness. So, in other words, you were in a wheelchair.
No, I got neck stiffness now.
How are you? Give the people a little rundown before we get into practice here. We got a lot of passing thoughts.
Yeah, so long story less long, I had to work in a photo booth event in Dallas. And this freaking place didn't have an elevator for me to use. So I had to carry the stuff up the stairs.
Oh, no, baby.
Yeah, it was like a nice little flight of stairs.
Yeah.
And I guess I might have pulled something. It wasn't nothing too bad. I'm taking some ibuprofen. I'm feeling better now, but still a little soreness if I move a certain way. But
yeah.
Sunday, I could barely walk.
Yikes.
It was bad. I was driving back from Dallas. I had to I got 2 hours in, had to let my wife take over. And that's
I'm glad you had your wife there to help you out, though.
Yeah.
That could have been real bad. Just stranded up in Dallas.
I couldn't even finish the drive from Dallas.
Man.
Yeah. But I'm feeling better now.
Glad you're feeling better. We'll talk more about that. Obviously, the Astros had a loss this weekend, They had a lot of losses this weekend. Another loss.
When did they have a win?
Yesterday. A lot of stuff to talk about. But of course, we are watching practice as we speak. So how about we get some passing thoughts?
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse. And
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
You were probably wondering, when's Jalen Petrie going to come back? Weren't you?
Welcome back, baby.
Welcome back, Jalen Petrie, looking the part. Doesn't seem to be missing a dang rep and looking quite good. So that's kind of the newsy aspect of what's going on out here with my first passing thought. But there are more, and there's some really interesting things. As you know, Reggie, I've been focusing much more on the defense. A lot of times they've been on the opposite field. This time they were on the first field. And a couple things with the defense. Foremost, Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock were getting some extra work in early before the rest of the team even got out on the field. And you're keeping notes on exactly what's happening in front of us, so maybe you can add some here at the end.
Trying, yeah.
But they were catching tennis balls from Frank Ross. He was tossing them in the air, and they were catching tennis balls, etc. And I kind of saw this sort of narrative circulating around, the media tent and over here where I am and on social media about.
You got your own separate tent? You're not in the media tent? You got the VIP media tent. I didn't even realize we had one of those.
Get back to me when you've been doing this for 35 years.
That's going to be a while.
But about, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, they're going to be integral in the special teams. Well, maybe, but what really happened there, it's so funny how you just see something and you connect the dots and they're going to be big in special teams. Well, maybe they will. But what Ross happened to be out here. They happened to get out here earlier and wanted to work on their tracking, tracking a ball. So he started throwing them tennis balls. It's like all of a sudden people are like, hey, that's going to be a big story. Maybe they'll be on special teams. Maybe there was more to it. But I saw what happened. They were just really working on their ball skills extra.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that is if you go back, remember, I was very focused on Jalen Noel as return man and, the idea that he dropped the ball. And then I think later, after that particular practice, I saw Chancellor Johnson caught
Frank Ross and Noel working on kind of hand-eye coordination. So that's not the first time
that
this
was
camp.
more connected to special teams. Yeah.
And I'm like, is Frank Ross the hand-eye coordination guy, or is it just like, hey, when he's the guy that was available and anybody steps up in order to help whoever needs to get some additional work in? But yeah, I think all of that is a possibility and plausibility.
I think Frank Ross is the guy that had the tennis balls. You know how you have that guy, that kid in the neighborhood that really isn't that good in basketball, but he's got a good ball, so you always invite him to play. That's kind of what was going on there. Funny you mentioned Jalen Noel. I feel as if I deserved a pet cat point yesterday. Jalen Noel had a really good day. He had a really good day.
No, he absolutely
was
did.
getting a lot.
I didn't put that on there?
You did not.
My bad.
I'm not going to hold it personal.
I was going to.
If you correct the issue.
What had happened was, I was thinking about it, but then other things was happening.
Yeah.
And then I had just forgot.
Yeah.
No, for sure. Jalen Noel absolutely got a lot of catches out here in 11
really
on 11.
good one down the sideline.
100%. And I mean, obviously, and that was before we were even getting into the red zone. Like, this was just when they were going.
Thank you for correcting your deficiency. I
don't like the way you said that.
So I got over to this tent, the John Lopez tent, and I ran into Cal and Hannah. I ended up talking to Cal for 20 minutes, dude, and it was funny.
Wow. Me and the owner are just cool like that.
But here's the thing: like we were standing right here in front of this tent, within earshot of the grandstands, which are full. I'm guessing this is more of season ticket holder type thing. It's not, or is it an open? It's an open. I couldn't remember. And a lot of people were like leaning over the fence, and they were like, "Ooh, what are they talking about?" Big football secrets, dude. At least 15 of the 20 minutes, we were talking barbecue.
I bet you were.
We were talking barbecue.
I like that Aaron, our engineer, was guessing fishing. There's two good guesses there.
It was
fishing
so
and barbecue.
funny. People were like, "Oh wow, man, they must be really getting into some, the minutia, the details of who's going to start this, who's going to do that." We were talking about Kalamazoo griddles and Gosney pizza ovens and the proper way to cook a tomahawk steak and all this. This was one of the funniest training camp moments I have ever had, because it was a full-blown, I'm not exaggerating, 20-minute conversation. And people are like, oh, what's going on there? Man, we were talking barbecue the whole time.
I'm glad you're making good use of your time here.
It was hilarious. But there is a passing thought connected to that. Because obviously this was just a chat. It's off the record what we're talking about.
And there's a decent amount of that happening just in general in conversations.
Correct.
Yes, obviously you're having conversations with various media folks and other people out here about football, but also you're just, facilitating relationships further in general.
But this is my passing thought. You could just you could just feel I'll put it this way. From the very top down, this organization is just in a good place.
Agreed.
They're just in a really good place, and that would be my takeaway for our listeners and people who were hanging over the railing trying to hear what we were saying. It's just. They're in a good place. They're comfortable. We heard from Nick Caserio. We'll hear from him again. He talked about this specifically, about the culture and the types of people in the building. And so that's kind of the football takeaway that was related to that.
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar kind of vibe when I had an opportunity to chat with Mike Tolman out here. He's been out here, and just have an opportunity to say what's up to Mike. In fact, he's actually squatting down right in front of us working the phones. What about? I don't know. It could be barbecue as well.
Hello, Sugarland.
I don't like what you're doing right there. But no, again, it's all top to bottom, right? Whether we're talking about the very top of this with executives, ownership, sales, all this, it feels like as a Texans organization, they are in a place of harmony that feels really good, and all of that, I imagine, is good for the football team. We've seen football teams that are in a place where there's dysfunction at some other level that then they have to find a way to deal with, whether it's answering questions or whatever. These football players,
you can feel it.
They can just, and they have additional good vibes of they know that everybody else is also playing their parts to help support them in the way that's necessary.
You can just feel it.
Yeah.
It's an organization that's in a good place. All right, back to the field we go. I mentioned I was going to focus mostly on the defense today. You've mentioned him here and there, and a lot of people have, but I got a really good look at Jalen Reed today.
Reed or Smith?
Jalen Reed.
Okay, cool.
Jalen Reed.
I have not gotten enough of an eye on Jalen Reed, the safety.
Yes, the safety.
In this particular training camp. I've been doing a little bit looking at J-Rock, as they call him, Jalen Smith. But Jalen Reed has been mentioned a number of times.
And, I'm not going to sit here and say he's going to take anybody's job, but this guy, he's got a little bit of that Kamari, and he's been spending a lot of time with Kamari Lassiter. Kalen Bullock. He's got a little bit of that go-get-it mentality, which they all do. We talked about it yesterday.
And they facilitate that coaching-wise, right? It's not just, hey, sit back. It's go and attack the football. But these are the things. Remember one of my kind of non-predominant, I don't remember how I phrased it, questions coming into camp? Obviously, the predominant ones are offensive line, things of that nature, which, by the way, we're going to talk to Laken Tomlinson coming off the practice field today. But one of them was, are Jalen Smith and Jalen Reed, are they more of projects or are they more of players in year one? Because that's going to matter depth-wise, right? We know that the secondary is really good. In fact, Hannah stopped by, I think it was with Chance and Jonathan, as they were recording some of their post-practice thoughts yesterday. She stopped in and she was like, I don't like making predictions, but
and I wouldn't disagree necessarily.
Right, and so you have that, especially when you come to the starters. If there was anything that was going to stop this defense, it feels like it's going to be maybe being able to attack the linebackers and coverage, but then also cornerback and safety depth. So if those guys can play factors in year one, that's going to be good for adding to that depth, and that'll be huge in covering what is the few of, if we could call them holes. I don't even know if I feel comfortable saying that this defense might even have.
Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and make any predictions. It's far too early for that. What I am going to say to Texans fans, our listeners, watch Jalen Reed. It's going to be very interesting to see how he plays out. Another passing thought. That is literally happening right in front of us. They were doing it earlier, and I noticed this, and now they're going full kickoff. No Dameon Pierce, obviously.
Again,
no Dameon Pierce. So, who's returning kickoffs in this environment? How about Braxton Berrios?
Knew he was going to be in that.
And Miles Bryant. Returning kicks.
Yeah, he got a little bit of a look. Actually, Woody Marks is who I think you're looking at, because remember, we got 227s.
Yeah.
But
my bad. Yes.
Brian did get a little bit of looks yesterday, because I remember that in the white jersey. But Jawar Jordan is back there as well, as is Woody Marks.
Berrios was out early though.
But Berrios is, that's his specialty. We know that he is going to be a factor if he is on this roster. Punt return is going to be a high percentage of his responsibilities.
And this is kick return.
And he is smooth with it. I mean, he is incredibly smooth returning kicks. But can I drop something in here?
Absolutely.
From I think it was labeled on the board as special teams, but I saw some of these guys getting some work. Some other guys getting work, kind of catching the football. It was kind of this like hook drill where they present to the football, catch it, turn up field.
Yeah.
That was kind of the drill that they were working on. I will start with, I'll kind of get at a little bit of a negative. I know that I can be a little bit of a Debbie Downer. It'd be like that sometimes. Nick Chubb. I don't believe anybody was looking at Nick Chubb for that to be his responsibilities.
Yeah.
But one of those reps doesn't catch the football, falls off of the plant, and I'm like, okay, that is another interesting data point when we look at these guys. I think for me, it alludes back to the idea that, especially without Joe Mixon and without Dameon Pierce, not saying that he specifically answers this, I don't know that you have a guy that gives you a full collection of what you're looking for in a singular running back. Even with Chubb, I think the power and the knowledge of being able to run the football is there, but he's not going to be able to catch the football in the same way, I don't think.
Now, that is true.
Woody Marks can catch the football. I think he can tote the rock a little bit. Can he pass protect, right? Like, if we go down this running back room, you got a lot of options, which is a good problem to have, but I don't know that any one of them that you have available to you right now answers all the questions of will he be able to carry a majority of them.
Now, to be fair, Nick Chubb has been pretty good out of the backfield in the past.
Yes.
So maybe that changes.
Could have been a bad rep. I want to acknowledge that.
Could have been a bad rep, and I don't think you're being, Debbie Downer or whatever, because that happened. That absolutely happened. What I will say is this: if that is something that, he's more of the power running back and the one through back. And then they go third and long, and they bring in Woody Marks or Dario Gumbawale. That's the last thing I want to see. I hated that last year. Oh, Dario's in the game? Pass. it's like the white shooter. It's like all of a sudden, that's
in basketball, correct?
Yes. That's something I do not want to.
Clarity is good. All right, clarity is good.
That's something I do not want to see. By the way, ones versus ones, full bore, 11 on 11, 25-yard line. Right now, we will keep you updated. This is going to be really good. One more thing before they get started. I tend to forget, and I notice there's a reason I'm saying this, how many of these guys out here are living check to check in NFL terms. In other words,
yes,
they just want to latch on somewhere. I was watching a guy today, Russ Yeast.
Yes.
Actually went to K-State. I think started out in Louisville.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if that guy's going to make the squad, but he's really good. He's really big, and he's absolutely, showing some stuff here. So it comes down to some players that we may not ever see in a Texans uniform, but there are some dudes out here busting their asses and looking pretty good that on a good squad like this just won't make it.
Yeah, no, that is true. And that's also, in some ways, indicative of, as you mentioned, the nature and the mechanics of the NFL, but also the way that this team has put together their training camp. Remember, we were talking about it on day one. It was a productive day. It looks like top to bottom, and you were talking a little bit more of the bottom of the 90-man roster, but the middle, the top, everybody's out here getting in work. Like, obviously, we're not doing the days of old where guys are doing 6-hour work days out here in the sun. But what time they have, they're working efficiently at it. And I appreciate that, and that has to be something that works to the advantage of the Texans.
Yeah. And offense, defense going right now. You heard that roar right there. Completion, but it looked like there was pretty good pressure. And I don't know if he would have been able in real time to have gotten that ball out. But nice play on up the seam and out. It was an up and out, actually. Kind of a post route right there.
And a good connection, too.
Yeah. And that was – who caught that? Christian Kirk.
Yeah, that was Kirk.
Yeah, Christian Kirk. Last one from me. I think Camp Doldrums, which we all know is a very real thing, is hitting some people in the media. I
could see it.
I was over here, kind of watching all the fields, trying to keep up with everything. I saw like 5 dudes as practice was going on. Brevin Jordan in the loop. Karma right there, baby. With a catch up the side. I was looking over there at the tent. There were like 4 dudes just like a sewing circle, just talking to each other. All their backs were to every field. They were just having a little discussion, just a little, and practice was going on. I think people are just kind of like, let's just chat.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Camp Doldrums, but I think it's worth noting, like, just in any circumstance, that helps. Helps everything out, and
solving all the world's issues.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but in all seriousness, right? Especially like independent drills, where how much can we harp on the little details that we're seeing? Like early on, sometimes that is very good to feast off of. But once we start getting to putting some bigger ideas together, I think it's worthwhile to have, hey, what are you kind of working on? What are you looking on? And having discussions to kind of work some of these things out. You mentioned Brevin Jordan had a little bit of an out route shallow. We just saw a big pass down the left side of the field. And
offense having a pretty good start.
They are, but all things today as well seem like they're working on outside. It seems like that's been a very concerted effort. As we talked to Matt Burke, but I think this travels a little bit further with all the coaching staff. They have particular things that they're working on a given day. Incredible catch out.
No, that was a perfect ball. That was C.J. Stroud accuracy to defined. I mean, he had a tiny window there, and got the ball there. It was Davis Mills. Who has been
he's been throwing.
He's been great.
Very
great
well
throughout camp.
This camp, it's honestly a shame for him in particular that he has no shot at a starting job. Like we don't even want to start any of that conversation. Don't look at me like that. No, we're not starting that conversation here. Yes, but then we have the conversation: would somebody be willing to trade? I understand, but yeah, it seems like the idea that they're working out offensively, at least if I'm right in surmising it, they're working the sidelines earlier today. I don't know if that continues to be the case, but outside is something that they're working on, which honestly I'm very excited to see from this team because I think that'll be very useful.
One more interesting thoughts here. One thing I've noticed through this day 6.
This is day 6 of training camp. Yes, sir.
Like, you are not down on Nick Chubb per se, But you and I are so different in what we're seeing from Nick Chubb.
Fair enough.
And it's fascinating to me because I get what you're saying, and you're not wrong on some of these things, just as you mentioned earlier. And maybe I'm just biased because I have high hopes for him. But I've seen some pretty good stuff from Nick Chubb when he's running the ball. Now, you just talked about some of the things. It's going to be interesting to see just how it plays out in the preseason.
No, for sure. And, I mean, that is fair. I think we started in that place even with the signing.
Yeah.
I am just not sold that, especially with the framing of, well, you know, if he gets back to, I think that's a foregone conclusion. He is 29 years old, and the age 29 season, and when it comes to running backs, we already know, even if all things are, you know, equal, injury-wise, or not being injured, that you can't expect that same type of dominance, on top of the fact that he had the type of injury that robs dudes of career.
Yeah.
And then another injury that we're kind of wiping away on the back end of last season as well. It's reasonable to expect that he's not going to be that same guy. And I'm seeing a difference in explosion. Now, again, you can be a good running back without a crazy level of explosion. We could be a great running back without that level of explosion, a la, Le'Veon Bell.
Perfect
example. A guy who very much just waited for
power,
his blocks.
straight ahead, waits for blocks.
I think one of the things
pauses.
Yes, and he also kind of said, and I don't know if he was just tongue in cheek in saying that he never ran in his career, ran 100% in his career, right? So there's different ways to math teacher used to say, and I think that factors in. However, I'm not going to be just outwardly glowing about Nick Chubb in some ways that I think there might be some
The truth could be between where you and I are. I just think it's fascinating what we're seeing out here.
Yeah, so we continue to watch a little bit of team out here at training camp on day 6. Is that what it is?
Yes, it is.
Man, we are already rolling through training camp. The football is live and it's going, and early on, offense showing some things, which is very, very excited, very happy to see out here. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's actually talk a little bit more about that offense, because if there's one thing that Nick Caley and this offensive staff needs to fix, is it this? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We'll talk about it next.
Take it from Nick Caserio. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, live from Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans Training Camp. We're actively in a special teams time where guys are working on stuff. Right now, it seems like the punt return.
No punt going on.
But it's not returning straight up. It is they're working on making sure that they keep things clean, protecting that goal line if a punt is going to get down, making sure that they are not. Or actually making sure that that doesn't happen. The punt gunners can actually stop the ball before it goes into the end zone and pin guys within the 5. But then also from your punt returners, hoping that they can do a little work to make sure that other teams aren't able to do that.
Right,
obviously, that's the give and take of it all. But yeah, we're trying to keep you abreast of anything that's happening out here on the field. We'll do our damnedest. Somebody was saying that Reggie's in it in the practice, getting there, seeing my reactions to things that are happening live. I'm trying. Got binoculars out here and everything so that we can give you the best reactions to all the things that are happening. Talk more about this Texans. The offense already looked good in the first team kind of activities, and we got flags on the field.
Yeah, the gunner caught the ball for the punt for Berrios. He moved Berrios out of the way and down the ball by catching it. That's against the rules.
All right, J-Rock. That's the rookie J-Rock, Jayla Smith. So yeah, hey, have a little fun is cool, but let's get this work in, young fella. But let's talk. Like I mentioned, let's talk about this offense, and I feel like this is an interesting setup that you have from here, Lopez. If Nick Caley, Cole Popovich, Gerard Johnson, all the people that are involved, the heavy hitters on this offense, can fix one thing to make it better for the Texans, how much better will they be? And I'm interested in what the one thing is for you.
Well, one of your idols is Warren Sharp, right?
Idol is not the word that I would use there, but I do appreciate Warren Sharp's work.
He had what to me, and maybe you've seen it, and we talked about this, red zone efficiency, et cetera, here and there. But he had a stat that just blew me away. And I'm thinking, if the Texans can just fix this, with this defense, with the amount of precedent and struggles that they've had in the red zone last year, well, let me lay it out this way. Warren Sharp mentioned that 73% of all touchdowns last year, that's a big number.
It's a big number, I can't agree.
Came inside the red zone. So 73% of the touchdowns scored last year came inside the red zone, not big plays, et cetera, not turnovers, pick sixes, et cetera. And the best QBs in the red zone last year were Baker Mayfield, 1, Lamar Jackson, and Bo Nix, number 3. C.J. Stroud, and this is what blew me away, ranked 29th. 29th in red zone touchdowns. If they can just fix that, he ranked right behind Joe Flacco and right ahead of Daniel Jones on this list.
That's not the company you would like to keep.
That is not. And so as much as we're all talking, and now clearly offensive line comes into play.
Huge.
Running game comes into play. Offensive system comes into play. Play calling comes into play. All of it. So if you're looking at this, if they can just fix, if he just ranks 15th in red zone touchdowns, how good is this team going to be? Considering the defense and everything. Just 15th.
A lot better. I need to get the stat because as you were mentioning this, I'm like, okay, I know that the red zone conversion rate, I can get you the actual number on that. But anecdotally, just talking about, we were talking about, I was rewatching the Titans game, week 13, right? Recently. The reason why the Titans were able to go win that game, the Texans got down the field a decent amount. They just traded 7 for 3 time and time and time again. And your defense, especially if they're going to be a turnover defense, which, again, they're already doing the work. They're laying the foundation for that here, knowing that they did it last year. We know that they're capable of it. You're going to have opportunities to have short fields, and it's just incumbent on your offense to get the yards that's necessary and punch the football in there. You can end games quicker. You can put up very good game slates, right, and put the place where place pressure on your opponents, force them into bad places, which accentuates the ability of your defense or the efficacy of your defense. Like, this is going to be incredibly necessary. And it starts with, not just starts, it hinges on all those things you talked about. Offensive line, clearly, because there was a number of times where I can think of where you get sacked out of the red zone.
Yes.
Or,
Boy, how many times did we see that?
Because it's easier to defend in the red zone. There's less field to cover, and now I imagine for secondaries and maybe even for defensive coordinators, for secondaries, we don't have to cover as much, but for front sevens, we can send extra. We can pin our ears back because we know what you're doing in these circumstances. Plus, you end up in third and long a lot of times anyways. And so, that ends up being a big, big issue. And now it feels like you have more opportunities to jump ball. That was why it was really good seeing yesterday with them working red zone, and it looks like they're working out of their red zone under the shadow of their end zone. But working red zone, seeing a number of guys get in the end zone, seeing Jaden Higgins go up for a jump ball, even though he didn't come down with the football going up against Z's and Jalen Petrie. Those types of things are going to be very, very instrumental in making sure that you have an opportunity to get touchdowns, turn drives into sevens rather threes or even turnovers.
Yeah, it blew me away. I mean, quarterbacks that ranked ahead of him in red zone touchdowns, Mac Jones.
McCorkle Jones didn't even play that many games. He came in with when Trevor Lawrence was hurt.
Russell Wilson, Derek Carr, Cooper Rush. They all ranked higher than C.J. Stroud in red zone touchdown efficiency. So clearly, as we say, Stroud's everything. But I'm wondering also, when you start talking about this offense and the use of tight ends, this is something we've been talking about a lot. They will be out there. In fact, they're out there right now with 2 tight ends on the same side of the line of scrimmage. You have this type of set, 2 tight ends, and a big receiver in Nico, and another big receiver in Higgins. All of a sudden, maybe personnel, and maybe this was some of the marching orders that Nick Caserio gave himself in terms of we got to be better in the red zone, using more tight ends, 2 or 3 big receivers. I mean, just get to 15. I'm not greedy, and this team could go places.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. The being very open to 12 personnel and hopefully being more effective with it will help. One of the things that we've kind of been excited about, in fact, we mentioned it in the break here, we saw Luke Lachey end up as the outside guy on the right side. I think also being variable with your personnel and giving defenses different looks that they don't expect when you step out there onto the line is going to be big. And because, sometimes when it comes to football, it's simply forcing the defense into situations that they don't like, forcing them into matchups that they don't like. And so I think that should be helpful as well. Hey, you come out and we go, all right, well, that's 12. We know that there's going to be 2 tight ends. We know that there's going to be wide receivers. And then you end up looking at a tight end on the outside and a wide receiver in a place that you're not expecting. And now you have to consider how you're going to defend this. And you might end up in a place where you leave open what Nick Caley and this offense is looking for. But on top of that, I do want to ask you, how do you feel about your red zone targets? Like, who do you, in your mind, do you think of, we're going to this guy in the moment. Collins clearly stands out with that.
For sure.
We saw him go up and get the ball. We know that he can hand fight and come down with 50-50 balls. Who are those other guys that you feel confident, especially when you talk about throwing? We're talking about C.J. Stroud and his completion percentage in the red zone and ability to convert. Who are those guys that you think that he will be able to trust to get the football to in those moments? Because those are the spaces in football that it really condenses your targets that you can really, really trust.
I think number 81 in your program is going to be integral. That's Jaden Higgins. Another big guy. Could put him opposite. Obviously, as I mentioned, the two tight ends. Cade Stover getting love from the very, very, start before camp even started. This is going to be important for Cade Stover down in the red zone. And by the way, right on cue, I was about to read a text from the 832. Another thing that killed him in the red zone, penalties. And they just had a penalty, pre-snap penalty here coming out of the red zone. So, yeah, penalties as well.
And real unfortunate for a guy who needs to make sure that he's on it. That's Blake Fisher there, right, who's competing at right tackle.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, at least that's the one that I saw.
Yeah, no, it was.
Okay, just want to make sure. But, yeah, if his name came up kind of interestingly enough when Nick Caserio sat down with Payne and Pendergast this morning. We'll talk about that as well. But, yeah, no, that will be very huge for this team. I think you can change a lot of the way that the game is played if you take the opportunities, which were numerous last year, and actually convert on them. You apply a different level of pressure. And hopefully that would mean there's a different level of execution from this team, and that's what we're all looking forward to this season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 out at Training Camp 2025. Coming up into our question of the day here as we're moving on the program. What's one thing that you would change about where you work? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com.
SportsRadio.com, sponsored by AbbVie.
It's Texans Training Camp, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
That's right, big voice, man. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Houston Texans Training Camp, practice number 6, still going on here. And, man, it's been a fun day thus far because the offense is looking a little bit better, even out of the shadow of their end zone. That's the drill that they're working on right now in team is this offense, especially the ones, but even the 2s and 3s.
Good day. That's back-to-back.
Have been all right getting out of there. I haven't seen very many sacks, maybe one. And I've seen some completions getting out of there, and I've seen them been able to get some push and run the football a little bit to at least generate a little bit of space, as you would if you were on the 1-yard line, trying to give yourself an opportunity to have longer developing plays. But, of course, as soon as I say that, J-Rock is able to bat down a ball that's directed towards Justin Watson on a quick out.
Look, it's another good day for the offense altogether. Nobody's going to worry about this defense. I was kidding around with you during the break. Like, what's going on with the defense? Nothing. I think they're finally starting to, and it's been a slow process. We've talked about that, making sure that they go step by step, and C.J. Stroud has a little better control of what's being done at the line of scrimmage and recognition. We're seeing some of that.
Yeah, so shout out to everybody involved. We'll talk more about that. In fact, we'll talk to Laken Tomlinson as he comes fresh off the field, which we're nearing that time. Not right this moment, but obviously as within the next hour, very late. Right now, though, let's get to our question of the day as we always do at this time. 713-572-4610 is the number to text to get involved. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams. Both.
We keep it 100.
My bad. Both from the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. What's one thing you would change about where you were? Because Framber Valdez, who pitched 3 hit, was it 1-run baseball?
12 strikeouts.
No, 2-run baseball.
Did he get tagged with the second run? I know it was 1.
I think it was 1-run baseball, actually.
Yeah, I think it was 1 for sure.
I should be looking at it as I say that, shouldn't I?
No, I think he got tagged for 1. And then I think it was Brian King.
Yes.
Gave up the second run.
That's right.
But either way, Framber had a complaint, man. He had a complaint about, take this job and shove it, that kind of thing.
Johnny Paycheck.
Little Johnny Paycheck action. That's the horn for the end of practice. We will be joined by Laken Tomlinson here in the next 10, 15 minutes. That's a programming note. But for now, what's one thing you would change about where you work? Because after the game, Fromber did not mince words. He said, quote, on the go-ahead run, or the tying run, I mean,
yes.
He said, I saw the right fielder playing center field. And, we have a center fielder for that. I feel like the right fielder should have been playing right field. I was uncomfortable with that. He kind of was upset about the defensive alignment.
Ain't no kind of about it, very much so. It was very much rather a outfield that was shaded, or Trammell rather. I did that wrong, but he was playing in right field ostensibly, but he was obviously shaded to the left. Your center fielder also shaded to the left, as the entirety of the outfield was. I understand where he's coming from because that's a lefty at the plate, Nathaniel Lowe. Not Brandon
it's hard
Lau.
to keep him up.
Nathaniel Lowe, and you would imagine a left fielder or a left-hander rather at the plate has that first base line as a possibility. But if you pull up his his spray chart, he doesn't pull down the line all that frequently. His hits have been more towards the middle of the field. So I felt Fromber in that space. It's a deeply frustrating thing, but I understand where your coaches are in kind of shading your outfield in the way that they did. So I don't know.
But it was frustrating.
Deeply frustrating for Fromber. Did you feel like there was a place to place blame with that?
I think Fromber's best case was, I'm a ground ball pitcher. I'm striking out dudes. I'm keeping the ball down. Just play straight up. And, I could feel him on that one. So, complain. What's one thing you could complain about your job? He offered a complaint there. I only have one complaint. I really like our I think our program director is outstanding. So nothing per se with what we do here, but about just work in general. I got a complaint.
Okay.
I got a complaint.
All right, I'm not the complaint department, but I'll see if I can pass it on.
Once you hit 60 years old,
okay,
you should be able to work one day from home.
What are you doing, man?
I see the gambit.
Here's the thing. Works one day at the office, pretty much. if we're pulling back the curtain.
Oh,
here.
you mean like the non-on-air, non-programming folks? Yeah, them folks are not often.
Maybe two.
Your job is a little different than theirs, though.
Nevertheless, we have the technology, man. We have once you hit 60, you should be able to drive down to Aransas Pass.
Why there in particular?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay.
And do the show via Zoom live. I don't think it would drop that much. Just like on a Friday or a Monday, just do the show from there. So I don't know. Maybe when the show's over, you can go right to your boat. Yeah,
I bet.
That's my complaint. What's your complaint?
I don't have complaints.
Yes, you do.
I am perfectly happy with the circumstances.
See, I knew you were going to do this.
Yeah, I'm with Kick Rocks. Nice try, officer. Some of us listen at work. We're at work currently. Figgy, would you like to play? Would you like to play in this dangerous
game? Look at you
game?
just crawfishing out of the question of the day.
That's right. This is my first time at training camp. You're not going to get me booted.
I actually have one. I have a good one.
Yeah.
I think my complaint would be, I wish there was a way where the producers can be out there on remote, just like
That's
y'all.
a good one.
I like that.
That's a good one.
Good answer.
Yeah, because I feel like I'm part of the show, but whenever y'all not in studio, I don't really feel part of the show. And I do think we have the technology where I can run a show from a remote location without all the other stuff. So I wish I could be on remote with y'all. That's my only complaint.
See, Figgy is not crawfishing and cowering. And I have no complaint.
I don't.
I have no complaint.
I'm living good right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Reggie said Odyssey is perfect.
It's perfect. I have no complaints. 713-572-4610. Don't be like Reggie. Don't be like Reggie. Tell us what your complaint is.
Don't be happy with your work circumstances. All right, very good.
Don't be BSing your way through this question of the day. Something you could complain about. I wish my boss wouldn't blank the receptionist. Wow.
I'd rather her answer the phone. I feel like those are mutually exclusive. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the idea is you would much prefer her to answer. You would just like her to answer the phone a little more consistently. I think that is actionable. hey, you can work on that from the 346. Job is based out of Utah. That is all. That's a good complaint. I think Vernon Maxwell, that's all. We need to reach out to Vernon Maxwell and see if he can intercede on your behalf and see if he can figure that out. From the 281, talking about Fromber's situation at work for him. He says they hate the shift, play the positions as they're supposed to be. All right, I hear where you're coming from, but can you fault a team for looking at tendencies, as we understand are always there with sports, and going, I am going to utilize these tendencies to try and give myself the best chance to succeed? The shift would not be continued to be used if it was not effective and efficient. I mean, we talk about it even with the banning of the infield shift. How many times have you seen a ball that's a comebacker that goes right over the second base bag, and that second baseman or the shortstop, depending on how they've shifted, is right there and capable of making the play because they have moved and they understand what's coming? I feel like I get where you're coming from, but I can't act in a way that helps them win.
We got to ask Laken Tomlinson, is one thing that you hate about work having to do push-ups after practice? Because the offensive line just did push-ups. I thought they were pretty decent.
Yeah, I was like,
I thought they were pretty decent.
All right, if you had to guess, do you think that's conditioning, or do you think that's
that was not conditioning.
Y'all did something. Y'all lost some today.
That was not conditioning. The push-ups is right there in front of the stands too, right in front of everybody, man. They had the entire offensive line did push-ups.
Well, the thing that I would say if I was going to be forced to give an answer is not particular to our job, but just jobs in general. And I said this to my mom on the phone with her earlier this week. When are we getting a 4-day work week?
That's what I asked for.
No, you asked to be able to work from home on that 5th day. I'm not trying to work at all.
Lopez said people over 60. No, over 60, y'all should be retired.
Hey, what are you saying?
He's trying to put you out the pastor, old man.
You're talking about people only over 60 can work from home one day.
I think I have an HR complaint.
No, I'm just saying, y'all might as well work at home for the rest of y'all lives at this point.
Hey, yo.
Wow.
Whoa.
For the rest of your short-ass life.
That's how Taylor Trammell felt yesterday. Like, hey, man, I was trying.
I know Lopez could have said everybody could have worked from home.
I know, right?
A show or something. He just made it only for him.
Not looking out for nobody else.
Somebody said Lopez says like he's trying to beat Tunsil.
He is a vet.
Hey, you know what? If it helps, everybody get 1 day. Everybody get 1 day working from home.
Now that we force you to get
and then you can come down and hang with me. We'll go out on that.
All right. We should do a show from there one day.
We should. Absolutely, we should.
Right. Well, I'll work on that for the time being. Appreciate you getting involved on the question of the day. Practice is officially done, so we are on the lookout for Laken Tomlinson to join us. And so let's take a quick break right quick. Coming up next, I believe we'll be joined by Laken Tomlinson. I think we might also get some around the NFL. Keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610 to figure it out, which we'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about fishing. I was just talking about it right there, and
someone, especially in the locker room,
yeah,
I always say Wagwan. That's just my little piece that I share with my teammates.
All right, so but you didn't just move to the United States, you moved to Chicago.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about culture shock. Going from Jamaica to Chicago at 10 years old, was that one of those like, hey, I want to go back?
I mean, it was cool seeing snow for the first time. But for like 10 minutes, I was like, yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah, it was a big culture shock. And, going from, the culture that I had in Jamaica, me and my family, to the inner city of Chicago, it was very different. Definitely, different for me. As a kid, living in the inner city and adjusting to all, everything that's going on in the community, it was tough. But, I had uncles that were there, living there. They helped me adjust. And, I had actually a really good mentor I matched up with in the 8th grade and, really took care of me.
I'm sorry. I don't know if this is accurate or not because it's just from snooping, like Reggie said. Did you play soccer a lot in Jamaica?
Oh, yeah.
And that has to have been
football.
Football, yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, we're both soccer guys here, so
I'm a football guy. I don't know what you just said.
You're preaching to the choir. We both are big fans. Liverpool, by the way. But anyway.
Also Liverpool?
Nah, I'm just saying.
Okay, I was going to
say.
So, how much does that help you once you transition to football?
Man, growing up, a little bit about me, I was like the youngest of like a group of like 8, 9 boys growing up in my community. So we competed a lot. So we played a lot of soccer, a lot of cricket, and I just kind of grew up competing, So that competitive nature as a young age in that environment, it definitely transitioned over when I started playing football in the United States, American football in the United States.
Yeah.
And I did track, I did wrestling, did basketball. I just love to compete, So that childhood that I had definitely helped me a lot in sports.
Now you compare that. You talk about competition. That's been the watchword. Feels like for the team here with D'Amico, with Cole. What has been your experience, especially for a vet like you? You played a lot of places with being in that O-line room in particular. How does that compare to the other places, other stops you might have made?
No, it's been extremely great. Obviously, working with Pop and the guys here, Titus, Blake, all those guys that have already been here. It's been something special here. I can feel that coming in from the get-go. So, it makes it that easy for me to just kind of be myself. Come in, be about my business, come in, be about my work, and show the team what I can give, as a player.
Yeah.
So it's been great, obviously working with those guys.
So obviously the offensive line is trying to set the mindset. Everybody has talked about it, about we're going to establish the mindset. Last couple of days seems to be, pretty successful doing that. Are you guys starting to kind of catch on with collectively what you're trying to do?
We are here just grinding every day. We're working every day, man. And obviously, we're leaning on everything Coach Pop is teaching us. And, we're coming together as a group and trying to build that chemistry one day at a time here in training camp.
Yeah. What about the style of play? Because it's something that you probably are a little familiar with, but it's new for everybody right now.
Yeah, man, it's been great. Obviously Nick has the style of offense that he wants to establish here, and guys are buying into it. And all we can do right now is just come out here with a great attitude and just work our tails off. And it's been great so far.
Now you are been playing left guard, and a guy who has popped in at left tackle a little bit has a lot of interest. He's a early round draft pick and big boy. Obviously, Ariante Ursary. What has being able to work next to him and being a vet? What is that relationship? What has that experience been like thus far? And what can you tell us about his development early on?
Man, Tay's been awesome, man. He's a young kid that listens, and obviously, coming with a ton of talent. Being a high draft pick, and what exciting thing about him that the mental steps that he's taken so far. Obviously, he has it physically. The mental steps he's taken so far, just listening to coaches, vet play in the room. It's been awesome for him, and that can take him a long way. So it's really cool to see that as a young player.
What does he have going for him? Because Titus was talking earlier, or last week maybe, about he's further along than I was, when I came in. What are you seeing from him?
I'm seeing a lot of talent, and that mental. The thing is, that mental step that he's taking. He's executing that on the field.
Yeah.
So when you see that in a young player, man, it's truly awesome because that he's sitting down there, he's listening to the coaches, he's listening to the scheme, and then he's trying to figure out, from teammates around him how to execute the scheme at a high level.
Yeah.
So when you see a young guy really buying into that, it's awesome. It's really awesome. Yeah.
We're talking to Laken Tomlinson here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm always very intrigued, especially at the offensive line. Those trenches. Yeah, y'all are athletes. Y'all might be the premier athletes out here on this field. Who's the strongest person that you've played with or against in your career thus far?
Strongest, with or against? We got some pretty strong guys here. I'm gonna say, in my career, 11 years, man. I got to watch some tape, but I play against a lot of great people, over the years. But, we got a ton of talent here.
Yeah.
Obviously our defensive line is extremely talented, and it's been amazing working with those guys.
Yeah.
So we were talking right before you came up about, and it was a little off-sports topic about things that irritates you about your job. And I look up, and the entire offensive line is doing push-ups. I'm like, that's got to be irritating for those guys. Because I thought you had a good day. Is that one of the things that, what was going on there?
Man, we have a high expectation for ourselves, We're working, and we have the standard that we're trying to establish, and, that's just part of, what everybody's buying into. Mm-hmm. That's what guys came in February, March, April, how guys were here, however long guys were here, whenever I came in, I saw everybody working. That's the standard that we established from the get-go. So
you didn't quite feel like you got there.
Man, we're here working.
Yeah.
And you see something we can do better, we're going to do better. You know what I'm saying? So we're out here working, man, and I'm just so excited that everyone's bought into everything that we got going on. Coach Pop doing an amazing job with the guys in the room. And, man, it's been awesome.
Now, look, I might be treading, a tight rope here, so you could just plead the fifth if you need to. I'm not trying to get nobody in trouble. But, from the outside, it does seem like this offense has a lot of places that it can go. It feels like it has the possibility of being very multiple. How complex does it feel like, kind of what you're working on is compared to some of your other stops in your career? Does it feel like it's more, or is it kind of in line with some of the places that you've been?
Man, you can't wait till week one?
Look,
come on, man.
I'm in front of you. We were having a good time. I was just trying to see. And that's why I said, look, you can plead the fifth if you need to. You want to plead the fifth here?
Yeah, come on, man.
I got a question that I know you're going to have a strong opinion on. Who's the greatest reggae artist not named Bob Marley? And why is it Peter Tosh?
Man, they got my man Vibes Cartel right now. He's been a superstar for a really long time. And he's like the next Jamaican icon. He's going global right now, so go check him out. Vibes Cartel.
All right. You a Peter Tosh guy?
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Nah. But there's a lot of young reggae artists coming out there. But Vibes been around for a while, and he just came back out. And he's doing his thing, man. Has a couple tours here in the States, and he's moving around.
Last thing from me. This guy doesn't like deep dish pizza.
What do you mean?
Who said that?
You did.
Who said that?
Come on, man.
I prefer a thinner brand of pizza, I'm going to be honest.
You a New York guy?
I'm not a New York guy, but, New York style would get me. But the thing that I've heard is that Chicago folks don't even really be eating deep dish like that. Like, that's more of a tourist thing anyways.
Who said that?
Yeah, you eat deep dish, don't you?
I eat deep dish.
Okay, all right. I could be wrong there.
Am I considered a tourist now that I don't live there?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I would never say that to your face. What's something about offensive line play that we on the outside just don't get right in your perspective?
A lot of people don't see the amount of work that we put in, the offensive linemen. Obviously what people see is the work that we put in games and throughout the season. But there's a lot that goes into offensive line play, especially this day in offensive line. Guys are working year-round, and it's a nonstop thing. And when you're thinking about your craft, especially a young player in this day and age in offensive line, you're working year-round.
Yeah.
And, how fast can you develop your technique to be an effective offensive lineman in a league where you can service your team?
Mm-hmm.
That's the challenge right now for young offensive linemen. So a lot of people don't really see that, but when we come out there and we do our thing, they see that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they see the production.
Mm-hmm.
They're also going to see, and this has been a big story, want control, more say in things. We're seeing it out on the field. How are you seeing it from where your perspective? C.J. Stroud taking over.
Fantastic young man. He's taking charge of the offense, man, and he's doing his thing out there. I love the way he talks to the guys. He comes up to everybody and talks to them, has our little handshake thing going on. Guys really appreciate stuff like that. And when you have a young guy, a young quarterback that can do that with guys and connect with guys at that type of level, it's fantastic for the offense.
How does he remember all the handshakes?
That's him. He's the quarterback. You got to remember all the plays.
Doesn't he have like 20?
You got how many plays we got? Exactly. Come on. He's a quarterback now. Come on.
Y'all got one as well?
Yeah, we got one.
Okay, all right. I love that. All right. One of the things about this team is the defensive line is incredible, right? Especially you talk about the ends. Will and Daniil. There's a lot of things to be impressed about. From an offensive line perspective, what catches your attention the most? What is the thing that you go, damn, when you look at those guys' work?
Obviously, these guys are a very physical front, extremely talented, and this has been amazing working with them so far. Really good for us, having Coach Miko has this saying, iron sharpens iron, right? So when we have a defensive line like that, we're only going to make each other better.
Yeah.
So it's awesome to have that in training camp.
Last thing for me anyway, culture is another catchphrase here. It seems to be very real. Everywhere you've been, as long as you've played, people all talk about culture. Is it just more real in some places than others?
It's definitely a real thing, man. And, I've been places, where I get to experience great culture, and this is definitely one of them. Obviously, with Coach Nico setting the tempo, having the coaches in the building, the staff in the building, the culture here is amazing, and guys feel it, and we're trying to express that on the field too.
All right, before we let you go, I know you're a video game guy, but I think there's two types of video game guys, right? I think there's I play sports games and I play Elden Ring and all those types of games. What kind of video game guy are you?
Man, okay. So I'm kind of a little bit all over the place. I definitely first person, FPS.
Yes, okay. So the Call of Duties, Battlefield type games.
Yeah, but I'm an intense fighting game guy though.
Oh,
Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, old school type. I'm hardcore. That's what I grew up with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Smash Brothers. That's what we played when we was a kid.
We can get together on Smash Brothers.
You don't want no smoke.
What's the main? What's the main on Smash Bros?
Fox. I'm talking about OG Smash.
Okay. I'm a Kirby guy, so you're probably not gonna like me. And I'm a button masher on See, I done messed it all up here, right?
Yeah.
Laken, we appreciate you sitting down with us. Appreciate you giving us a little bit of time, and hopefully we have a really good season where your name doesn't get called at all, because obviously that's a good thing for the offensive line.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all, man.
Thank
Brother,
you, man.
appreciate you stopping by. That's Laken Tomlinson, offensive lineman for your Houston Texans here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you jumping in with us. I feel like now we have to go around the NFL, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
So I guess let's jump right from Laken Tomlinson. Again, appreciate him sitting down with us. Why'd you say reggae like that?
Reggae. You always got to say reggae.
He said reggae.
Reggae.
I feel like that was all. See,
look it up.
I don't like that. That's your excuse every time. It's just that's how the OG
That's the
say
first
it.
time I've ever used that excuse in my life. In my life, that's the first time, because it was appropriate. Ask any OG. It's reggae.
Okay. All right. Very good. Somebody said, we should have let him know about some of the best Jamaican food. And hey, look, what I'll do for you, text in 713-572-4610. If you got the Jamaican food recommendations for Laken, and we'll try and pass them along to him for the city. And also, our engineer Aaron also says that he wants to know where to get his jerk chicken and his curry goat and his callaloo pie, although that's more trendy and those things. But all right, let's go a little bit around the NFL here, Fig.
Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's get a little around the NFL here in right now. And one of them, we have to start with a very sad thing, obviously, that happened in the city of New York, where the NFL's headquarters is based. In fact, in the building that the NFL's headquarters was based in, that there was an active shooter that I think the last time I checked that there was 5 lives that were taken in this instance out there with a shooting at the building that houses the NFL's headquarters. I know that Roger Goodell put out a statement about all of this, and it was Figgy. Do we have that?
Yep.
And this is what it sounded like this morning. Jamie Erdahl giving us a little bit of the statement that Roger Goodell sent about the shooting.
Some sad news out of New York yesterday as a gunman shot and killed 4 people, including a law enforcement officer, and also injured one of our coworkers at our NFL New York offices. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell sent out a statement to our NFL family yesterday, and in part it reads, "As has been widely reported, a gunman committed an unspeakable act of violence in our building at 345 Park Avenue. One of our employees was seriously injured in this attack. He is currently in the hospital and in stable condition. NFL staff are at the hospital, and we are supporting his family. We are deeply grateful to the law enforcement officers who responded to this threat quickly and decisively, and to Officer Islam, who gave his life to protect others.
Yeah, very sad. Also, an additional note that apparently is happening in New York City is that they believe, law enforcement officers believe, or it's actually Mayor Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, believes that the gunman was actually trying to get to the NFL league offices. So this has a very particular NFL tie here.
Yes, it does. And look, we can speculate all we want. It's really not worth it right now until we find out more. But one thing that has been reported by ABC News, says that the suspect who allegedly shot and killed 4 people at the office carried a note in his pocket claiming he suffered from to the NFL. So that's at least one report right there. But regardless, just absolutely horrible, of course.
Yeah, terrible instance of violence there. And obviously our condolences go out to everyone involved in that. It's obviously a very, very bad thing to see happen, especially as it relates to the National Football League. Some other things that are worth noting around the NFL. I did see this, that Michael, let me make sure I get this right before I start saying things, because I don't want to say the wrong name as I think about it. But, and of course, I lose it as I get there. Don't you hate when that happens?
Yes.
But yes, well, let's go here. Malik Neighbors, who obviously is a very good wide receiver for the New York Giants, he had left practice with a shoulder injury. Apparently, he's going to be okay. These are the types of things, though.
Yeah.
Not a big deal for the Texans, and especially not a big deal in seeing that he's going to be okay. But this is one of the things that we have not had opportunity to talk about, which I'm very happy about, is injuries occurring on the practice field. And that's a part of this, especially once we put pads on this week. That ends up being a kind of untalked about thing underneath this, which is you want to get your work in, but hopefully everybody's upright. And yet another practice where it feels like we were able to do that for the Texans.
I mean, knock on wood. D'Amico, he talked about it yesterday. The main thing with the full pads practice was everybody got out of there okay. I'm sure there's some little stuff, but nothing of note. 100%. I mean, that's no matter what you say about competitions and everything else, the number one goal is to get out healthy. And so far, so good.
Yeah, because, I mean, there's teams elsewhere that have not been able to do that. Carson, the Cowboys, Kalen Carson, he's out 4 to 6 weeks with a knee injury.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of kind of worry that someone else, I think it was Ian Rappaport making report of this yesterday, that somebody else for the Cowboys, the left tackle Tyler Guyton, possibly had an ACL tear. Fortunately, I guess for them, they were not able to. So yes, again, just another point to highlight that. You're playing football. This is the car crash sport, as I allude to it as. And so very thankful here in Houston that everybody has been upright and okay to this point dealing with these things.
Yeah, 100%.
So some other things that are happening. We talked about Micah Parsons. He's still we didn't mention this yesterday.
What's that?
Jerry Jones.
Oh, yeah.
Or actually Stephen Jones. This is the son of Jerry Jones, who is, he's taking over the reins as this thing continues to go. The quote that he gave yesterday in the holdout with, remind you, that one of the better pass rushers in the league is we're seeing pass rushers, eclipse $40 million annually on their deals. And they're the best player on the Cowboys team, I think you could easily say. They're actively fighting with him on negotiating a new deal. And Stephen Jones said this, he's got to want to be paid.
You think he doesn't?
What the hell does that mean?
You know what this is. You know what this is, right?
What is it? Please tell me.
This is about, I don't think it's true, but I think this is the Cowboys talking about some kind of effort, because of course who doesn't want to get paid? I think what he's using is kind of he's not giving us the effort that we expect. Because remember, Jerry Jones talked a lot about, he missed a lot of games, and
due to injury.
Dak Prescott, due to injury. But I think this is them saying he's got to want to get paid, meaning he's got to stay on the field, and maybe the effort is not what we expect it to be.
I think you're giving the Cowboys more credit than they're due.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing a thing that they've done time and time again. They've done this with their quarterback. They did this with Ezekiel Elliott when he was at the peak of his powers. And it's following literally the entire track, and even down to where they're debating with somebody at the higher end trying to get their money, so they give someone else a contract ahead of when they need to. I think with the Ezekiel Elliott, it was Jalen Smith, the linebacker, if you recall him. This year, the tight end, Jake Ferguson, got a 4-year deal in order to, I imagine, try and grease the wheels. They are so bad at this.
They are their entire, since before camp started, it's been a typical Cowboys mess in every way.
100%. And again, glad to see that the Texans are not involved there. A place where the Texans are involved. You know, I'm going to give you this every day. That the top 100 rolls on, as voted on by the players, and we have reached into the high 50s, and we have our first Houston Texan at 58. The running back for your Houston Texans, Joe Mixon, in the top 100, and then at 57. Defensive end for the San Francisco 49ers, Nick Bosa. Thoughts, especially now that
Joe Mixon is my thought. Get well, Joe Mixon. It's got to happen. It's got to happen.
From the 713, why? Every time you guys mention injuries, it happens later on. Never, ever mention injuries until it happens.
That's not true.
Buddy, if you think I have that kind of power, you think I wouldn't be making umpteen $1 million right now? I don't think I have that kind of control over what's happening. You know what? I'll go ahead and give you a mea culpa if we do end up with that space. But again, very happy that has not happened to this point for your Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. If you want to talk about injuries, why not talk about the Astros? Let's do that. Obviously, you had a rough go of it yesterday in a 2-1 loss. Framber Valdez pitching fantastic, but circumstances still don't allow the Astros to get over. At this point, I think we need to have some conversations nearing the trade deadline. Are we seeing what the Astros can't do now? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
Coach D'Amico likes the back and forth he's seen in the trenches through. 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, it's been a good day today. Practice done with. There's still some signatures happening. I can see Henry To'o. I saw Will stop for a little bit. I saw Woodard, linebacker, stop out. There's a lot of folks out here who are looking for autographs. There's a lot of people signing them, including Toro.
Toro's got to be dying.
Hall of Fame.
Dying in that thing.
Hall of Fame mascot.
Well, he earned it today.
Toro, yes, absolutely. I know it's hot in there.
Let's go out to training camp in fur. Let's wear fur to training camp. What do you say?
I say no. I say no. All right. Astros lose yesterday 2-1. We mentioned the Framber Valdez situation, the frustration he had. Obviously, there's a level of plaudits deserved. Just a good-looking outing for him, and he crossed the 1,000 career strikeout threshold as well. So salute to Framber there.
Can y'all tell them kids to shut the hell up?
No,
Yelling Toro. We're trying to do a radio show here.
Buddy, there's way more of them than there are me.
Hey, you bunch of brats.
They would look. You know that kind of popular social media. How many 10-year-olds could you fight or whatever?
Yeah.
My answer is not these ones. These ones are taken. There's a lot of them. There's at least I can count at least 40 right off the.
They're
jump.
on a mission.
I'm also on the mission, the Astros, and they need to be.
Are they?
They need to be.
Yeah.
That gap is starting to close when it comes to the games lead that they have on the Mariners and Rangers. 3 games now ahead of the Mariners, and today they have Jason Alexander going. But I feel like, what was your takeaway? Because it seems like you did have a takeaway from this kind of 5-game stretch that they've lost now. As we're starting to see, and we're really needing reinforcements and maybe the trade deadline to get here for the Astros.
Look, man, we talked about Framber a little bit. Question of the day, expressed some frustration. There's a reason for that. There's a reason some of these veterans clearly they might not be expressing it like Framber did, but this is how I would put it. And I'm curious on you and Figgy's and our listeners' thoughts on this. So we've spent a lot of this season talking about a lot of the things that this Astros team has done to get that lead. You know, clutch play here and there, big stretch before the All-Star break, playing good basketball, clutch hitting, calling up pitchers that are producing all of a sudden. Are we starting to see now not the things that they can do and have done, but the things they can't do, and the things that we can't necessarily count on, and the one that, well, there's several. But the one that I'm wondering about is a player that we all like. We all like a lot. We think he's going to be really, really good. But Cam Smith is one for his last 18. He's a rookie, man. You know, and as much as like he was on fast track to he's batting 105 since the All-Star break. And it's not necessarily his fault. It's a big ask, man, for Cam Smith to be that integral, 162 and more, presumably if they make the playoffs. We can't count on him to be a centerpiece, can we?
No, and even centerpieces need some protection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the thing about a baseball lineup. It is a very individual sport, but also it is still a team sport. You see that show up in various places. And I think the thing that you can't do is continue to rely on the Sugarland Space Cowboys to win Major League Baseball games to the degree of being one of the best teams in baseball, which they've done. They did for like 100 games, which is that is incredible to see. Or I mean, not obviously all of 100 because you weren't injured to all hell right out the gate, but you get what I'm saying. Like for a large period of the season, they've depended on AAA type talent, the likes of Taylor Trammell and so on and so forth, to come up and do this. The thing that you can't do is continue to try and have the aspirations that you do and hang them not just on Cam Smith, because I think that he's a part of it, but hang them exclusively on him without the level of support, which makes it so that this trade deadline, and Dana Brown talked about this when he was on the Space City Home Network broadcast in the bottom of the third last night. They need to make these. They need to make some moves. Like I do think that obviously we're seeing some guys that are getting close to returning, which would be good. But even that, like he had a level of I don't know what the right word is, but he was not skeptical, but he slow played it a little bit. The idea that all right, these guys are going to jump in immediately. We need to fire some guys at the trade deadline. At least he seemed to maybe throw out there a bat and a pitcher in order to help the pen, whether it's, a guy that goes straight into the pen or a guy that is in the starting rotation that pushes someone into the pen. But that acquisition is going to be necessary because they've been running a skeleton crew for far too long.
Well, that ties in directly with something else that I'm wondering they just can't do. We love the guy. He's versatile. He has been integral in this. You can't put Mauricio Dubon at third base all the time, regularly, I should say. You can't do it. The power numbers are not there, especially lately. He's not an extra base hit kind of guy. I always talk about how corner infielders have to be power and RBI guys. He's great, but you can't make him an everyday third baseman. And that ties in with what you're talking about.
I hear what you're talking about there. I actually don't really have issues with Dubon. I think the power, you're right about the power, but that's less about him and more about the context, right? Like, because you do not have power coming from other places, now he is required to try and have some level of power, and that's not been his game. It's never been his game, and not to put limits on him, but I don't believe that will ever be his game. And so, I think that ends up being the issue, and that's also why it's very important to add guys, because as much as, you're losing guys on the top end, you're losing guys who do have the opportunity to slug. When you talk about Yordan, when you talk about Isaac Paredes, Jeremy Pena is getting a rehab start, which is good. So at least he's close to get back because he's been a guy who's had a little bit of slug this year. But then you're replacing those with guys that you can't expect to have slug on the back end, or guys who have an opportunity to get you extra bases in the lineup. But I don't think that I attack, and I don't think that's what you were doing, but attack Mauricio Dubon.
No, I love the guy. It's just like you can't make your corner infielders have to be power guys. We talked about Christian Walker, and obviously Paredes was exactly that. You've got to be able to have that. Here's another one, and I'm curious on your thoughts on this one as well, because this is one that could be lingering. Even when you do get guys back, this could be an issue. You cannot continue to overwork the bullpen like you've been doing.
Correct.
But right now, since the All-Star break, starting pitching has averaged 4 2/3 innings. Can't have it. Can't have it. Starting pitching's got to go deeper because the bullpen, since just in the last 9 games, they've thrown 34+ innings. That's something where you're like, we can talk about it. Maybe they'll get hot again. Maybe they'll get guys back and things will start to even out and they won't be on this losing streak. But if you continue to overwork your bullpen like that, your pitchers, the Hunter Browns, who has not, really gone deep into games like we've been accustomed to of late, your bullpen, that's going to bite you year round.
Well, your answer apparently is that Jason Alexander tonight on the mound. No?
Well, see, that's the other thing. You're in such a spot right now. You don't even know who's pitching tomorrow.
That's correct.
Like literally.
Not knowing who's pitching the next day is kind of problematic, and it kind of is being nice.
Yeah.
All right, so because somebody put it this way, like the bloom is off the rose, which I think is very apt way of putting it. Where is the bloom off the rose most for you? Is it the pitching or is it the your lineup side?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because I think that's illustrating where you can use your limited resources to as you're 3 days away or 2 days away from the trade deadline. This week.
It's got to be hitting, especially third base. Just put someone of note, someone who can be reliable with power, and then you can use, and I've said this multiple times over the course of the year, I like Dubon to pop around. I didn't want him to be your everyday second baseman. I sure as hell don't want him to be your everyday third baseman. I like what Dubon can bring when he pops around and gives you that extra boost. Yeah, I would go there. Although, we'll see about the pitching coming back. Arrighetti, some others are starting to get close. We'll just see how they perform.
Yeah, I mean, that's really it sucks to have to depend on the reinforcements, especially with the return to baseball kind of track record of the Astros, but it's going to be really necessary. Yeah. There's a number of guys, and we'll talk about that here in a second, that seem like they're getting close, and you're going to need them. Like, you're just going to need them to step up, which I don't think is an unfair thing to say when you look at a roster. Before you end up with all these injuries, you had those guys, and you were going to need to depend on them. Now you need to, but you're just it's in a different circumstance coming off of the IL, hopefully soon. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I see you. Yes, Nick Casario, who talked to Payne and Pendergast this morning, will also be on Pat McAfee here this afternoon. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, is this a threat to a Houston institution? We'll talk about it next.
Take it from Nick Casario. When it comes to offense, success is simple. An offensive.
56-42.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get to What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We are still at the Houston Methodist Training Center where things are being wrapped up after a sixth day of training camp practice. I think just a quick summary of what you saw, Lopez, because it did feel like it was a better day for the offense, which is obviously very encouraging.
Better day for the offense. I did like there was a lot of short passing game, a lot out of the backfield, a lot of tight ends. I'm starting to kind of like what I'm seeing just from the group. You know, we spend a lot of time about, Cade Stover and what's Dalton Schultz going to be. Hell, Lachey was out there making plays, not necessarily with the first group, but certainly in the mix. Liking what I'm seeing out of the tight ends. I think they're going to use them a lot. And then this secondary, I mean, not to be redundant, but Saturday, yesterday, today, this secondary is legit.
Yeah, and you can see how routine they make plays. Like, on
the ball.
Our sight line helps us where there was a jump ball to Jaden Higgins down the right sideline. It was the closest sideline to the stands here at field here. And Jaden Higgins goes up and he gets his hands on the football. 2 hands on the football, pretty secure in the air. By the time he gets to the ground, it has been jarred loose because this secondary is not just going and hitting the man. They know that they're targeting the football, and they're breaking it up with a level of precision that, I mean, again, points to an elite defense. There's things that they're going to need to do this year in order to recertify themselves or certify themselves, depending on how they view it. But they have the tools is ultimately what I'm trying to do.
That's what I'm talking about. A lot of teams say, when the ball's in the air, we consider it our ball. And that's a lot of lip service, or maybe it's just coach speak or whatever.
That's right.
Player speak. No, these guys, when the ball's in the air, they go get it. It's going to be fun. And one more thing, sort of 6 days in, I mentioned it yesterday with Clint. It seems to me that C.J. Stroud is thinking a lot. Not necessarily that it's a bad thing, but that's the progress. That's the progression when you're taking control of an offense. Thought he had a pretty good day today in terms of getting to the line, getting it popping. Maybe it's starting to come a little easier for him, So we'll see. Long way to go, but he seemed to be grasping it.
We'll get more of what's happening with the team here in a little bit when we hear from D'Amico Ryans. I'm already seeing one of the things D'Amico is talking about, and that's one of the questions that I think Clint has been heavy on, which is, damn, these defensive ends really blowing up these plays, making it a little tough. We'll hear from D'Amico a little later. What we also need to hear about is the Astros and these injuries, right? And, of course, I'm not just saying this to highlight this again, but you're seeing guys that are rolling when it comes to that, because return to baseball has been a tumultuous, let's say, path for the Astros. But in that regard, Spencer Arrighetti probably he'll make one more rehab start before on Thursday in Sugar Land before rejoining the Astros on their road trip. So Spencer Arrighetti, he threw 3 1/3 in his last outing last week. Sean Dubin also has thrown a live BP, so he's working his way back. JP France also threw a double-A last week, so he'll report to triple-A this week. So those are guys that are within kind of an earshot or very close to returning up. Christian Javier is throwing in Sugar Land. He had 2 2/3 last week. And it's also worth remembering Jeremy Pena was doing real work at Minute Maid Park yesterday, and he, I believe, is playing today for Sugar Land. So those are some guys that are going to be very, very vital for this Astros team to be able to maybe reverse course, but at least pull up on what has been a little bit of a nosedive. Is that fair to say? Is that
longest losing streak of the season?
Yeah, a little bit of a nosedive on the season. So yeah, if you can get Jeremy Pena back by the weekend, if you can get the likes of Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti, you give yourself an opportunity to fix some of the really difficult points that you've been dealing with the Astros.
I just want to bat 300 on these pitchers.
That'd be nice.
Just like they do in baseball. 300 will get you in the Hall of Fame. I just want a third of these dudes to come back with the. Give me a third of them, and I'll be happy. I won't be greedy. And yeah, I'm with you on Jeremy Pena. I think we'll see him real soon.
Speaking of baseball, there's couple of notion for the Cubs, and he passed away. Was it age 65?
Age 65, had cancer, battled it for a long time. I would contend, and I'm not alone. I think a lot of people in Chicago would contend he's as much Mr. Cub as Ernie Banks.
Wow.
No, absolutely. I think ask him in Chicago. We should have asked Laken Tomlinson about that. I'm sure he's familiar with Ryne Sandberg's work. He was 15 years with the Cubs.
Yeah.
He tried to put that team on his shoulders and get them out of the doldrums and their eternal funk. Didn't quite do it.
Sorry, something about the word funk, especially when you're not talking about the genre. If you're talking about just like smell, funk as a word is hilarious to me.
And I could still see him. This could have been a question of the day. I could still see him. He had the flip-up sunglasses. Remember those?
Oh, yes.
Dude, those were so sweet. He would always have the glasses up with no lens on it, and then he'd pop them down whenever there was a fly ball. Ryne Sandberg, I just still see him in those, and just an incredible, incredible player.
Yeah, so there's that, and there's also, we should have mentioned this probably yesterday, Jeff Passan made a report that, in a kind of a discussion between players and Rob Manfred.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of a dust-up between Bryce Harper and Manfred, the commissioner of baseball. At one point, Bryce Harper telling Manfred to get the bleep out of our clubhouse if he wanted to talk about a salary cap. That is one of the things that is kind of looming for baseball, and when it comes to the MLB seems to be trying to gear themselves up towards trying to put in a salary cap, and this kind of response makes me think, one, that the players are game for fighting, two, we're guaranteed a lockout.
What you said. Both those things. That's exactly what I thought. They threw hands, man. No, they didn't, but it would have been cool if they did. Apparently they went like almost nose to nose in one report.
And supposedly they did ultimately shake hands at the end of it.
Yeah, sure, get out of here.
Could he get in trouble for that if he did something like that?
I don't think so.
I never thought about that. Like, what if somebody go nose to nose with Roger Goodell?
But if it has to do with some sort of discussion on the collective bargaining agreement, that's almost like what's the term I'm looking for? Bullying, basically, but
intimidation.
Intimidation, yeah, it's legal intimidation. So I don't think so, Figgy.
I mean, as long as he ain't touch him, right? Like, I feel like once you get some actual physical contact, then we might get to a space where police are called. But to that point, I think that was just the nature of a heated discussion in that space. I do wonder how often that
ugly, man.
It does sound like it's
going to be ugly.
It really does. All right, speaking of something that could potentially be ugly, I don't know. It's a possibility.
Yeah.
But you know me as a native Houstonian and as someone who absolutely loves this particular brand.
Yeah.
Shipley's Donuts means a lot to me.
Yeah.
Like, it's my favorite donut. It feels like home.
It's a good donut.
It feels like home whenever I get it. I understand there's a little bit of shade in there, but I don't have time to stop. I got to cruise right past that. And when it comes to, I think it was the Houston Chronicle actually reporting something when it comes to this, and that is that there is a private equity firm called Levine Leichman Capital Partners that bought now, I guess, a controlling interest in Shipley Donuts. And I'm not gonna lie.
Where are they from?
I'm scared.
Where are they from?
What is it?
The company.
Beverly Hills, California.
California? See,
I don't necessarily know if it's the place that it's from. It's more that it's a private equity, because I immediately go to like Whataburger, who had private equity buy into them, and I don't know that there's been a lot of talk about the quality going down from Whataburger, but I don't know that that's actually been borne out. However, it just does raise, anytime, no matter who the Shipley would have been sold to, private equity or some other, it makes you think, is it going to be the same? And so it's a Houston institution in my brain, and I'm crossing my fingers for the best, because that does give me a little bit of a fear.
Krispy Kreme is from the South, baby. And they're always going to be from the South.
This man.
Where we love God, puppies, and family.
Are they from Houston?
No.
All right, so we don't give a damn where they from then. They ain't from H-Town.
That's right.
Shipley isn't from... Shipley's not from Houston anymore either.
Don't try to throw in they from the South.
Y'all
we talk about Houston.
Y'all now are a bunch of tree-hugging wingnuts who love California companies. That's what you guys are. I like.
Not when there's jalapeno in my kolache.
Krispy Kreme.
That is Texas as it gets. Put that jalapeno.
Yeah, you guys.
But it's Texas made.
Oh,
That's the key word. Texas made.
To what Reggie said, for how long? For how long is it?
California like Texas, low key. They want to be like everybody here.
Yeah, I do like Shipley. I have always believed Krispy Kreme to be better. And Krispy Kreme, once again, they're from down here. That's all I'm saying.
Down where?
Southerly.
Yeah.
You don't even know. You don't even know where they're from.
They're from North Carolina.
Wow. And that's a debate if that's really the South, by the way.
Southern-ish. But they have a stranglehold down in the South. I just happen to love Krispy Kreme, and you guys happen to love tree-hugging companies in California.
Whatever, dog. Somebody said you ain't Houston, it's Shipley, not Shipley. I think that
is true.
I know it's true.
Yeah.
I think that is inherent to my Nigerian upbringing, where I know there's a lot of people's parents that do this, but my parents absolutely did this. Add S's where they're not supposed to be and take away S's where they are supposed to be. So Shipley, I think, very much ended up being the
That's every black family, to be honest.
That is fair.
We say Kroger's.
Kroger's for sure. My mom say Aldi's like it's her job.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
the only question I missed on the AP style book test, they snuck in a Kroger's and I left it, and I should have changed it to Kroger.
You thought that would get you more points?
Still upsets me.
You thought that would get you more points, huh?
I mean, I got a 99, so.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you wouldn't have changed your points at all, and I feel like they'd have been like, man, that kid's a jerk. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, another good day of practice out here, and everybody right. We got some really fun activities. We got some good plays from offense as well. Let's hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, on his thoughts on practice. We'll hear that next.
What excites Coach DeMeco the most? Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Another day of training camp, day 6, in fact, in the books out here. And let's hear from the head coach of the Texans, DeMeco Ryans, on his thoughts on day 6 and more right now.
Getting back, a player like Petrie just after a couple of days, is it kind of getting him just back into the football mode and kind of
Petrie is good. He's back out at practice. He's good. Same guy he's been. So nothing to report there.
I know you talked recently about Sheldon Rankins, but after not having him the previous year, why were y'all really interested in having him back?
I was really interested in getting Sheldon back just because knowing the type of player that he was when he was here, like the leadership that he provided, had a really great connection their first year together, and really wanted to keep Sheldon. So it was really tough seeing him go, leave us, go to Cincinnati. That was a tough one because we were really working hard to get him back. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but it's all about the right time, and it worked out this year, and so we're happy to have him back to our team.
What are some of the improvements that you're seeing on the offensive side of the ball now that you all have had the pads on today?
You see it, things evening out more. When you put the pads on, defense kind of had the advantage there. Early on, we weren't in pass. Defense was making a lot of plays, and now just see things balancing themselves out. Offense is making plays daily. Our quarterbacks are doing a really nice job just placing the football in the right spot. And our receivers are making some really tough, contested catches. And that's what we want to be. We want to be a tough, physical football team. And you can't lose sight of that play on the outside from the receivers, the DBs, how those guys play. That's the makings of a really physical team. So Jaden Higgins, he stepped up, made some really nice catches. Noel Hutchinson has done a really good job this year playing physical. Really doing a great job at the catch point as well. We got a lot of guys on the offensive side who are getting, really better, and it really jumps out in that receiver room to me.
On the offensive line, Tomlinson, what does he bring, maybe not just on the field, but off the field as you try to improve the line coach from last year?
What Laken brings to our team, off the field, it starts with his work ethic. I just remember him, he first came in, our OTA program, just the way he worked. Like, he did a great job just establishing himself as a hard worker. And for guys just to watch him, Laken, he didn't have to say much, but you just watch his actions, watch how he went about his work. And I think a lot of our younger guys can glean a lot from that. Like, man, this guy is about his business. He's been in the league over 10 years. Why does a guy like that stick around? It's going to start with the work ethic, especially at such a tough position that he plays up front in the interior offensive line. Like, those guys, it's a very physical game up there. They take a pounding. Laken does a great job of not only working hard, but also recovering the right way, taking care of his body the right way. So I think he can really help a lot of our guys when it comes to that area of the game off the field that no one sees, to allow you to be your best when you step out on the field. Laken has excelled at that from the beginning of his career to now.
Coach Nick Caserio was on the radio this morning talking about steps he's seen Will Anderson take. Can you specify what those things were? What can you say about the development from year 2 to year 3?
Will has done a really good job of just taking his game to the next level. When it comes to his pass rush, I haven't seen a person that's more dialed in when it comes to like what moves he's trying to execute, right? Really, and not predetermining moves, but truly playing instinctive, playing off what the offensive line is giving him, whether he needs to play speed to power, whether he needs to be a little more finesse, working the edge, right, working the inside. But he's just doing a really great job of really developing that pass rush repertoire. And with Daniil, you see the growth, you see the improvement. I talk about Will all the time as that relentless player and what we represent as a Texan, but it's also he represents that part of that growth factor and what I love to see from all of our guys. And you can see this year, I know he's going to be a much better pass rusher than he was last year, just because of the work that he's put in all throughout the offseason, and now in training camp is still growing each and every day. And I have to keep him away from a quarterback because he's getting a little too close. But he's doing a great job.
Along those lines with Eric Steele Jr., he's always looking to get better. And
work hard. What do you see from him as he tries to just continue to make specific improvements to his game?
Stingley, what I've seen from him throughout camp, Stingley is just consistent. He's quiet over there on the edge, and that's what it takes to be a really great corner. There shouldn't be a lot happening your way because a lot of people don't want to go your way. But him and Nico, they go at it every single day. Those two of our best guys, they match up against each other every rep. And that's good on good every single time. Those guys, they sharpen each other every time they're out here. So Sting has continued to be steady, picking up right where he left off.
You know, it's not ideal to have a couple of your running backs out, but how beneficial is it to have these added reps for a new guy like Nick who's getting used to the system and younger guys to get these reps?
In training camp, right, you never know what's going to happen. So as a player, my message is you have to be ready. When you do have the opportunity to get more reps, you have to take advantage of those reps. And you take advantage of them by, knowing what to do and able to execute the right way. Nick has done that. Woody's done that. All the guys, Jawar, Dare, those guys have done a great job of just being ready to go. And those guys are getting a lot of reps. Hopefully those reps pay off as those guys see more throughout training camp. But the backs are doing a great job. Coach Danny Barrett, as always, is continuing to do an outstanding job as our running backs coach. And I really love working with Danny, appreciate what he's done working with those guys.
Coach, as the first time playing forward, what do you remember the first time you assumed that role and then having an experience with Bobby and now going to Nick? How do you prepare for that being the first time you do it? What do you remember? And how's that experience with Bobby helping work with things? I would imagine there's nothing like calling it engagement, right?
As the first-time play caller, it's like we talk about players, rookies, and their growth and development. It's the same with play callers. Like, you have to get reps. The only way to get better at something is you actually have to go out and do it. So for me, I try to do a really good job of putting guys in position, right? Different situations, different scenarios all throughout practice, like things that will come up in games. I try to make sure I'm putting those guys, through those situations. So when they see them, they can go back and they have a library of, hey, we were practicing on this day. I remember this situation. This is what I call. Hey, as you go in and look at practice, sometimes you look at it. Myself, you're always analyzing what you did. How can you be better? You analyze it. Hey, maybe I'll call something different here, or that would have worked. So it's always about self-evaluation as a play caller. Right? Nobody else may say anything to you, but you have to constantly yourself as a play caller, knowing what you want to do, when you want to do it, how you want to get it done. And I'll continue to give the guys as many reps as possible to make sure they're ready to go come game time.
So given Nick's experience with tight end position, how do you feel that you've seen Payne and Dalton and Brevin kind of take that next jump forward and how they've kind of grown off of last season?
Our tight ends, they've been really solid all camp. Jake has done a great job of coaching those guys up, just putting the pads on. I see guys just being on it, playing with their pads, playing physical, playing with great hand placement, the tight end position, starting there in the running game and how we're blocking at that position. And then you see the route detail and the route growth starting with Cade Stover. I've seen him develop a lot as a pass catcher running the routes. He's done a really great job at the top of his routes, executing the break points, getting open. Dalton has come back. He's done a great job of being the elite pass catcher that we expected him to be. And Brevin, his explosiveness, his play at the line of scrimmage, and when he gets the ball in his hands, like that entire group, they have a lot of different things that they do well. And you got 3-4 tight ends who can operate in that manner is going to help us. So not only Kaylee, but also Jake. Coach Jake's done a great job with the tight end group.
So many physical players play physical on the defensive side of the ball. What is the message that you give them to maybe tone it down a little bit? Because, you got C.J. Gardner-Johnson with Mark Nassar. They're used to playing a certain type of physical style of that a little bit.
All right, the Texans are going to be a physical football team. That's what I believe in. I don't like guys who don't play the game the right way, and that's being physical. Not only defensively, but offensively. Like, we're going to play backs running behind your pass, O-line, finishing at the second level. That's what I truly believe in. And so when we come out and practice, like, we are a team. We have to work together. Right? It's just when we practice, there's just no cheap shots. We still want to play physical. We're going to play between the whistles, but we don't want guys. always talk about protecting the team, not taking a cheap shot, not going to the ground, and guys are smart enough and aware enough that they know how to practice the right way, which allows us to practice hard but also practice in a safe manner.
After the day, it seemed like the line, they're always better against the starting line. How do you kind of see the direction of the starting offensive line?
The whole line, again, it's different guys have been in there. I think those guys are continuing to get better. And you see it's real football. You get to block guys with pads on. I think that's just real, and that's what you see. Our guys are doing a solid job, and they're continuing to get better.
Coach, it seems like Arnett is making a little bit of gains in terms of you're blocking plays. What do you see from his
Arnett he's taking his second chance, and he's running with it. Right? He's been dialed in since day one. Very grateful for the opportunity to be back in the NFL, and I'm happy to be in a position to give a guy a second chance. I think in life we all need more than second chances. It's just having to think back on our lives and things that happen. Like, you want the opportunity to have another chance at things, and he's doing a great job with it so far. All right, thank you guys.
DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, they're talking after practice, and some interesting things in there. One of them I'd like to stop down and talk about is he was, obviously asked about the first-time play caller, Nick Caley, and I do love how much growth and development came through in his answer even there, right? Like, you think about the growth and development, obviously, for like a rookie from a coaching perspective, growth and development that you talk about from your team just generally.
Yeah.
He seems like he is also trying to actively develop his offensive play caller as well.
I think that's clearly a priority, and that's something that they're going to focus on. And I think that's where Nick Caserio comes in handy too. I'm very, very familiar with this offense. The sounding board on the offensive side of the ball is legit, and I think to have a guy like Caserio who has that experience, and you know him well, you've worked with him, et cetera, and then here comes Gerard Johnson, who knows a little bit more about other types of offenses. I think that all kind of feeds into that.
I will say, Caserio has said that he kind of stays out of the way when it comes to the offense.
Yeah, but he's a sounding board.
I'm sure he is.
Yeah.
If Nick Caley wants to go to him and they want to have a Nick with Nick kind of conversation, or Nick to Nick conversation.
Yeah.
But I did find that interesting, and maybe that is part of what the defense is doing here as well. Like, hey, give him a lot of different developed play calling. I think that's where also, as they are just in various different ways, joint practices are going to matter a good amount for Nick Caley and his development. But in talking about Will Anderson Jr. and the ways that he represents a growth factor, and he said he's definitely going to be a much better pass rusher this year, which I imagine the rest of the NFL has to shudder to hear when it comes to that. But he also said, and I don't know, it sounded like he was joking, but also I imagine he doesn't say that just for nothing. Got to keep him away from the quarterback. He's getting a little too close
one time. He's chomping.
Not one time, a lot of times.
Yeah,
last week he was just blowing up all the damn reps.
Yeah. He's chomping at the bit. The other thing that stood out to me, and if you're a Texans fan, you have to be happy with this, kind of the way the storyline of this whole training camp so far has gone. He alluded to early and then again late. The offense is kind of the offense-defense, sort of edge is kind of balancing out. And I think it's good to hear because we know the defense is really good. They dominated early, especially on Saturday. And now the offense is kind of catching up a little bit. That's what you want to hear, that the offense, which leads to Nick Caley as the play caller and leads to C.J. Stroud as the quarterback, and their development as an offense to be able to see them do a little bit better against this defense.
How'd you take his comments on the tight end room? First and foremost, I know
exactly what I've been saying.
He mentioned 3 guys, and he started with Cade Stover, talked about Dalton Schultz, calling him an elite pass catcher, and then mentioned Brevin and his explosiveness. Didn't get too much deeper than that. Like, does that feel like that tells you anything or top of mind for the head coach?
Maybe, but to me it validated what I think I've been seeing here. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of tight ends. It's not like, Cade Stover. Now, he's gotten clearly the most love. No question about it. But it's Cade Stover, it's Dalton Schultz, it's Brevin Jordan, it's Lachey occasionally. And I love that. And by the way, a huge staple in this style of offense.
Real quick before we move on here, because again, appreciation to D'Amico Ryans for being as available as he is during this time period. On the text line from the 832, Cedric says, "I'm hearing all kind of subliminals to Laramie Tunsil." Do you feel like you heard that as well in listening to D'Amico?
I think it's more just offense in general, but definitely that's part of it. Yeah.
Talked about Laken Tomlinson bringing a work ethic, establishing himself as a hard worker, and then also talking about the idea of just Texans are going to be a physical team, which obviously that's just general with this team. He said that that's the playing the right type of way is playing physical football. I guess if you wanted to interpret that way, you absolutely could look at the former number 78 for the Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Another day. Another Texans training camp practice out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. But coming up next, especially with Fig back, let's get some lunchtime confessions as we always do.
Nick Caserio shared his opening thoughts at the start of Texans training camp.
A lot of work in front of us, 20 practices, 3
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I gotta tell you guys, I am digitally free hanging today, and it feels wonderful and awesome.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
The image that you just painted for the general listening audience, mind you, during a lunchtime.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
But it's accurate. I do not have a laptop. Reggie, on the other hand, has two.
Correct.
My laptop yesterday, right after the show. I'm doing everything off the phone right now, so my laptop fried, but that's part of the confession that I'm digitally free hanging.
Don't like it.
The other part of the confession is not only is this refreshing, but I realize batteries in the new computers, when it gets real hot, they have a sensor that turns them off, and you have to take the back off the laptop and reset the whole damn thing.
Huh.
So I didn't go to Best Buy. I just went to old YouTube and figured out how to get it done. But thankfully, the laptop is back in working order. Did you know that these new laptops, they have a sensor that'll just shut it out completely, and you're done?
Is that so for all laptops, or is that just the brand?
The
that you
Lenovo.
got? Okay.
I had the Lenovo, so
I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm not frequently in circumstances where I'm overheating the laptop.
Yeah.
But
okay. The good news is everything's right in the palm of your hand these days.
What a world we live in.
Yeah,
right?
be careful with that phone too. The phones do the same thing. It happens when the phones overheat a little bit. It stop.
Well, thank you, Figgy.
Oh my goodness.
These are my confessions.
All right, so we found out yesterday that the Titans made a move. They went ahead and parted ways with Treylon Burks former Arkansas Hog, and he was supposed to be the new A.J. Brown when they traded away A.J. Brown. They used one of the draft picks that they got back in that A.J. Brown trade in order to get Traylon Burks.
Yeah.
And I got to admit, I mean, I thought he was going to. I was so wrong. Like, I was so very incorrect. And this one goes, I think, on the Mount Rushmore of the Reggie was wrongs. Like, I feel like we all have our, damn, I was way wrong on that one.
Yeah.
This one goes on, because I swore, and this is part of the hubris that comes from being a big college football watcher, because I remember watching him in Arkansas, and he was a menace out there. Like, big body guy, has a, good wiggle to him, good speed, and I was like, man, this dude is the truth. And I was like, all right, that makes perfect sense. Don't bet on the quote unquote aging kind of guy.
Yeah.
Like, let him move on. Don't pay him crazy. Get a younger guy that can do the deal. Boom, you're in the, and you get additional draft capital. Wrong.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Well, I'm with you in that take. I thought he was going to be real good too, but that's not the first thing I thought of. First thing I thought of was Mike Vrabel. Remember when they traded A.J. Brown? And he was making faces and
yes,
and wondering what the hell are you doing?
I bet Vrabel probably say the nastiest thing about the Titans when he's away from a microphone. When he's just with his homeboys. Does he have homeboys that he hangs out? I feel like coaches are so sick. He's just here with his other coaches. But whenever he has an opportunity,
he couldn't even hide it. He was like, "You're doing what?"
He probably says the meanest things about the Titans, and he probably. I mean, it's earned.
And he's largely right.
It is earned and deserved.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I got to do a little piggyback confession off of Lopez's confession with his thought it was fried. So you text us in the group chat pretty much telling us what was going on with your laptop.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, we kind of joking around a little bit. I told him Reggie let you borrow one of his.
Yeah.
And Reggie said nope.
Nope.
He said hell no. But I was wondering, like, man, it seemed like Lopez kind of freaking out a lot over this. I'm like, damn, he must really be focused on his work. And come to find out, my confession is, I don't think he was focused on his work at all. He was focused on the damn podcast and the OG sauce.
Hey, that's work.
I think that's the real, because I was sitting there, I'm like, man, Lopez over here crashing out over something, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm like,
yeah,
dang, I'm like, he went to training camp without a laptop before. So I'm like, I'm sure he could do this without. And after you said more about the, man, I got the podcast, I got the OG, I'm like, this is what it is, man.
Well, in my defense,
because even Reggie even offered, he said, hey, why don't you go to our engineer to get you a work laptop? He said, nah, man, I got the podcast, the OG sauce, man. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I don't want those work people to know all about my business, about my private business. No, I knew I could do most of the show on the phone, but everything on the podcast and OG Sauce is on my laptop. So I was like, oh, boy, that's going to be a problem.
I'm sitting there, I'm like, why is he crashing out over there? He could just get a work laptop. I'm like, I mean, he's just going to, like, we more worried about the business part of it than us.
Man, I had the show on lock.
You ain't thinking about us. You're thinking about the podcast. So I was like, I understand it.
Biggie, I'm always thinking about you.
That sounds like a threat.
These are my confessions.
So you saw the news on Marcus Morris?
Yeah.
Obviously, so you got to bear with me on my confession, because he was arrested for fraud, apparently bad checks with businesses, bad checks with Las Vegas.
Is it wrong that, like, part of my brain goes, in the year of our Lord 2025, if you using a check, I kind of have half of mine that you scamming? Is that wrong?
No, I don't think so. But some places would, big money, you want to write a check or whatever for trips and stuff. And so I get he's gonna pay the price. He's the law is gonna come and do its part, etc. But this is my confession. Even when it's their own damn fault, like with Marcus Morris, I just feel such a sense of waste, and it just breaks my heart, because so many people get this money and have no idea, number one, who's trying to steal it from them. Number 2, who's giving them bad advice. And number 3, how to actually manage their money. I get he broke the law, allegedly, according to the charges. But it still just broke my heart.
The legal team thanks you for that.
It just broke my heart. It just seems like it's...
Not sure. Like, it's... I always go, harken back to, what was it, the Pablo Torre Sports Illustrated article broke that ultimately led to that 30 for 30. Man, there's a lot of money these dudes have, right, or are able to earn by playing these sports. It's a lot of people who are wolves in sheep's clothing trying to go and get an easy payday off of some dudes that have oftentimes dedicated their life to sports and not necessarily had the same level of, attention and care to how that money ultimately gets used. And as you mentioned, sometimes they trust the wrong people. I also learned about that in taking flack, right? Like Dan Pastorini had.
He lost a lot.
Lost a lot of money, trusting people that you would imagine were trustworthy. That ultimately
brother.
And brother-in-law and sister. Yeah, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Look, I love the partnership that we have with the Texans, the ability to be out here at training camp with pretty good vantage points of everything. However, if I was inclined to be conspiratorial, right, and if I thought, that maybe, just maybe, the Texans didn't like us as much as I know that they do, I would honestly think that they were trying to make it as hard as possible, some might say impossible, to see what's happening in 11-on-11. Because I swear to God, at any given point during team or 7-on-7, the offensive line, the offense who are not actually on the field, the offensive players, it feels like when they go through their working on the day, they get to the end of it and they go, all right, so make sure at any given point y'all are between the action and those red tents over there where Sports Radio 610 is. Because I swear, every time that I'm watching 11-on-11, because the media tent over there. Also, I think the defensive guys handle the rest of the media, and the offense handle us. We gotta look through bodies. Thankfully, you have your ways of being able to tell what's happening. But I'm not. Look, again, I don't believe that to be the case. I think that just kind of happens naturally. Guys spread out and have their opportunities to try and see what's happening on the field. But I'm like, hey, how are y'all always in my way?
Maybe if Jack Easterby was still here,
all right,
he'd be on to something. Remember he put that scoreboard up? He put that scoreboard up to block the view, like literally a scoreboard.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like he would be very intentional. I don't think it's intentional in any ways. And it's been fun to be able to still see some big plays happen for the team here. From the 972, they say, I confess I'm no longer worried about the O-line with second picks and a wide receiver surplus. Nick Cassera will make a trade for another offensive guard. That is an interesting place to go because myself and Lopez, before this segment, were just talking about the idea that, and I don't know if I'm betraying trust at all, I don't know that I'm sold yet on the offensive line. Obviously, we talked to Laken Tomlinson. We'll hear that here in just a moment. We've seen the offensive line get out here with pads and be better than they were those first 4 days. But that doesn't say that they're going to go and be a consistent offensive line.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't think that D'Amico Ryans has given us any level of affirmative kind of value pads on. There's still work to be done, and there's still progress that needs to be made, and they need to show and prove still. So I'm encouraged that they're out here, that there's a lot of competition. It feels like, as Nick Cassera was talking about, we'll hear from him as well, that they're starting to maybe within the next week they might kind of solidify who are the guys that they will lean on majority on the offensive line. But I don't know that we have anything that says definitively that offensive line is going to be good in particular.
I'm with you.
And serviceable is a question that we're still trying to see as well.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop. Those are our lunchtime confessions here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, as I mentioned, we sat down with Laken Tomlinson, fresh off of the practice field, and you get to hear that conversation with Laken the Jamaican next.
All right. Let's talk about
Coach.
Low T Center. Let's talk about the Low T Center. You guys know how I feel about them. Been a client, gotten it done for years. You get into your 40s, you need to go see Low T Center. But how about this? Just got this message from my friends over at the Low T Center. Now offering hormone replacement therapy for women. So you can both get there together or by yourselves. Low T doesn't just affect guys. In fact, testosterone can benefit women as well. Other treatment options are available to help women balance the hormones and bring balance back to their lives. In-center and at-home treatment options are
800-770-0850. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on the Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Day number 6 out there at Texans Training Camp is officially in the books right now. The OG John Lopez and Reggie Adatula had a lot to say about what was going on in camp. You'll hear that coming up at 1 o'clock, as well as the mixtape at 1:20. But earlier today, offensive lineman Laken Tomlinson joined in the loop straight off the practice field. He has the things to say about this offensive group, the offensive line, and all that good stuff. Here's Laken Tomlinson, live from training camp.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and in the loop with us and yourself is the presumable, I believe he's the left guard for your Houston Texans. I mean, I'm just going off of what I can see. Maybe he could. Laken Tomlinson. Laken, what's happening, brother?
I'm doing good, man. I'm out here just working, man.
We see it. I wanted to start here because, I was doing a little bit of snooping, and I believe on Instagram your name appears as Laken the Jamaican Tomlinson.
Wagwan.
Hey, there we go. I like it. All right, so nicknames is a big deal in sports, especially football. Like, do dudes actually call you the Jamaican, or is that something that you have brought upon yourself?
Nah, it's just something I'm extremely proud about. I take a lot of pride in my heritage. Obviously, growing up there, lived in Jamaica for 10 years and moved to the States. So I take a lot of pride, So every time I greet someone, especially in the locker room, I always say Wagwan. That's just my little, my little piece that I, share with my teammates.
All right, but you didn't just move to the United States. You moved to Chicago.
Yeah.
Talk about culture shock. Going from Jamaica to Chicago at 10 years old, was that one of those like, hey, I want to go back?
I mean, it was cool seeing snow for the first time, but for like 10 minutes, I was like, yeah, I don't know about this. It was a big culture shock, and going from the culture that I had in Jamaica, me and my family, to the inner city of Chicago, it was very different. Definitely, different for me as a kid, 10 years old, experiencing new things, living in the inner city and adjusting to all, everything that's going on in the community. It was tough, but, I had uncles that were there, living there. They helped me adjust, and, I had actually a really good mentor I matched up with. Great.
I'm sorry. I don't know if this is accurate or not because it's just from snooping, like Reggie said. Did you play soccer a lot in Jamaica?
Oh yeah.
And that has to have been
football.
Football. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, we're both soccer guys here, so
I'm a football guy. I don't know what you just said.
You're preaching to the choir. We both are big fans. Liverpool, by the way. But anyway.
Also Liverpool?
Nah. I'm just saying.
Okay. I was
just saying. Your stuff.
So, how much does that help you once you transition to football?
Man, growing up, a little bit about me, I was like the youngest of like a group of like 8, 9 boys growing up in my community. So we competed a lot. So, we played a lot of soccer, a lot of cricket, and I just kind of grew up competing, So that competitive nature as a young age in that environment, it definitely transitioned over when I started playing football in the American football in the United States.
Yeah.
And, I did track, I did wrestling, did basketball. I just love to compete, So that childhood that I had definitely helped me a lot in sports.
Now, you compare that, you talk about competition. That's been the watchword, it feels like, for the team here with D'Amico, with Cole. What has been your experience, especially for a vet like you? You've played a lot of places with being in that O-line room in particular. How does that compare to the other places, other stops you might have made in the NFL?
No, it's been extremely great. Obviously, working with Pop, and the guys here, Titus, Blake, all those guys that have already been here, it's been great. And, guys are trying to do something special here. I can feel that coming in from the get-go. So, it makes it that easy for me to just kind of be myself. Come in, be about my business, come in, be about my work, and, show the team what I can give, as a player. I've been working with those guys.
So obviously the offensive line is trying to set the mindset. Everybody has talked about it, about we're going to establish the mindset. Last couple of days seems to be, pretty successful doing that. Are you guys starting to kind of catch on with collectively what you're trying to do?
We are here just grinding every day. We're working every day, man. And obviously, we're leaning on everything Coach Pop is teaching us. And, we're coming together as a group and trying to build that chemistry one day at a time here in training camp.
Yeah. What about the style of play? Because it's something that you probably are a little familiar with, but it's new for everybody right now.
Yeah, man, it's been great. Obviously Nick has a style of offense that he wants to establish here, and guys are buying into it. And all we can do right now is just come out here with a great attitude and just work our tails off.
Yeah.
And it's been great so far.
Now, you are been playing left guard, and a guy who has popped in at left tackle a little bit has a lot of interest. He's an early round draft pick and big boy. Obviously, Ariante Ursary. What has being able to work next to him and being a vet? What is that relationship? What has that experience been like thus far? And what can you tell us about his development early on?
Man, Tay's been awesome, man. He's a young kid that listens, and obviously, coming with a ton of talent. Being a high draft pick, and what exciting thing about him that the mental steps that he's taken so far. Obviously, he has it physically.
Yeah.
The mental steps he's taken so far, just listening to coaches, listening to the players. We got some vet players in the room. It's been awesome for him, and that can take him a long way. So it's really cool to see that as a young player.
What does he have going for him? Because Titus was talking earlier, or last week maybe, about he's further along than I was, when I came in. What are you
seeing? A lot of talent, and that mental. The thing is, that mental step that he's taking. He's executing that on the field.
Yeah.
So when you see that in a young player, man, it's truly awesome because that he's sitting down there, he's listening to the coaches, he's listening to the scheme, and then he's trying to figure out, from teammates around him, how to execute the scheme at a high level.
Yeah.
So when you see a young guy really buying into that, it's awesome. It's really awesome.
Yeah.
We're talking to Laken Tomlinson here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm always very intrigued, especially at the offensive line. Those trenches, y'all are athletes. Y'all might be the premier athletes out here on this field. Who's the strongest person that you've played with or against in your career thus far?
Strongest with or against? We got some pretty strong guys here. I would say, in my career, 11 years, man, I got to watch some tape. But I play against a lot of great people, over the years. But, we got a ton of talent here.
Yeah.
Obviously our defensive line is extremely talented, and it's been amazing working with those guys.
Yeah.
So we were talking right before you came up about, and it was a little off-sports topic about things that irritates you about your job. And I look up, and the entire offensive line is doing push-ups. I'm like, that's got to be irritating for those guys. Because I thought you had a good day. Is that one of the things that what was going on there?
Man, we have a high expectation for ourselves, good day, bad day, whatever. We're out here working, and we have the standard that we're trying to establish, and that's just part of what everybody's buying into. That's what guys came in February, March, April, however long guys were here. Whenever I came in, everybody worked from the get-go. So
you didn't quite feel like you got there.
Man, we're here working.
Yeah.
And you see something we can do better, we're going to do better. You know what I'm saying? So we're out here working, man, and I'm just so excited that everyone's bought into everything that we got going on. Coach Pop doing an amazing job with the guys in the room. And, man, it's been awesome.
Now, look, I might be treading, a tight rope here, so you could just plead the fifth if you need to. I'm not trying to get nobody in trouble. But, from the outside, it does seem like this offense has a lot of places that it can go. It feels like it has the possibility of being very multiple. How complex does it feel like, kind of what you're working on is compared to some of your other stops in your career? Does it feel like it's more, or is it kind of in line with some of the places that you've been?
Man, you can't wait till week one? Come on, man.
I'm in front of you. We were having a good time. I was just trying to see. And that's why I said, look, you can plead the fifth if you need to. You want to plead the fifth here?
Yeah, come on, man.
I got a question that I know you're going to have a strong opinion on. Who's the greatest reggae artist not named Bob Marley? And why is it Peter Tosh?
Man, they got my man Vibes Cartel right now. He's been a superstar for a really long time. And he's like the next Jamaican icon. He's going global right now, so go check him out. Vibes Cartel.
All right. You a Peter Tosh guy?
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Nah. But there's a lot of young reggae artists coming out there. But Vibe's been around for a while, and he just came back out, and he's doing his thing, man. Has a couple tours here in the States, and he's moving around.
Like dish pizza.
What I mean?
Who said that?
You did.
Who said that?
Come on, man.
I prefer a thinner brand of pizza. I'm gonna be honest.
You a New York guy?
I mean, I'm not a New York guy, but I mean, New York style would get me. But the thing that I've heard is that Chicago folks don't even really be eating deep dish like that. Like that's more of a tourist thing, anyways.
Who said that?
Yeah, you eat deep dish, don't you?
I eat deep dish.
Okay, all right. I could be wrong there.
I mean, am I considered a tourist now that I don't live there?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I would never say that to your face. What's something about offensive line play that we on the outside just don't get right in your perspective?
I mean, a lot of people don't see the amount of work that we put in as offensive linemen. I mean, obviously what people see is the work that we put in games and throughout the season. But there's a lot that goes into offensive line play, especially this day in offensive line. You know, guys are working year-round, and it's a nonstop thing. And when you're thinking about your craft, especially a young player in this day and age in offensive line, you're working year-round.
Yeah.
And, you know, how fast can you develop your technique to be an effective offensive lineman in a league where you can service your team?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the challenge right now for young offensive linemen. So a lot of people don't really see that, but when we come out there and we do our thing, they see that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they see the production.
Mm-hmm.
They're also going to see, and this has been a big story, C.J. Stroud saying, I want more control, more say in things. We're seeing it out on the field. How are you seeing it from where your perspective? C.J. Stroud taking over.
Fantastic young man. He's taking charge of the offense, man, and he's doing his thing out there. I love the way he talks to the guys. You know, has our little handshake thing going on. Guys really appreciate stuff like that. And when you have a young guy, you know, a young quarterback that can do that with guys and connect with guys at that type of level, it's fantastic for the offense.
How does he remember all the handshakes?
That's him. He's the quarterback. You got to remember all the plays.
Doesn't he have like 20?
You got how many plays we got? Exactly. Come on. He's a quarterback now. Come on.
Y'all got one as well?
Yeah, we got one.
Okay, all right. I love that. All right. One of the things about this team is the defensive line is incredible, right? Especially you talk about the ends, Will and Daniil. There's a lot of things to be impressed about. From an offensive line perspective, what catches your attention the most? What is the thing that you go, damn, when you look at those guys work?
Obviously, you know, these guys are a very physical front, you know, extremely talented. And this has been amazing working with them so far. Really good for us. You know, having Coach Miko has this saying, iron sharpens iron, right? So when we have a defensive line like that, we're only going to make each other better.
Yeah.
So it's awesome to have that in training camp.
Last thing from me anyway, culture is another catchphrase here. It seems to be very real. Everywhere you've been, as long as you've played, people always talk about culture. Is it just more real in some places than others?
It's definitely a real thing, man. And, you know, I've been places, you know, where I get to experience great culture, and this is definitely one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you know, with Coach Nico setting the tempo, having the coaches in the building, the staff in the building, down to, you know, everybody. You know, the culture here is amazing, and guys feel it, and we're trying to express that on the field, too.
All right, before we let you go, I know you're a video game guy, but I think there's two types of video game guys, right? I think there's like, I play sports games, and I play what kind of video game guy are you?
Man. Okay. So I'm kind of a little bit all over the place. You know, I definitely first person, you know, FPS.
Yes, okay. So the Call of Duties, Battlefield type games.
Yeah, but I'm like an intense fighting game guy though.
Oh,
Mortal Kombat. You know, like Street Fighter, like old school type. I'm like hardcore. That's what I grew up with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like Smash Brothers. That's what we played when we was a kid.
We can get together on Smash.
You don't want no smoke.
What's the main? What's the main on Smash Bros?
Fox. I'm talking about OG Smash.
Okay. I'm a Kirby guy, so you're probably not gonna like me. And I'm a button masher on See, I done messed it all up here, right?
Yeah.
Laken, we appreciate you sitting down with us. Appreciate you giving us a little bit of time. And hopefully we have a really good season where your name doesn't get called at all, because obviously that's a good thing for the offensive line.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all, man.
Thank
Brother,
you, man.
appreciate you stopping by. That's Laken Tomlinson, offensive lineman for your Houston Texans here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you jumping in with us. I feel like now we have to go around the NFL, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
So I guess let's jump right from Laken Tomlinson. Again, appreciate him sitting down with us. Why'd you say reggae like that?
Reggae. You always got to say reggae.
He said reggae.
Reggae.
I feel like that was
That's
also
how the OGs say it.
See,
look it up.
I don't like that. That's your excuse every time. It's just that's how the OGs
That's the
say
first
it.
time I've ever used that excuse in my life. In my life, that's the first time, because it was appropriate. Ask any.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that, OG. I don't know if people say reggae like that, but salute to Laken Tomlinson Laken the Jamaican, who joined the guys live at training camp in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got more camp nugs, more reaction to what the guys saw out there at camp, as day 6 of training camp is in the books. Keep it locked, it's in the Loop.
What excites Coach D'Amico? Here, an Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Latitula, Figgy Fig, holding it down for you as always. Another day, a Texas Training Camp in the books. Again, appreciation to Laken Tomlinson for being our guest today. You just heard that one. And I appreciate a little bit of support from my guy T. Mill. You hear from him in an hour when the drive takes over, saying on the YouTube page, deep dish ain't no pizza, that's a casserole. That's right.
Hey, you take it up with him.
With who? Laken?
Yeah.
Keep that myself. I'll just keep that one to myself. Big guy, as all those offensive linemen are, but very good guy. Appreciate him sitting down with us. All right, let's talk a little bit more about this Texans team, as you can always depend on Payne and Pendergast to get the better parts of a good hour with Nick Caserio, the executive vice president and general manager of your Houston Texans, because when he sits down with them, it's always very fun, and it was like that this morning as well when he was talking to the fellas. A lot of interesting things with it. I feel like camp gets the juices going where it also makes it better. But I kind of want to start here in a little bit of an unorthodox place. They talked about a lot of stuff, football, non-football. This one is kind of like, on the sides of football, but I was very intrigued hearing D'Amico Ryans talk today after practice about the ways in which he's given different looks to Nick Caley, the play caller, as a first-time play caller to help develop him. And the fellas asked Nick Caserio, not exactly about that, but in a similar type of vein, asking about developing coaches and how has that been a part of Caserio's plans in his career. This is what Nick Caserio said.
No, it's interesting. I mean, every year it's a new year, and where you are in your individual evolution and development potentially could impact what your focus is on a day-to-day basis. So I think I've had the good fortune of being in multiple roles throughout my career, but I think the approach that we take, not only with the players, and D'Amico's talked about on the coaching front, but just all aspects of the organization, is bring people in, provide them the opportunity, and the mindset of drafting them is something that we're, I would say, focused on, and the more we can continue to do that, create more opportunities for other folks and just kind of nurture them along and steer them in the right direction. Ultimately, that's my responsibility to the organization to hopefully position this group for a number of years to come.
Yeah, and I'm going to stay with what I said earlier, because I think it's logical, first of all, and I think it's something that every team does. It's not as if Nick Caserio is trying to develop Nick Caley as a play caller, but he's a sounding board. He's been in it. And as he just said, he kind of outfits them with the players that, by the way, he already knows, fit this type of system. So I think it's like D'Amico said, we're giving them different looks. That's not like I'm telling them how to call plays or I'm telling them how to run the offense. It's just, we're all sort of helping each other here, and the offense obviously needs a head start.
No, for sure. But again, it just gets me into the mindset of like the development that's necessary for Nick Caley to get this thing all together. How confident are you that Nick Caley reaches a satisfactory amount of development for week one? Because that's going to be a part of training camp. But I do appreciate, D'Amico Ryans being very open and vocal about, hey, that first time play caller very much tracks like a rookie, and they're going to need to see some things, and they're going to need to develop some experience. But you also need your offense to be at a certain level week one, right? And they already have lofty goals with that offense on top of the idea that this dude is doing this for the first time. So, like, one, you hope to be satisfactory for you starting the season, and two, what's your confidence level in Nick Caley getting to whatever that place is?
There's no reason to not have confidence from what we've seen, from the relatively quick development. We talked about the last 2 days. Offense seems to be catching up a little bit. D'Amico talked about it. So I can't tell you, he's going to be this ready. I mean, I don't think anybody can tell you that.
Sure.
But I will say this. I think we're going to see more of what this offense is going to look like in the regular season in the preseason than most offenses show, because it's all new. So they might show a couple of, and I'm not, talking about the whole playbook, but
no,
they might show some more, offense, wrinkles, so to speak, and how they use motion and how they use tight ends. You might show more in the preseason, because let's face it, you can do all you want out here, but, August 9th, Vikings, August 17th, Panthers, and then the Lions after that, that's going to be the best test. So I think they're going to actually do more.
All right, so I hate that this came to my mind when you were kind of discussing that, but the person that I thought about was Cliff Kingsbury. Not that there's a particular link, tie over, but one of the big kind of questions when it came to him as offense coordinator, which it'll be interesting to see if he's able to do what he was able to do last year, which was seemingly get over this hump of criticism, which is that the first half of the seasons were good, and then the second half of the seasons, as teams had levels of adjustments and understanding in what he was doing, that then he found that he wouldn't find another level. There wasn't an additional level of, I don't know what, of some level of play calling or what have you on the backside of it. Does that at all concern you about Nick also like that's a reasonable thing to kind of think about, but I try and juxtapose that with every single person that has any level of interaction with the offense has spoken so highly of Nick Caley and how intelligent he is. But obviously, again, the idea of D'Amico talking about this being his first go round and the ways in which he's trying to give him a lot of game in various different ways gets me thinking about all these things.
It does, and it's fair. But I think this is also where it's good to have C.J. Stroud out on the field. I can promise you a couple times at least, and nobody's told me this, but I'm just saying, he came off the field thinking to himself, I'm guessing, boy, we really should have done that. We know that because he said, I want more ownership. I want to be able to have more control. So I think there's a little bit of a difference. Yes, Nick Caley is still calling the plays, and there's going to be a learning curve, but C.J. Stroud's out on the field seeing what's in front of him in real time, and maybe he can make those adjustments because he's got the freedom to do it.
And I guess to be fair, the additional part of that I think you would say in a positive way is this seems like more of a collaboration. This seems more of a boardroom than a dictatorship. And so Nick Caley's not doing it on his own. It will be, as you mentioned, C.J. Stroud being able to say, well, okay, what do you think about this?
Yeah, and just doing
it. And not just doing that. I imagine in meetings and Gerard also saying, "Hey, I've got my eyes are showing me this. What do you think about this?" And all those things can work together as a collaborative hive mind of sorts offensively for this team. So okay, I appreciate that. I feel a little bit better on that thought. Some more things that Nick Caserio gave to the Payne and Pendergast fellas this morning at 7:15. I found this to be interesting because Christian Harris is a guy who we know that he has the capability to be the best linebacker on this team when we talk about raw talent, even some of the performances that he's already given in his early career. But availability has been a question, and he's not on the physically unable to perform list. He's not on the NFI list, and yet we had not seen him. They asked Nick Caserio, Payne and Pendergast did, about the status of Christian Harris, and this is what we were given.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last Tuesday. There's a number of players that are at different stages in terms of their development relative to their health. I would say specifically in Christian's situation, the way the rules work with NFI, PUP, etc., if they're on one of those lists, there's certain parameters and limitations in terms of what they can participate in. So as a player makes progress, let's say you want to put him into a walkthrough in the evening or something like that, you just have the flexibility to do that. You're sort of keeping him alive. So every case is a little bit different. So we're trying to do what we think is in the best interest of each individual player. So Christian's getting closer. He's starting to make some progress. So really, I would say that was more of a mechanical thing. There wasn't any funny business or anything like that. It's just trying to look at the situation. What do we think makes the most sense? Sometimes can keep a player a little bit more engaged when he's not on one of those lists for a myriad of reasons. So I'd say, again, there is a thought process and a rationale behind it. I'd say that's probably the best explanation for his situation.
Definitely.
What'd you get out of that?
Definitely insightful, but I was going to ask the question, is that more encouraging or discouraging?
Exactly. What I got out of that was, okay, so he's still not ready, because you can put people on the list and on that list or whatever it is and still get them on the field. We saw Jalen Petrie.
Millette was was Millette on the PUP? No, that's incorrect. And Petrie, neither was Petrie on either of those lists, to be fair as well.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can put them on different lists to be able to activate them and get them onto the practice field. And Christian Harris is not. I'm not saying there is, as he put it, funny business, but it's clear that he's not ready.
Well, yeah, he's not out there, right? We don't even have to get into the list in order to make that a portion of it. He's just not out there. I did find it interesting, and maybe I'm doing the thing where I take a word and I lean into it too much. Let me know if that's the case. 713-572-4610. Keeping a guy engaged. I cannot help but have that natural connotation of someone who is maybe disengaging, right? Like inherently on the other side of that. Relatively easy. Like, do you have any level of reaction to that? Because that felt almost visceral when I heard that.
No, I don't, to be honest.
Okay.
I think they want him in the rooms, and maybe there are lists, and I haven't gone with a fine-tooth comb and who can do what and when and where, but I'm guessing from his comments, that part I had no problem with. They just want to be able to have him in a particular meeting. As he said, maybe a walkthrough in the evening or something like that. So I didn't read too much into that.
Okay.
My big takeaway is, he's still not ready to take the next step.
Yeah, and that in and of itself is also very interesting because we spent all of last year going through this. And correct me if I'm wrong, there wasn't like a re-aggravation situation we were dealing with. At least not that I recall.
Healthy scratch couple times, right?
Yeah. And so, like, what are we looking at with Christian Harris is a thing that continues to kind of boggle the mind with me. Ultimately, I'll be happy if we get a chance to see him out there and he plays because, again, we know what the talent is capable of doing.
Yeah.
This will he, won't he continues to be, the longer it goes, I'd be remiss or I'd be lying if I said that it did not kind of
course,
eat at me in some ways. All right, and real quick, I want to get to this one as well. Some more of these things where I'm interested to see how you took them and how you received them. Titus Howard. I think Sean asked this one and really leaned into the idea of Titus Howard and the ways in which he's kind of impressed a lot of folks in the way that he's reacted, talking to the media and seemingly leaning into the notion of being a leader guy, especially in a room that I think we all looked at last season and felt like they needed some level of leadership. Is Titus leading into being a leader guy on this team, Nick?
Titus has been here for a number of years now, and honestly, he's probably seen as much change as anybody that's on the team. And, to his credit, I mean, he's done a number of things that are very selfless. Like, we've asked him to change positions. He's played multiple spots. He really hasn't complained and bitched and moaned about it, so it kind of speaks to him. Titus is a good kid. He works hard. He's got a good attitude. There's been some ups and downs throughout the course of his career, but he continues to work and you get better. So, we're glad he's here, and, he's played good football for us. And even going back to, my first season in 21 when he had to go out there and play left tackle, he showed the ability to do that. So, Titus deserves a lot of credit. It hadn't been easy, but I think he's really made a conscious effort to sort of work through it. And the thing with the player, and Titus included, is continue to work, continue to make progress, continue to improve, and do what you can to help the football team. And, he's certainly embraced that.
I think we've seen that in his words and on the field. I think what it comes down to, very simply, Titus is finally embracing, I'm a guard. I am a guard. And that's where I'm going to stay in the league. That's how I'm going to make my money. He got paid already once. There had to have been some doubt. Not only were the Texans asking him to do a lot, there had to have been some doubt from him, even though he was a good soldier and all that, about, where am I in this league? What am I? I think now he's embraced that spot.
No, I think that's absolutely been seen from Titus. I think it comes back to an offensive line conversation we were kind of having earlier. I think we mentioned it a little bit in Confessions.
Mm-hmm.
I still look at this offensive line, and I still think there's things that remain to be shown from us. Like who, if I had to ask you at this moment, with the little offensive line play that we've been able to see with pads on in particular, who's the best offensive lineman that this team has right now?
I would have to say Titus or Laken.
You didn't say that with the level of confidence.
I think it's between those two.
And those are the two that it feels like are kind of solidified in their spots. I think we kind of believe Cam Robinson, but we've seen him be kind of moved out of his left tackle spot at times for Ariante Ursery to get some burn. I think that's more about Ursery being a swing tackle type player and Cam Robinson being a vet that probably has a level of understanding of what he is doing and maybe can do more with less rep time.
Yeah.
But I think that question is illuminating because I don't know how great I feel about Laken, who I think we all acknowledge has been more of a leadership role. I still need to see this in a bigger way, even as we had a day today where they ran the ball a little bit better, especially with their, within the shadow or under the shadow of their own end zone. They were able to kind of generate some space. All of that being the case, I'm still not in a place where I could say that I feel entirely certain about this offensive line, and I don't think I'm close to that. So
nor should you. Yeah, because we kind of know the names now at the top of the depth chart, at least have a good indication of it. But we still don't know how good they're going to be.
No.
That's the thing.
But it does. I do think that it is encouraging that while I am still in that place where I need to see what the end result, what the results are kind of when they are asked to get out there and block, it does feel like we are answering some of the questions that previously felt unanswered, especially with last year's team, like who is going to be a leader in that on that line. And it feels very easily you can look at Titus and go, he's going to be a vocal for kind of that guy. Laken's going to lead by example with his work ethic, as D'Amico said, and you're going to see that level of kind of effect and character in that room that I think a lot of people were clamoring for. Just a small snippet of the 40-something minutes of the sit down with Nick Caserio with Payne and Pendergast. I guarantee you will hear a good amount of that as this week continues because he always gives a lot when he has an opportunity to sit down with Sean and Seth. And I think that's a big credit to what Sean and Seth have done in building a relationship and asking very, very good questions of the general manager of this team. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time where we turn things over to a healthy Figgy Fig for Figgy's Mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, man. So today is International Chicken Wing Day. Oh, guys, about chicken wing spot I went to over the weekend, and send them in 713-572-4610. What's your go-to chicken wing spot? Plus, I got some way too early not camp questions, but more questions about the regular season that's relating to camp.
Okay. All right. Let's do that next.
How about Braun's Roofing? Right now, my buddy Skeeter Braun, texted with him a couple of days ago. It's going great, man, and it's going great for you if you get with Braun's Roofing. They've been in business for a long, long time, 38 years to be exact. And, if you have an insurance claim, don't sweat it. Braun's works with your insurance company to guide you through the entire insurance process.
right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The AIDS scare was 30 years ago.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Happy International Chicken Wing Day.
Love to see it.
One of my favorite foods. I love chicken wings. I could eat chicken wings every single day if I could. But I asked the question, 713-572-4610. What's your favorite chicken wing spot? What's your go-to spot? Lopez, what's your go-to spot? Is it Gus's? Is it still Gus's?
I still love Gus's, yes.
Is that the go-to?
For chicken wings?
Oh, yeah. For all chicken. Chicken wings. What's the one that has that gold fever that I like?
You're thinking about Big City Wings.
Big City, I like Big
City Wings.
Yeah, I like Big City.
And I hate when people ask me this question because it's different type of chicken.
That's right.
Because you got the wings spots, and pluckers, and Big City Wings, and I don't know.
Yeah, are you talking chain or are you talking, smaller place?
No, it's a certain type of chicken because sometimes my wife, she always, she like chicken too. But sometimes she be like, man, I just want a good fried wing.
Yeah.
So those type of places
fried
are
hard?
That's more of a Gus's. That's
more of a Gus's, Frenchies, and stuff like that. So I always get kind of not confused.
It's two different things.
Yeah, it's two because
like hot wings. I like.
Do you want
Big
pluckers
City.
or Frenchies?
Yeah.
That's a good point because sometimes I was literally thinking about that earlier this week, which means I'm going to get wings tonight. Thank you. I was thinking about I haven't had a good just buffalo wing recently.
Yeah.
I've frequently been getting kind of different flavored wings. Sometimes you just need a hot wing, a hot wing that you're gonna dip in some ranch or blue cheese.
Yeah.
Just that vibe. And I haven't had one of those in a minute, so I think I'm gonna do that. But to answer your question, it's got to actually be Korean wings for me. I'm trying to think of a particular spot because I've been trying more spots around here.
Not bad.
But that rice flour, that crisp that it adds, I'm sorry.
Those wings be big as hell too, man.
The best.
I made a mistake one time because I went to a Korean spot for some wings and they, I think they had an order of 10. I'm like, yeah, I get, you know what? Let's do 12.
Yeah.
Man, I ain't realized them wings was big as my arm, man. I'm like, oh, I didn't know they was that big. I had them wings for a couple days.
That's right. That's the best way to do it.
But
I had some great wings this weekend. I celebrated birthday at Pinstripes down on Kirby.
Yeah.
And
is that the bowling spot?
Yeah.
Okay.
We went there for a birthday. Man, their wings was good. I'm trying to find the name of it, but they were some of the best I've had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got something in common because I actually had some wings over the weekend too. I went up to Dallas. I explained earlier I had to work a photo booth event and kind of tweaked my back a little bit. But my back is feeling better. It's a little better than yesterday.
You need a bacchiotomy?
Probably so. I don't know. I just know I ain't going to the Astros. And I ain't asking for their help.
Sweet chili.
Sweet chili
glaze.
Be good.
Sweet chili gets me every time.
Yeah.
It's Thai chili.
Thai chili too.
Yeah.
I had 4 of them, and then I had 4 more, and then on the way out, I grabbed a couple more.
A good place to get some Thai chili wings is from Atomic Wings. Atomic Wings right off of 290 and Antoine.
Yeah.
They have a thing called the wang, not the wing, but the wang.
Yeah,
you got to get the Thai chili wang. It's really good.
Someone said we sleeping on Timmy Chan's. Okay, I see you, Sonny Steve.
All right.
Oh, ain't nobody. We wide awake over here. I'm familiar with their game.
Yeah. Are we supposed to make another? Wait, I feel like we are doing the thing as a show where we constantly write things down on the docket to do, and then we never get to them.
Yeah, we got to get back to that.
Yeah.
But anywho, I was up in Dallas. And I always heard of this place called Rudy's that's up in Dallas.
Yes, Rudy's is a legendary up there.
Yeah, I decided to go up there. And it took me about an hour to get the food because the line was wrapped around the corner. Yeah, it took a long time to the point. I think, I'm not sure if they sold out or what, but they closed pretty early.
Oh, wow.
So I was the last order they took. And it was around 6 o'clock. So I
got him.
Yeah, I got him. And I got to say, this could be a confession. Let me hit the confession button real quick.
These are my confessions.
So I think Rudy's chicken wings the flavor tastes better than Frenchie's chicken wings.
Oh, wow. Controversy.
It could be. I'm not sure because I know.
Wait, are you putting Dallas over Houston right now?
Now, see, that's the thing. Is Frenchie's, is that considered a Houston staple, or is that kind of a New Orleans thing? Or Louisiana
I consider it Houston.
Is it Houston?
Yeah, I consider it Houston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But the flavor
Does that make you want to change your answer here?
No, I mean the flavor tastes really good, man.
Yeah.
It tastes really good. I was really impressed by it because I thought I was gonna be disappointed just for the simple fact that it took an hour.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this food can't be good after an hour. But it was good. It was crispy. It was really good. I was really impressed by it.
Did I ever tell y'all about the chicken tour of Texas that me and my homeboys were trying to get together in college? We had an idea, which is this is perfect college thinking, where you just got time on your hands and appetite galore. That we were going to hit up Dallas, Houston, and Austin in one day, maybe even San Antonio, and get like the staple chicken spots. Actually, yeah. So we were gonna go, hit up Rudy's in Dallas, drive down to Houston, hit up Frenchie's, drive to Austin, get some Gus's. We were gonna bounce around to the entirety of us. As the morning of, one of the dudes was like, I'm sick, and we just never did it.
Oh man,
I want to do that with barbecue.
Hey, let me know.
Hey,
I'm down.
Hey, we could do this. We can make it an in the loop thing. We could pitch it in the show meeting.
You know what that sounds like? We a thing that we write down that we never actually do.
Yep. Put it right there so it can keep getting dusty. But anywho, happy International Chicken Wing Day.
Now we're all getting wings.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Y'all were out at camp today. Today was day 6.
That's right.
And I felt like, correct me if I'm wrong, I felt like, I want to say starting Friday, I felt like camp been kind of popping. Like it seemed like it been a lot going on. I don't know if it had to do with the fans, maybe the fans there and all that stuff. And yesterday was the paddock where they had the pads on, right?
Correct.
So I feel like it been popping, and I've been noticing a lot of people bringing up different names like Jalen Noel and just different names. That
reminds me, don't I owe Lopez a point on here?
You do.
Don't worry about it.
Hey,
don't worry about it.
I can let that one slip through the cracks.
Yeah, you ain't gonna notice.
Yes, I am.
So this got me thinking about some way too early questions kind of related to camp. Just
I'm
how
just gonna add another one for
performing.
J-Rock while we're at it. By the way,
All right.
I want to make that clear.
So I got a couple questions I want to ask y'all. Right. Just way too early camp questions from Figgy Fig. So Jalen Noel can not. You know what? Let me start with hurt.
Right.
And not sure when he's gonna come back or when he'll be ready, when he's gonna hit the field again. So I want to ask y'all this. If Joe Mixon is out for 4 weeks, you know how you put him on that
regular season?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know how you put him on that IR list. Maybe he's not ready yet. So you got to miss that first 4 weeks. If you get prime Nick Chubb, do you keep him as RB1?
If you get prime Nick Chubb.
Yeah, let's say Nick Chubb is back to the old Nick Chubb.
Oh, that's a good question. I think you, at least for a while, continue to start him, but Joe Mixon's going to get a big chunk of the reps.
I refuse to engage with this question because I don't think prime Nick Chubb exists anymore.
It's a question.
It's way too early questions, man.
If you get
your ass off the fence.
If you get prime Nick Chubb, what are we doing with the flying pigs?
It's like you didn't want to.
What are we doing with the hell freezing over? How are we? I feel like we got bigger fish to fry at that point.
It's like, well, I have no complaints about work.
Exactly.
But look, I'll admit. I was ducking the smoke at that point. I'll admit that. In this instance, I am actively seeking smoke because this is not the popular opinion, but I sincerely do not believe you're finding that level in Nick Chubb. I don't think that's a question that can be answered, and I think that points back to the idea that, no, if you don't have Joe Mixon, as soon as he's ready to get back in here, it is Joe Mixon's job.
But if you have prime Nick Chubb.
Yeah, let's say he's out the first 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And Nick Chubb
goes for $120.
He's going $120, $130, maybe $110, and then $140.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Somebody said that's a legit question. Don't do that. Don't encourage that. Here's the thing. I think the way that way that you would play it, if you find a way to do the impossible, as I'm putting it. I think that you then, you ramp up Joe Mixon, but it's still ultimately in your mind as Joe Mixon is that guy who is 1.
Yes.
And then, you get Chubb as 1B, because I do think that you have probably a higher run or further runway.
So you think when they start the game and you know how they had them player intros, you think it's going to be Joe Mixon, running back?
I could easily see you
Oklahoma or wherever.
Actually, I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you start Nick Chubb and then work him in, and maybe ultimately Joe Mixon is the starter.
Or I think maybe you start Joe Mixon and then he gets probably like a maybe less of a share of the snaps just to kind of establish dominance and make it abundantly clear, hey dog, it's still you.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately the underlying current of that is it's still Joe Mixon's running back room.
Yeah.
It's his world.
Yeah, those would be good problems to have, by the way, if that was the case.
Yeah, if you find a way to get prime Nick Chubb back, sure, great problems to have.
Yeah, so I got some more way too early questions to ask y'all on the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So Jalen Noel, if he can be a poor man's Tank Dell, and Jaden Higgins can be a poor man's Nico, do you make them wide receiver number 2 and 3?
Ooh.
I
want to know what Christian Kirk is doing, because my immediate response would be no, because Kirk figures to be number 2 no matter what.
Right. That's very similar to my answer. The answer is objectively no.
Yeah.
I understand what you're going for. Like, if you get those guys and they are producing, I think the value that Christian Kirk brings is not simply in his athleticism and his ability, but his brain. Like, to make it very clear, this is a Nick Caley offense, this is a Texans offense that has been made very clear. You're going to not need to just produce, but you're going to need to have a very, very comfortable relationship with what not just you are doing, but with everyone is doing. And I think the veteran nature of Christian Kirk and the plaudits that he's received in various different areas points to the idea that he is probably best suited of your wide receivers to have that level of grasp and command over the entirety of the offense and what everybody's doing. I think that's going to be very valuable for C.J. Stroud in this one.
What kind of Christian Kirk do you guys think we going to get?
All signs have been very positive. So what are the numbers? You want to throw some numbers on there?
I'm curious. I'm just kind of throwing this out there. What was the last best Christian Kirk year
before last?
Yeah, because obviously he had injuries, and the year before last I think he started to kind of figure his way with.
Was it Jacksonville? Was it Arizona?
I think it was Jacksonville. His first year in Jacksonville for sure. But maybe year before last when he was
I'm kind
year before last is definitely where I go as well. And if you want to go based off of numbers, that was his only 1,000-yard season, 8 touchdowns as well. That one feels like it's absolutely the one.
Okay, yeah, I'm just kind of wondering. I'm not sure what kind of Christian Kirk we gonna get. Where it's like, okay, this is what we gonna get.
Yeah.
So
maybe most importantly, the Christian Kirk I believe we're gonna get is one that is able to lock in sort of appendage off of C.J. Stroud and his quarterbacking ability. I think that's the biggest thing that in fact, we saw it today in practice, right? The big play that was made where C.J. Stroud just absolutely threads the needle. That is to Christian Kirk. Now, obviously, he did that a number of times today as he was in his duffel out there on the practice fields. But one of those is to a Christian Kirk where he knows exactly where to place it, and Christian Kirk is in exactly the place that you want it.
All right. I got more camp questions on the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I'm going to stick with Jalen Noel. So if Jalen Noel can have a Tank Dell type of rookie season, do you think Tank Dell's spot is kind of in question for the next season?
No, not even kind of.
Really?
No. Not if he's healthy.
That's kind of the thing, because this is the second year in a row he suffered some unfortunate injuries.
Yeah. But he did have that season, and we'll see how it plays out. But I think he's established already.
I think that's fair to some degree because Tank Dell, as we know, it's easy for someone from a 30,000-foot view, someone who's not in this market and really attuned to what Tank Dell is, to look at his stature, look at his speed, and go, all right, well, Tank Dell's slot receiver. When no, he's every bit of an outside guy. The only thing about that is you also have Jaden Higgins who exists as an outside guy, and I do wonder. Do you end up in a place where you go, those are our wide receivers, but then how do you find the hierarchy there? I think that's maybe the bigger thing. They all remain on the team, but then how do you find the hierarchy, or do you really have to try and find a way to actually answer the five-headed monster type conversation of how do you get all of these guys involved?
And another good
a great problem to have.
But also, that would be what? That would be headed into the 4th year.
Mm-hmm.
There is something to be said about the contractual benefits, especially as you will have paid C.J. Stroud, Williams Jr., in addition to all the other guys that you paid. Do you then come around and look at this and go, is that a guy that we want to pay a second contract to Tank Dell? And I hate that I have to think about it in that way, but does that then also help make you a decision if you're Nick Caserio?
It would have to. It would have to.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to get through the rest of these questions. I got 2 more questions. I'll get through them as quick as possible. If the Texans get to the bye week with a record under 500, is it time to panic? And before y'all answer this, after the bye, they are at Seattle, they are at San Fran, and home against Denver.
So that
only one of those games.
They will have played 5 games going into the bye week 6. I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say no. That's still pretty early.
I also say no, in large part, something that we've been talking about, and maybe I've been leaning too heavily on, but I don't think this offense is fully formed until maybe bye week. Like, I do think, and that's not to say that it's a bad thing because of this. I just think the natural circumstances here are Nick Caley wants to have kind of, we have a lot of things that are open to us, and we will fit the things that we actually do to the things that these guys are capable of doing. I think that it's going to take all of preseason and some of the early portions of the regular season to figure those things out.
Yeah.
I think that is something that would be, maybe those could contribute to those things. Plus, again, you mentioned Seattle. Not scared of Seattle this year. You mentioned San Francisco. Not, Denver. Sure, you could talk me into being afraid of them. Yeah. I get it. But, I don't think that those would be the things that would get me to a bad place. Now, I guess the question would be, how are you losing those games? Because if it's the defense having some level of issues, then that's panic-inducing in and of itself.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because I'll get y'all out of here on this on my way too early questions on the mixtape. So by week 9, if the Texans' offense is similar to the offense from last season or worse, but the defense is top 5, are you okay with that?
No. No, I'm not. I mean, I'm okay with the top 5
even
defense.
with the top 5 defense.
Because I think ultimately, and we'll have to see how it plays out, but ultimately we'll probably end up in the same place we did last year. The offense struggling, not quite getting it done in the postseason, and the defense can only do so much.
And the only reason I brought this up, too, because I feel like the defense has been really shining in training camp, and the offense still has some things to go, but I'm wondering if this could be a real thing. Maybe by week 9, that the offense still ain't really clicking, but the defense is top 5, and they still kind of winning games.
Yeah.
My answer would also be no, because now we got to bring it to people's doorsteps in that instance. Because one, this is another valuable year of C.J. Stroud as a good quarterback and a window being open, which is something you just cannot waste in high level sports.
Yeah.
And then secondly, you had an offseason to address all of these things. And if you come out and you are not finding answers to it, you got to ask how much of that is Nick Caley, how much of that is obviously Nick Caserio buying the groceries, so to say, when it came to the offensive line, how much of that is DeMeco Ryans is the guy who, again, says, put it on me. I make the decision on who the play caller is, and getting a first-time play caller, if that doesn't work, I think that reflects on him. Yeah. There's a lot of places to place blame if you do not get an
I was going to say,
better.
Some people might start looking at CJ.
Some people might. I feel like those people
if they start wondering, hey, was that rookie season just a rookie? Was that just a one-time thing? Is this what CJ really is? There's going to be some questions.
A lot of people in some crosshairs. I mean, Nick Caserio.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of blame.
Yeah.
The thing that had us mad all offseason about, hey, you need a better offensive line, and you just went and got some guys, right? With all due respect.
And then you got to turn around and pay him probably a boatload of money.
Yeah.
I'm talking about C.J. Stroud.
Well, I don't think anybody's going to be upset about paying C.J., even though I understand what you're saying about criticism.
I'm just saying if we having questions about the quarterback, then we go. You don't want a Trevor Lawrence type of situation where you just got an okay quarterback and he's the highest paid quarterback in the league.
That made me feel sick. A Trevor Lawrence type of situation. All right, from the 8-2, how about if we open 0-5? Well, yeah, that's going to be
fire everybody. Fire everybody.
I don't know if I fully go to that place, but it would very much be there'd be alarms.
Sell the team, Cal.
Okay. All right, you might be doing a lot here. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's mixtape. Getting a little sportsy there. I like it.
How about that?
At the Figgy Fig on social media.
if you see some belief that Figgy can make use of. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to Clinton Ron of The Drive. But before that, Derek Stingley talked today, and there's a couple of notes in there that I found to be interesting from that. Let's talk about that. Plus, apparently Charlie Morton came out of a game and looked tearful in the dugout. Does that mean anything? We'll talk about it.
Coach Finley. Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good day of training camp. I look up from my various different screens because, I like having a lot of screens. And all I see is Tyler Milner, T-Mill, who is
right over Lopez's shoulder.
Right over Lopez's shoulder. Look like he's ready to just send a fastball
looking like
to
Jim
the Crawford
Tony.
Boxes. Like he just looks like he is going to stash one right in there in the Crawford boxes. And so, yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate Laken Tomlinson for sitting down with us. Another fun day of practice. I'm excited to see here in a second. Before we get there, Charlie Morton, who still in the league, first and foremost. He has what is likely his last start as an Oriole. Get this, 6 innings pitched. Now, he 3 hits, 3 runs, but 100 pitches is the thing that is interesting to me. At his advanced age, still doing it, and it seems like he's also been acquired via trade. And I would not have imagined that Charlie Morton would still be doing this for you, man.
He was getting the dugout hugs.
Yes, he was.
When he came out of his start, which would indicate he's going to be moved. Obviously, trade deadline day after tomorrow. And so that'll be interesting. Some people are like, hey.
Return to Houston? Nah. That can't be the – I would actually be upset if it's Charlie Morton. With all due respect to him, I don't know that that's exactly what you're looking for in trying to remedy what you're dealing with the Astros.
I don't know if I would be upset. All I know is that if the Astros see him this weekend, he's probably going to be in Boston. That seems to be the hot rumor that it's actually the Red Sox who the Astros play this weekend that are looking at him.
Okay. All right. So that would be one way to reunite with Charlie Morton. I'm still interested in what the cost would be on some of these guys. I feel like we were talking about this, and I think Eugenio Suarez is obviously a name that everybody's been kind of tapped in on. There's been some reporting that the Astros have some interest in him. The Athletic had an interesting piece that had him as compared when you're looking at potential price to like 2021 Starling Marte, who was acquired for Jesus Luzardo, who was like a very controllable pitcher. And I'm like, if you're looking at that point, a controllable pitcher that the Astros have to trade, that sounds like a Miguel Yola.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that would be enough to get the rental of Eugenio Suarez. But that's one that I'm very comfortable with if you're just adding in an additional kind of player lower down in the system.
I just want to know what the injury report will say when he gets here.
That is true. That is true because we still gotta contend with that. That was really also tough for the Astros.
Yeah.
If you were looking at Suarez as some level of answer for maybe an extended IL stay for Paredes, he
wrist
gets
soreness,
hitting the hand as soon as we're like, all right, we're here, we're headed to the trade deadline. Nope. Because that's the luck that it seems like the Astros have had of late. Good luck for us, though. D&M Auto Leasing always gives us the opportunity to talk to our fellas, Clint and Ron. Fellas, how you living?
Living good, boys. It's a good day to have a good day. You know what I mean?
That's right. Absolutely, is a good day to have a good day. And I'm interested in your perspective. I know we'll get way more of it as we continue, but were you happy to see just kind of the way the offense seemed to pick up just a little bit compared to days prior?
Yeah, look, I think the pass protection was a little bit better. I think there were some balls that were completed down the field. I don't know. I do wonder how, how much of that is almost manufactured in a sense of we hear D'Amico Ryans today after practice talking about calling the dogs off, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he mentioned Will Anderson. You get a little too close to my quarterback.
That's
Will
right.
Anderson needs to chill out a little bit. Like we hear those kind of things. Jalen Petrie manned up with Christian Kirk in the slot. Obvious man from word go. It's an easy read, easy throw. I mean, are those things that we're going to see more often? But yeah, it's always good to see the offense have a little bit of success. Even if it is manufactured, even if it is, hey, we're going to go man, we're going to call the dogs off a little bit. I think it's important that these guys see
confidence builders.
No question. I've always been that way, John. I mean, every rep matters, and every seeing the kick go through the uprights is very, very, very important. And so it's good to see the offense getting a little bit of getting the betterment of the defense. I think at times, Higgins made a play.
Yes, he did.
on a go ball. Christian Kirk had a good play. John Mechie made a couple of plays today, catching the ball in traffic. And
guy.
Yeah. I mean, it was good to see the pocket not collapse around the quarterback and some guys making plays for sure.
Ron,
and John Lopez would be ecstatic to know that Blake Fisher was pulled right after he got a false start. And,
yes, he
took him right out of the game for Zach Thomas immediately.
I think there was 3 or 4 false starts today that got pretty ugly. But, when you got Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter on the other side, guys are trying to jump the snap count. And so that happens.
But Clint, in particular, it was that one. For John Lopez.
It was that's one.
I love how you're creating this feud all of a sudden.
What do you mean creating? He's accentuating the feud.
He's stirring that damn pot, ain't he?
I just believe John said, "Told you." Told you. Now look,
don't try and deny it. It was on air. We heard it. Ron, I appreciate you helping me in this endeavor. CJ that looked like he was accurate again, right? Like really, really pinpoint accurate again, right?
Yeah, we got to jump into that. It seems like it was the offense's best day, but I'll be honest with you. I think that's what people are wanting to hopefully read and hopefully see reported and hear talked about is that, hey, the offense had a better day because that's not really what it's been like here the first several days of camp. So that's good to see.
Very much so. All right, we'll get out your way because I know that there's a lot of camp takeaways to have, and I personally want to listen to them myself. Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to chat with the fellows. Thanks again to Laken the Jamaican, Laken Tomlinson.
Laken the Jamaican.
He likes it. He likes it. He said, Wagwan, brother, and what's going on is we're getting out of your way. And you know what's coming up. It's T-Mill, it's Ron, it's Clint. You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live. And Clint, I know, Tyler, I did not hear D'Amico earlier today say, Will Anderson, man, I gotta chill him out. Got to keep him away from my quarterback. I know I didn't hear him say that.
I think
he did not say that.
I think you may have.
God, I hope he did not say that, Ron. All these hard-ass listeners and hard-ass Texans fans are going to be mad at D'Amico.
Leave Will alone.
They jumped all over me for stating the damn obvious. Can't even practice on the offensive side of the ball because Will Anderson's kicking everybody's ass off, man. That's part of being that aggressive on defense. Is at times. You know what, D'Amico? It's a price that you pay when you miss on the first offensive coordinator you hired. You got to start over.
We don't like that.
You got to call them dogs off a little bit and give CJ a damn chance. Yeah. You heard it not once but twice today. Actually, in D'Amico's comments, you heard him. There you go. You heard him talking about Will Anderson needing. Yeah, Will's great, but he needs to stay away from my quarterback. Now he's getting a little too damn close.
Y'all are picking
Got to call
on
the dogs
Will.
off. Yeah, you damn right. He said it not once but twice, Ron.
Don't slow him down. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Clint. You're dead on the money. You said that. Somebody else on this program said, hey, man, I don't know, boy. You get a little close to CJ.
Oh, he's trying too hard for you guys.
We getting close to them legs. And look what y'all said. Oh, yeah, that's it. Clint said he wants to let's trade Will because he plays too hard. Or let's do that. No, look at that. The head coach came out. You hear that? Because you know when people be laughing and joking and they say stuff. Honest to God, I feel like my mom did this to me yesterday.
Wow.
But they be laughing and joking, but they be saying real honest, for real stuff, but they say it in a laughing and joking manner. Like, yeah, I'm going to need him to stay away from my quarterback. But it felt like D'Amico, he was laughing and chuckling a little bit, but I bet he was like, no, but for real, though.
But seriously.
No, D'Amico's dead-ass serious. D'Amico wouldn't even shape his mouth to talking about pulling the reins back a little bit if he wasn't dead serious.
Yeah. Hey, man, chill out, man. Get away from my quarterback's legs, man. Hey, man. Man, chill out on 7. But, no, man, we got to get to the thoughts, 713-57248. You can jump in. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in as well and be a part of the show. A lot to get to. And I do want to get – because I think there is an overwhelming thought. You've not heard this. I don't believe I've heard it from anybody else. Clint, we've talked a little bit today, and this has been something on your mind a couple of days. I do want to get to that on CJ here in just a bit, but today to me feels like a day that saw the offense maybe have its best day here in the last couple of days of camp. The offense, including CJ Stroud, who was really efficient. I saw this from DJ Bienemy, said CJ was 11 for 11 on 11 on 11. He was 5 of 6 on the day. Wasn't under as much pressure. Also, he did put in the caveat there were a lot of 3-step drops and quick passes. I think you were kind of alluding to that to get some easy completions, but nonetheless, he was efficient. Best day they've had, pass protecting, best day offense overall had. So I think that's the first piece of today's story.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't blown away, I guess, as much as everybody else was. I thought it was a better day, yeah. But you start 7-on-7 off with a pick, on a throw to that Bullock, I believe, got up underneath the slant route and got hit him right in the chest. And so you start.
That was the first throw?
I believe it was the first throw of 7-on-7. Yes, there. And then from that point forward, yeah, there were some good plays made. I thought that they were able to get some of their quick game off. They were able to get some boot game off and kind of move the pocket a little bit and maybe keep the defense off balance a tad bit as they work their stuff. So, yeah, it was if you're comparing the day to previous offensive days, yes, today was better. C.J. Stroud hit Christian Kirk for a big chunk. Davis Mills hit Higgins on a go route, which was a great catch by Higgins. I believe it was Mertz hit Mechie on a little inverted corner route to his left side. That was a great catch by Mechie. There were some plays made today. There's no doubt there were some plays made today.
Yeah, obviously I don't think it blew. I wasn't trying to say it blew your skirt up, but it was not a day where you come back and you're like, well, yeah, it was mostly bad. I think it was probably, as I said, probably their best day offensively today against that defense since they've kind of had camp, especially day 2 of pads. But I know as we look at CJ, Clint, there's a bigger thing in your mind that is brewing that you've been watching the last couple of days with CJ. I haven't heard anybody else really talk about this.
Yeah, I think something's wrong with CJ Stroud. I think it's from the offseason conversations that had everybody in an uproar around here with him not throwing. There's too many stars aligning right now. If you just watch CJ consistently and you watch how the organization is handling the quarterback situation, there's too many stars that are aligning. There's too many coincidences to continue to call it a coincidence for me. I just think at this point in time something's going on with C.J. Stroud. I think it has to do with that shoulder that was keeping him from throwing the football in the offseason.
No.
Yeah, it's
well,
not.
What's bringing you to that point, Clint? Well, what are you seeing?
I don't like any of what you're saying right now, man.
Yeah, what are you seeing? Because he's practicing, right? What are?
Yeah, no, he's definitely practicing. But like I said, there's too many things that individually they aren't red flags, but to me, when you start grouping them all together, they're absolutely a red flag. Look, I thought the rotation the quarterback rotation simply has been odd from jump. You come into a training camp installing a new offense, and you're worried about getting 4 quarterbacks reps, and this has not. I chalked it up to just, hey, it's part of the acclimation phase of camp here with 4 quarterbacks getting reps, right? Hey, man, we're into practice 6, day 7, right? We're a week into camp, literally a calendar week into camp, and we're still watching a 3rd and 4th string quarterback get just as many reps as the starting quarterback is getting, right? So I don't know how long I can continue to just chalk that up.
How different was that? How different was that in your time?
Oh, I mean, Troy Aikman was like, no, I'm going to take 80 to 90% of the reps. And y'all can get scout team crap if y'all want to.
Get your foot placement right.
But I'm not saying that C.J. Stroud should be Troy Aikman, but I can tell you this. I was with 2 different organizations in training camp, and as a 3rd or 4th string quarterback, I was lucky to throw 2 or 3 balls a day. I mean, these guys are getting as many reps as C.J. Stroud is getting in camp for a week now, right? So that's number one, right? If you look at C.J. Stroud on the day 3, practice number 3, that was more of a walkthrough, right? C.J. Stroud, the throws that he could throw underhanded that were shorter throws, he's throwing them underhanded. He's not even throwing them overhanded. I chalked it up at the time of like, oh, he's just clowning around. But looking back on it, it happened several times, all right? And then I'm watching practice today, and there's 2 special teams periods that are long, and the quarterbacks are over all in a group on an opposite field, right? CJ's kind of watching film. The first long one, he is under the tent talking to defensive backs while all the other quarterbacks, quarterback coach, OC, and everybody's kind of huddled up working and talking, right? The second special teams period is long. The quarterbacks are all throwing. CJ Stroud's sitting on his helmet. I think he was looking at an iPad again. And then about halfway through that, he comes over and stands and watches special teams waiting for the next period to start. Never threw a ball. The other quarterbacks are throwing spot routes, right? Again, not a big deal in a vacuum or by itself individually, but we're starting to connect immediately the field. Takes 2 reps, and then Davis Mills follows that up with about 4 reps in a row. It's to me, there's something going on with C.J. Stroud. And it's not just the frustration of installing an offense and your O-line struggling for a week. There's something going on with C.J. Stroud, and I think it's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, well, when I hear it, obviously there was some sort of arm fatigue or something that they were at least monitoring during OTAs, and he didn't throw. Maybe that is still continuing, I'm hoping. As Tyler said, and I'm sure a lot of people listening, I don't like anything that you just talked about with CJ. That like the hope is maybe they're just trying to keep that and monitor that, and that not let him get too wild and get his arm right. Or is this the way you think that Nick Caley approaches things?
No, I don't. I'd be willing to bet you $1,000 right now of 32 football teams in the NFL, C.J. Stroud has taken fewer snaps in camp than 31 starters across the league. I'd bet $1,000 on it. I'd bet a house note on it. Hell, I'd bet more than $1,000. I'd bet a house note on it right now.
Wow,
that
dude.
C.J. Stroud is 32 of 32. And here's kind of why I'm really arriving here is I just gave you a list of kind of laundry list of stars aligning. The struggles that we've seen offensively, C.J. Stroud starting today's practice with an interception in a 7-on-7 period, the way we've seen this offense struggle, we're at in day 7, practice 6, where C.J. should be getting more reps than anyone else, and he's getting less. Whether it's because they're installing a new offense, C.J. Stroud, I don't care if Nick Caley or D'Amico or anybody says, well, this is going to be C.J. Stroud should have gone. Assuming that this isn't part of a plan, and we're not load managing, and we're not worried about an injury to an arm. We're at a point in camp, whether we're talking about the 7th day or we're talking about installing a new offense or we're talking about the frustrations of struggling, where C.J. Stroud would demand to have more reps. C.J. Stroud would demand, we got to get this right. I need to make these throws. I need to make these reads. We're at a point in camp where there's no excuse. There's no excuse nor in normal everyday approach to practice for C.J. Stroud to be getting as few reps as he's getting right now. I'm telling you, keep an eye on it. There's something going on.
Listen, Are you seeing anything in terms of his performance? The way the ball is coming off, is there anything? Does he look like he is favoring anything? Does he look different the way he throws the football than what you've watched previously?
No. I thought the ball comes out of his hand effortlessly. Now that you say that, we've not seen him throw a ball down the field. He threw a crossing route that was probably caught at maybe 20 yards beyond the line of scrimmage with a little bit of air, and he caught it from Christian Kirk today. Unless it happened on Saturday, I wasn't at practice on Saturday, but I don't know that I've seen C.J. Stroud throw a ball down the field since minicamp when Higgins caught the go route down the sideline to start things off. Remember that? When we were there, I don't think I've seen him throw a ball more than 15, 20 yards down the field. Definitely no deep post. Definitely no go routes. I haven't seen him rear back and try to pipe one in there. Everything's been kind of more controlled underneath with CJ. But we're just at a point where, and I know I don't know CJ personally, but I know the kind of quarterback CJ is right now. CJ's not allowing this offense to sputter for the first 5 practices. CJ's not starting a 7-on-7 with an interception and then bowing out after 2 reps. I mean, CJ's the guy that turns around and goes, no, hell no. I don't give a damn what Graham Mertz needs. Back your ass up. Let's start this thing over. I need these reps. I mean, that's just – I think CJ is that kind of quarterback. I think he's cut from that cloth. And to me, this is – we've reached a point where there's too many coincidences. And I think they're managing something. I think there's a problem, and they're trying to do their damnedest to keep it from becoming a bigger problem.
From the text line coming through, is it possible that Kaylee wants him to read more? Is that why he is not having him on the field?
Let me rephrase this. There is
like before bed.
There is not one. There is not one reason, acceptable, justifiable reason under the sun for Davis Mills to be getting more reps than C.J. Stroud.
The very hungry caterpillar.
There is not one Wirtz or Slovic or Slovis, whatever it is. There's no reason those guys should be getting as many, if not more reps. There's not one reason under the sun. In fact, I'd argue when you're installing a new offense, my 4th-string quarterback would be a guy that was going to, hey, man, sorry, bub, we couldn't get you any reps today. You know what I mean? There is no reason. There's no reason for other than something's going on with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, text line also coming through. If something was wrong with Stroud's shoulder, there is no way on bloody hell. I love when people stick bloody in. Bloody hell that D'Amico would allow him on the field. Period. Come on, man.
Look, I'm not saying that anybody is taking an unnecessary risk. I'm telling you, all I can do is tell you what I'm watching. That's all I can do. All I can do is tell you what I'm watching at practice, and I'm telling you as a former quarterback, and I know it was 20 years ago, but what's going on with C.J. Stroud from a rep standpoint, from a engagement standpoint,
is unusual.
Ryan, you've been out there at practice. You've been watching him for 2 years now. Was there ever a session where the quarterbacks were on a field by themselves throwing a football and C.J. wasn't dead ass in the middle of it and throwing extra? Was there ever a day?
Multiple days. Yeah, and the two reps and out. That's a little that's I don't know that I've seen that with really any starter. Not in camp.
Not installing an offense.
Not even with the offense installed.
Okay.
I've not really seen that.
I'm telling you, man, it's something. Keep an eye on it. I'm not sitting out here. I know D'Amico's going to be pissed off at this, by the way, after his rant yesterday. I'm not out here trying to tell you what's wrong. I'm not here trying to tell you that there's some kind of crazy injury. I'm telling you right now, watching 5 of the 6 practices that have taken place, something ain't right with C.J. Stroud.
You just by you. You're not saying that you know anything. You have any inside information. But for you, what you're seeing numbers-wise in terms of reps and all of that, the last, since camp started, is just unusual, and tips you to think like something's up because this isn't normal.
I'm not positive, Ron, because I didn't sit there and count every single rep, but they did 2 team periods and 1 7-on-7 period, and I know. In one of the teams, he got 2 reps, and I know in the 7-on-7 he got 2 reps. Point is, I'm not going to pin myself down to a precise number there because I was trying to watch other things, but there is today 7-on-7 and team combined. I bet you C.J. Stroud got a single-digit rep. I bet it was 9 or fewer.
And to me, the hope is that they're maybe potentially just still cautiously protecting his arm, and in a way they did during mandatory minicamp.
But that in itself, in itself is something. I mean, you're trying to install an offense. You know what I mean?
No, I get it. No, all right. Coming up, the Astros needed to stop the bleeding yesterday. They did not. They did not. That did not occur. And are we reaching rock bottom right now, hopefully, for the Astros? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors. There's two things going on right now. Back to school, obviously, and end of summer savings. Let's start with that end of summer savings because you need to take advantage of it right now. You got big discounts on swimwear, sandals, flip-flops,
the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got him to end the game. Astros have lost 5 in a row for the first time this year, all coming on this homestand, all coming against teams at the bottom of their division. The Astros now 0-5 against the A's and the Washington Nationals as they lose tonight by the score of 2-1.
All right, shout out to Todd Callis, Space City Home Network. Todd Callis is about to lose it.
What is going on?
Yep. Todd's going to lose it here in a second if they don't get it together like I think many of you are about to lose it. Yesterday, fellas, we talked about them needing to stop the bleeding. We talked about them needing to stop the bleeding, and nobody better on the mound than their ace, Framber Valdez, to stop the bleeding. No. He's won 13. They have won 13 straight starts of his. He's 10-0 in that span. Last night, Framber Valdez stepped out 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned. He would like to have some discussions about that 1 earned. 1 earned, 2 walks, 12 strikeouts, 97 pitches. We believe could have gone out again, but 97 pitches, and it still wasn't enough. No, because they couldn't muster more than a run. No. And now it is 5 straight, and 5 straight to teams that got no business losing games to, let alone 5 in a row. The A's, who promptly went and lost to the Mariners. Hey, don't look now, fellas. The lead is now 3 in the West, as this thing is really unraveling at this point, fellas. And the hope is, and the question is right now, is this rock bottom? You roll through the Hunter and Framber starts. Both of them give up a run apiece in both starts, and they lose. They lose both of them. This feels like the hope that it's rock bottom.
Yeah, look, I think that's fair. I think that's accurate. I mean, hopefully it's rock bottom. I don't know how it gets much worse. I mean, and God, knock on wood, hope it never does. But the way you laid that out, your 2 horses have pitched and given up 1 run each, and you lose that game. And your lineup is obviously a shell of itself with all the injuries. So, and you lost 5 in a row. You've lost what is that? What have they won 2 games in the last 13 or something like that? 3 games in the last 13.
Yeah. They're 5-16.
Yeah, well,
in their last 21.
So 5 of their last 21. Yeah, that's not good. And so I hope like hell it's rock bottom. Good news on the handful of players that'll be back ASAP.
Yeah, I know Jeremy Pena is supposed to go tonight in Sugar Land, but it's not just obviously that, Clint, but they need to get some guys back, and it feels like they're going to need to make some moves. And according to Dana Brown on the broadcast last night, he said, we do feel like we're going to get something done. He said adding a bat is a priority, but a starter or a reliever would be good too.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
There you go. He also spoke with Jim Bowden, who covers Major League Baseball, said that he's looking for a left-handed hitter and a Game 3 quality starter for the playoffs. That's what he said yesterday, and they need a spark, and they need not only to get their guys back, but I think you've been saying this, Clint. You almost have to ignore some of those guys right now and act in a fashion as if they're not there, or you're not there, or you're missing that right now, because some of them have been out so long, and the hope is that they come back and they can perform to the level you believe they can. Right now, man, it is sinking, it is dropping. And as you said, that lineup is easy to deal with. And you got pitchers every night that probably feel as if they've got to damn near pitch a perfect game for them to win games. And giving up 1 run ain't enough. And it is to figure out. And they have until Thursday, Clint, to figure something out But I expect potentially Tyler and Cheryl looking at the phones and getting ready right over the next day or so. They need to make some moves to add to this team.
Look, I heard Dana Brown in the booth last night, or maybe it was the night before, one of the two nights. But I love. Well, it was last night because they didn't play 2 nights ago, so it had to be last night. I love where Dana Brown's mind is, and he's in the transparency of not having a problem talking about it. He was very blunt with those guys of, hey man, we're being busy. In fact, I don't have time to sit here for another segment at this commercial break. I got to get up out of here and go. And so, yeah, and then I love the detail that you mentioned of specifically a Game 3 starter and a left-handed bat. Absolutely. I love that it's not, well, we just need a quality starter that can be in a 5-man rotation, and because we got this guy coming back and that guy coming back. And no, man, I think they've got to go make a bold move for again, that Kikuchi-level starter from last year, and then hope like hell he comes in here and performs the way Kikuchi did as an Astro. So, yeah, man, I love where Dana Brown's head's at right now.
Yeah, and now it's clear we are hearing what he feels like they need to get, and now the thought is, can they execute that? Can they pull that off? I would say, Clint, my expectation is that they at least get one of them, at least get you would hope both, but they should come away with at least either the bat that he has talked about or a quality starter. They've got to come away with something to help this team, because they are falling and struggling big time. I like yesterday, you started to see how that was going. You were like, this is it. Framber has gone in, and we'll get to Framber a little bit later on, because Framber is clearly hot under the collar about some stuff that we'll need to discuss a bit later, but there's now an expectation. You've now laid out what it is that you need, and there's probably a bit of an expectation that you try to execute what that is that you need. Some people from the text line, quit playing Zach Short. Hell, guys, I mean, listen.
Who do you want him to play?
I know there's a lot. There's not a lot you can do, right? At this point, man, I guess you could put Dubon there, but your third baseman's out too, right? You got several things at second base. Like, I mean, you want to see Shea a lot more, right? They've expressed
third continues for Shea.
That's not necessary. They've expressed they're not moving Cam to play third base, and I'm with him. Hell, he is a right fielder. Let him play right field. I mean, I don't know if I don't know how much I can look at Joe for that.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Text line coming in. This is expected, man. They weren't even supposed to be this good. No, this was not it. No, they have shown us. They have shown us they're going 5 straight to the A's and the Nationals at home, with Hunter and Framber being in the middle of it.
They can put 2 baseball fields together at all positions with their injured list right now.
Yeah. We'll see.
I'm pissed. I'm not just sitting here making excuses, but I mean, it's the grand scheme.
Yeah. We'll see if they can get it rolling tonight. Jason Alexander gets the ball. Maybe they need to go in that route. Maybe that's what helps them. Thanks, Tyler. Coming up, how did the offensive line look? That's always going to be a big discussion point today. How did the offensive line look? We'll talk about that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley?
and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The whole line, again, it's different guys that have been in there. I think those guys are continuing to get better. And you see, it's real football. You get to block guys with pads on. I think that's just real, and that's what you see. Our guys are doing a solid job, and they're continuing to get better.
All right, you hear from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, as he spoke today. That was him speaking about the offensive line's effort, day 2 in pads for the offensive line, which you could get a better look of things as they can go full speed. Yesterday, there was some struggles in particular in pass protection, as we talked about yesterday. Clint, what did you see today? Everything I've heard is there have been some real improvements, or at least improvements over the past couple of days from the offensive line's performance today.
Well, I wouldn't get real carried away with that. I think today was a better day than the previous days where it seemed like guys were just getting their tails whipped up front in pass protection. I thought today the quarterbacks got the ball out on time. Even some of the balls they threw down the field, the go route to Higgins was kind of a back shoulder type throw that was caught definitely under 40 yards, maybe even under 30 yards down the field, so it was out quick. The Kirk route over the top was a ball that was thrown early on time with a little bit of air. Great ball, but it was out early. Didn't need a whole hell of a lot of protection there. The ball that was thrown to Mechie down the field a bit was an inverted corner route, so that one took a little longer to develop there, so the ball may have been held there. But I think the quarterbacks overall did a better job of getting the ball out quick. The offensive line did a better job of not collapsing around the quarterback. It was a solid day from that perspective. I think there was 3 or 4 false start penalties that are obviously a major problem. And in reality, what teams are going to do and what the Texans are going to do to other teams is they're going to take away all the quick stuff. They're going to rely on their pass rush getting there, force the quarterback to hold the ball, and they're going to eat, right? And today offensively and make some plays. So yeah, I thought it was a good day. I wouldn't get over. I mean, I wouldn't go overboard and say it was a great day by the offense by any means, but better day, yes.
But they took steps forward. They took at least a step forward. And however they're going to do it. And to be honest, Clint, I did see that a lot of 3-step drops, a lot of getting the ball out and not holding it, or at least not putting CJ in many positions to hold it. And Clint, I mean, honestly, I think especially early, and maybe not just early, I think that's got to be the formula, right? I mean, I think they're going to have to do things to help this offensive line.
Oh, absolutely! It has to be the formula. No question about it. It shouldn't surprise anybody that when the quarterback holds the football, the pocket collapses. I mean, you got Ariante Ursery, Blake Fisher, Cam Robinson. I mean, you got some guys that aren't Laramie Tunsil out there. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't surprise anybody. Then when you look inside. Yeah, I'm going to be surprised if Laken, Tomlinson, and Titus Howard get their ass kicked early and often. But when you put them, as much as they're rotating, you're putting guys in there. Is it going to surprise anybody, which it's already happened, that Juice Scruggs get beat like he did several times in the 2024 season? No, it's not. I mean, you look at Jarrett Patterson and Jake Andrews. They've looked good so far, but they're not going to go up there and just build a wall. So, look, right now, I mean, there's so much rotation going on. Guys are going to make mistakes if the quarterback holds the football. To your point, again, this install thing, Ron. On the offensive side of the football, when you are installing an offense, and you particularly, which I firmly, strongly believe that C.J. Stroud needs to play a certain brand of quarterback, which is get the ball out, protect yourself, protect your offensive line. I think Nick Caley needs to install a certain kind of offense to start with, which is get the football out, be creative in the quicks, have a great screen game, get the ball out of the quarterback's hands. Well, when you're going against a great defense every day, and they have the ability to take all that crap away from you with a great pass rush and Pro Bowl and all-pro caliber corners, then your install is going to be frustrating as hell. So that's why I keep going back, Ron, to this installing this offense is going to be frustrating big time if D'Amico doesn't manage it somehow. Today was a day where they got some positive things done and they got the ball out in a quick manner.
I will say this, it does, and at least seeing it and how it was handled with Blake Fisher, and you said there were some others, that felt different. Blake Fisher, hey man, a guy that you would think was in the mix to potentially be a starter for this team. By the way, Clint, it does seem like Ariante Ursery has really the last couple of days taken hold of one of those tackle spots. It seems like they're at least starting at that point. But when you look at a guy like Blake Fisher, he jumped off offside, had a false start. Like that, there seems to be at least some sort of an expectation changing to where there is going to, which I think you got to love. And they've talked about this with Cole Popovich, and that may be a part of it. Hey, man, you got to get the hell out. Like, no, man, we're not playing with that. We got to – and now, obviously, as you said, there were others as well, but maybe just a sign of like, yeah, man, you may be a starter, but we'll run Zach Thomas in this game, and not the one who has the square chin that's in the Hall of Fame, but like we'll run a backup offensive lineman in here if you can't execute what we need to have executed. So I did like to hear and see that.
Well, yeah, as long as it works for everybody. I saw the Blake Fisher deal. I believe Ariante Ursery jumped early on a screen that went to Nico Collins to his side when he was at right tackle, which would have been a nice little play that I think would have got called back. I think it was him. I saw the flag on the ground, and I saw him kind of Debbie Downer on that thing. But, yeah, look, I think the key here when it comes to these penalties and holding guys accountable is that you do it to everybody, right? There's no more Laramie Tunsil, hey, you can do whatever you want, everybody else is going to run a lap kind of thing. I think as long as everybody's held accountable, which I think is what they're trying to accomplish in that O-line room, and really D'Amico accomplishes across the board with his team, is everybody's going to be held accountable, no matter whether you're a rookie or you're a 6-7 year vet, you're going to be held accountable. So bottom line is we can talk about how good of a day it was with the offensive line, and while it was better, the penalties will bite you in the ass. There was a negative there that's going to drive a coach, absolutely mad.
O-line, obviously one of the still major topics of discussion. By the way, the O-line today, the first group and the second group was the same except for the center position. That first group went out was Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, who you heard earlier on In the Loop. If you missed that, you might want to go check that out on the podcast page or the Odyssey app. Jake Andrews was with the first group. The second time this group went out, it was Jarrett Patterson and then Titus Howard, and as I said earlier, again, Ariante Ursery over at that right tackle spot. So that was the group today, both times they went out, except for the center spot. By the way, I just, I feel like this is a safe space. I can have a conversation with you boys. And
of course it is.
Some of the people. I'm just curious. At what point, when's a good age? When do you think is a good time to have the birds and the bees conversation? I don't ever remember having it had with me.
I hope you never have it. Mine are girls.
No, you're going to have
to. I think you have to, man.
Yeah, I think you have to.
I am not. Lauren is. Hopefully Linda does not.
Yeah, let Linda talk. Yeah, let Linda do
that. Would be golden.
That'd be about right. That's when mom starts in giving me relationship advice on the marriage. I'm like, Mom, easy.
Where babies come from, authored by Mama Hog.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I walk in the house already, and I hear my 3.5-year Liv talking about, there's a baby in my belly. I'm like, wait, what are we doing here? Surely we're talking about a horse or one of your animals or something?
No, I just, man, we had the old, and some parents know this, we had the old 6th grade
health
parent-teacher, like the parent and the teacher, the principal sat down with us, gave us, a full breakdown of what 6th grade is going to look like with the parents in one gym and the kids in the other. And I'm like, man, the conversation's in there, man. Vape pens were brought up 8-9 times in this meeting. So many different things. I'm like,
you didn't talk about your car, did you?
No, I didn't. But I didn't raise my hand and say, well, hell, I had a coworker leave a vape pen in my back seat that my 7-year-old daughter found. No, I didn't.
Oops.
But at this point, I'm thinking, man, I feel like we've got to be getting into the birds and the bees conversation. Like I got to be getting close with the sit down and, hey, son, this is
What age is 6th grade?
11 to 12. Is that?
Yeah, it feels about the right time, man.
6th grade is that? I mean, obviously with Clint, we know that.
I'm just
he was
curious,
marching close.
It depends on where Trey's at in his life. You know what I mean? I mean, that watching Dad Skinamax through clenched eyes at about 2nd grade really advanced me. So I mean.
Yeah, girl.
I was trying to see a bra in about 4th or 5th grade. I mean, you'd be a little late on.
Now again, Clint, I don't believe he is in that, but I wonder, did Linda and your dad, Big Ern, did they know that you was trying at 4th grade to see some fun bags?
I don't know if they knew about it, but they don't know what I was trying to do. I'm pretty sure Big Ern knew I was looking at that Playboy in that 3rd drawer in that bathroom along with.
I don't have a drawer. I'm
gonna tell you, when you walked in our bathroom, there was one drawer that you could tell had been opened. a million times. The other ones ain't been touched. Guess what was behind drawer number 3? The old Playboy.
Go for speed or for comfort?
Yeah, man. There's a chick out there that still thinks I like her, that I really liked her in 5th grade, and all I wanted to do was see a bra, really a bra. I mean, I wasn't even trying to see
the bra.
I just wanted. She was blessed. I mean, she was well endowed, and is that called well endowed? If you're talking about that, well endowed was Hank, yeah, I mean, I
sweater puppies.
She'd wear one of them white T-shirts you could see the brassiere through, and I'd be like, man, I got to see that brassiere.
Really?
So I was there. So
Those hormones at that age.
Where I'm going with that is Trey. Where is Trey at? Where are you starting at? Are you starting ground zero?
I think so. Again, but I don't know what his horny ass is doing when he's not around me.
Well, he is your son.
It's the truth. I mean, it's the truth.
Sing! Jinx! That's how a great show comes together right there.
B. Scott tweeted it was a 6th grader selling condoms at his middle school. I didn't know what to do with them at the time. I'd have to have the convo ASAP. All right.
I remember a kid in my neighborhood lifting up his basketball goal in his driveway, and he had a box of condoms, and I was like, what is that? I had no idea either.
We got to go to Twin Peaks and tell stories. I got to do one.
Someone texted in, sadly, these days, Ron, 9 or 10 is the age to have the talk. My daughter got her cycle in 5th grade. Oh, hell no. Nope. Nah, man.
I'm out on this combo.
Yeah, man. When did you have it with your dogs? Anyway.
No, I had them sewn up long before they got there. Sorry, ladies.
I feel like we got to do this before he starts the 6th grade. I feel like we got to do this before he starts the 6th grade.
It feels like it to me.
That does.
Well, it sounds like you've been stewing for a while now. I mean, what do you?
I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to attack it, though. That's the only thing.
You got to teach him how he should.
Because I feel
you
like
could have took him up there to San Antonio that day early and and got that hotel room and went ahead and had that a good solid evening, just you and him.
We had the 5-year-old though with us too, so that wouldn't have. I didn't want to.
Surely, Mom would have understood. I'm on a mission, Mom. I'm on a mission.
I think I'm just going to attack it aggressively.
Wouldn't expect anything less.
Like, hey, this is what happens. You see that thing you got down there with that? All right, coming up.
I mean, this is the fruit of your loins, bro.
Coming up.
Teach him well.
Did you have any problem with Framber Valdez speaking publicly during that game? If you've missed it, Framber did not keep quiet. He expressed exactly how he felt about how his team was being positioned behind him. Do you have any problem with him not keeping that in-house and saying it publicly? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
Nick Caserio shared his opening thoughts at the start of Texans training camp.
A lot of work in front of us, 20 practices, 3 preseason games.
Support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ, happy tastes good.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line is fantastic. But I just said, you go talk to your son and say, hey, boy, I'm allergic. That's pretty good. That's a real core listener right there.
He won. What's the conversation starter there?
Son,
what do you know about the birds and the bees?
They
eat chicken like honey? I don't know.
You know what? That's a good checkup baseline question. Because what does he say? Like, is he saying, what do you mean, like eagles and bees?
Yeah. Love the Eagles. Honey, I like honey in my coffee.
Son, do you know what it means to make whoopee?
But if you say something like, Dad, I already got a girlfriend. Okay.
Ask him if he knows how to unsnap a bra.
One-handed.
Well, no. I mean, if he does that, he's well ahead of you. Just if he responds with, well, hell yeah, what do you mean?
What do you think the percentage is of men over the age of 18 that can unsnap a bra one hand?
Not as high as you would think.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
I mean, it's an art.
I'll be honest with you. I think we'd win as a show.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, boys. It's been a while for me.
Oh, it's like riding a bike. Sorry, Ron.
It's like taking a walk, man. You never forget how to do it.
Taking a walk.
Hey Trey, is unsnapping a bra a one-handed or two-handed job? However he answers that is going to take the direction you need to take, and the pace you need to work at.
If it's one hand, he is well on his way.
You might as well jump to
make us proud, young man.
My sex ed teacher literally told us sex is one of the greatest things you'll ever experience.
That's a hell of a start.
She was a truth teller.
But you need to wait until marriage. Terrible way to send the message.
That's what the Lord would want.
No question. I mean, that is a terrible way to send a message. Oh, geez. I'm going to tell you what, man. I'm going straight. If one of my girls walks in and goes, hey, Mr. Thompson said today that sex is is one of the most enjoyable things in life.
Why Mr. Thompson?
Ever.
Just a name I came up with.
I like it.
Mr. Hopefully it's a female, because then I want Mr. Thompson may get choked if on school property.
You would take your ass right up there.
Yeah.
I was just being honest.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, leave that up. Let me be honest. I don't need your goofy ass telling my daughter what feels good.
And now you done made Mr. Thompson goofy.
Yeah, he clearly is. If that's how he's leading his sex ed talk.
That PTA meeting got out of hand quick.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really need sex ed in schools.
I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing.
But you don't want to, so they can assist.
It's got to be done well. Yeah. I tell you, it's all right to have sex ed in schools. You just can't tell people, lead them off and say, guys, this sex thing, oh, my God.
I'm telling you, man, it is one of the best things.
I mean, the different ways, oh, God, the different experiences. Let me tell you. I remember I took a trip to Chicago. No, you don't need that. But, I mean, it's a pro before this gets clean away.
I'm interested though, Ron. No, I'm real interested in this, Ron. I mean, because you're fixing to live it. I mean, you're just comfortable as hell with somebody else talking to your kid about this.
I'm not. No, I mean, I'm not just comfortable with it. I'm just thinking of the overall. Like, I do think it's a good thing because, to be honest, some of them may be better at it than I am. To be honest with you, but I mean, But as long as it's not Mr.
Leave that up to. Mr. Thompson to decide.
But
Mr. Thompson.
Now if it's Mr. Thompson, that's a different thing, right? Like, or whoever this sex ed teacher was. Now I'm going to take a crack at it, but I do understand that everybody doesn't have parents that are taking a crack at it.
Well, I mean, hell, we can wait till high school to talk about everybody's innards, can't we?
Not high school, Jack.
I mean, do we have to really?
Not when those innards match up perfectly.
Nah, bro. I think high school is too late, Jack.
I mean, look, I don't think there's any. Look, let's be honest. How many friends y'all have did sex ed keep them from sex ed?
I'd say if anything, it accelerated the process.
Exactly, my point. Nobody went to sex ed.
Agree with that.
Nobody went to sex ed class and learned that there was 2 testes and went, oh boy, I better not do that.
I just think it's better to have the information than at least to scare their asses. To have the information.
Well, let me tell you, I hate to break it to you.
It's such an educational program.
I mean, if the appearance of the male and female anatomy for the first time doesn't scare you, then I don't know what the hell does. I mean, we can wait until we can wait well beyond.
Text line coming through. It needs to come from the dad. I hear you.
I agree with that. No, for Ron it does.
There it was. Glory hole.
I'm doing it with Lauren too. I'm gonna take the back seat, but I'm doing it with Lauren. You got to be there too.
I've told you, I'm trying to figure out. I'm not going
can't leave this to Linda.
No, Linda's don't have any part of it. Lauren is going to have the conversation. My job as a father.
Nobody works hard than Bobby Slowick.
Well, I beg to differ. My job is, and I don't know exactly how to do it, but for my kids to understand they have the most powerful thing in the world. It's untied and undefeated, and you can't abuse it. You know that's. I'm trying to figure out how to couch that to my girls.
Yeah, you'll figure it out. You got some time.
That sounded halfway funny, but I'm being dead ass serious.
I know you are. Don't you abuse it.
I mean, I watch a lot of investigative discovery, man. Guys do stupid stuff. I've done stupid stuff, not as stupid as these guys. I've made some very poor decisions.
I'm practicing this with Trey in my mind, like. Listen, I want you to know I'm thinking about every little nasty thing you're thinking about right now. I've done it.
Well,
I've
now
thought
you
about
just
all
give him
of it.
the okay. Now you.
I'm not giving him the okay.
Daddy did it. Let me go do it.
I want him to know it's not weird. But
meet me around the corner by Miss George's class. There's no camera. There's a dead space in the security camera.
I know I'm in the range. We had a couple of bathroom incidents in middle school. I know that.
Hold on, so
I know that much.
Your heart was racing, wasn't it?
Well, it wasn't me. I'm just saying it wasn't me.
I thought you.
I know there were.
Honest to God, do not even know where this has gone to. I don't even know.
I'm trying to get to Frankfurt. It is. I'm just saying it's.
Damn FCC, we got to be so careful about our sex talk.
I mean, my heart was racing when that brassiere could be seen. I mean, racing.
Yeah, our middle school experiences was a little different.
Well, I think this was elementary.
With the full name of it, the brassiere.
I'm telling you, man. It was definitely a brassiere. It wasn't no bra. It was a brassiere. You better believe it.
Oh my
Coming up now. Did you have any issue with Framber Valdez? Yesterday, Framber Valdez pitched a great game, but the Astros still lost. And reports were, and he spoke through an interpreter, Framber Valdez was frustrated with the defensive positioning on a certain play. It doesn't make sense that this was a double. It makes sense. It doesn't make sense that our right fielder was playing center field with a lefty that was hitting. That should have been a single. That shouldn't have been a double. And the runner should have been at third, not at home. He then also said, I saw the right fielder playing center field, and we have a center fielder for that. I feel like the right fielder should have been playing right field. I was uncomfortable with that, Valdez said through an interpreter.
The right fielder.
Yeah, he is hot, and I'll be frank with you. There is an overhead shot that shows this, and I think Framber is probably on the money with the positioning. It is very odd with a lefty at the plate, very odd. But Do you have any problems with Framber, 713-572-4610? Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, please stop sending in sex talk conversations. I know we have done this.
Just send in starters. Just drive starters. We're trying to get this drive off the ground. We need one first down for Ron.
Do not send in.
But I do, Ron. I've got.
Do not send in the equivalent of sex draws
and
screens.
Do you run the ball or throw the ball on first down?
No.
I'm going to tell you, with Framber Valdez, I got zero problems. This ain't going to surprise anybody. I got zero problems with Framber Valdez voicing his opinion.
It surprises me a little bit, Clint.
It surprises me. I mean, doing it through an interpreter is interesting in itself. But like the whole thing is a bit surprising. But I got no problem with it. I mean, look, here's my question: was he talking about the fact that Trammell should have been literally the center fielder? And Melton should have been the right fielder, or was he talking about the alignment literally with a strong shift the opposite direction? The infield was shifted the other direction, so it was like a miscommunication, if anything. So what exactly is he talking about? What a mess that was! And yeah, for him, I'd be pissed off too.
Yeah, no, the alignment is what he's talking about right off the bat. It's awful.
Though the infield is a 100 like Christian Walker's on the line.
Yep,
it's a dead pull infield shift and it's a dead push outfield shift.
Yeah, they're opposite field. I mean, way opposite field. Like they're in the gaps.
Yes, it doesn't make sense.
And in the gaps and deep. I mean, Cam is like at the warning track and deep and a lefty at the plate. Which
wasn't that that's Trammell in right field, isn't it?
Or is it Trammell? Well, maybe it was Trammell and not Cam. But whoever the right fielder was is swung way into the gap, like it's a pull right-handed hitter that is at the plate. And listen, I'm a bit surprised by your reaction. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised that you're good with him expressing it. I am a bit surprised that you didn't have an issue with him stating it publicly.
No, I don't.
That sounds like I would have thought that you and maybe some others would maybe feel more comfortable with him pulling that inside the clubhouse and not throwing everybody.
Well, I mean,
under
look,
the bus.
one could argue that maybe he should have kept it in the clubhouse. Okay, that's fine. Whether he should have kept it in the clubhouse or said it publicly is fine. But let's not act like him saying it publicly hurts everybody's feelings and tears down the chemistry in the clubhouse and all that. It was not that big of a deal. It was clearly a screw up that he just happens to bring to light through his interpreter. I mean, look at it. Everybody looking at it knows the hell was going on there. I mean, I have no problem with it. Now, if he'd have went out there and said, "What the hell was Trammell? Who told him?" All that. But just saying, "Hey, man, what are we doing with this alignment here?" So yeah, it pisses me off that I give up a run when it should have been a single. The runner should have been at third. Nobody should have scored on that play. So I got no problem with it.
That man said when he said, "I don't understand why the right fielder was playing center field. I feel like we got a center fielder for that." That was
we have a rover out there.
That part was, I don't know what you idiots are out there doing, but why the hell do you got a right fielder? Like, and to be honest with you, Clint, that right there, that's the kind of stuff that gets him walking around the mount. How pissed do you think he had to be the rest of the way? Like, and we have seen Framber throughout the years. Like, this is like he probably was cussing himself and cussing whoever made those decisions about that alignment. He was probably just losing it the whole time.
God, he was sweating so hard.
I mean, Framber's got a contract on the line here that the Astros clearly aren't going to pay him. I mean, it would be a hell of a deal to win a Cy Young here, and we're shifting the wrong direction. Yeah, I'd be somewhat hot about that too.
But to the point that you made, Clint, when you look, as I have it on a freeze shot right now, it is to me, Clint, clear that this was deliberate. Like this was. I don't think this was a miscommunication. This was the game plan.
God, I hope not.
Because. No, I mean, they're all swung around to pull.
Oh, yeah, they're all. It ain't a one-man mistake. The entire outfield is swung hard left, and the entire infield is swung hard right.
Yeah, and it so, like, this is on purpose. This was not like a mistake. Like, And we talk about C.J. Stroud, wanting more control. I'm guessing pitchers may feel like maybe I need a little bit more control on these shifts, and that for me to feel a little bit more comfortable of where you're throwing the ball, because that right there, he's just saying to himself, there is no way in God's green earth that should have led to a run. No way. And ultimately, it cost him the game. I mean, kind of, because the offense couldn't get more than one run yesterday. All right, it is Tuesday. Let's do a little real or fake. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can participate as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Coach D'Amico likes the back and forth he's seen in the trenches through the first week of training camp.
It's going to be really great competition, right? Our O-line gets to go against one of the top D-lines in the league every single day. You get to go against the top guy, so everybody's going to get better from that.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, y'all, look, when was the last time that you hopped out of bed and your knee in the back?
Penderfield every morning. Exclusive player interviews and insider updates all throughout the day. Sean's your eyes and ears on everything at the Greenbrier. Right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Maybe just play the old Dick Law Firm commercial for Trey, and that'll be the here. So there's the birds and the bees conversation. Look at this, and also, if that's what you need some help with, try Dick Law Firm. That might be the word. Take him to Pound Town right there.
Hughley has came in the game.
There we go. All right, a little Tuesday, real or fake. Let's do this. If you're not familiar, you can participate. 713-572-4610. Text in if you're the statement I lay out. Is it real or is it fake? You on YouTube and Twitch can jump in as well. All right, let's start here with Clint with the Mixon injury situation. Dameon Pierce will make the Houston Texans roster.
Oh, I think it's fake. I think it's fake. You've got Nick Chubb. You've got Dare Ogunbowale. I think they've got three backs in this system.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in the building.
Woody and a Chubb in that backfield.
That's right. You drafted Woody. I almost forgot about him, but then you also got two or three other young backs that have been in the building for a couple of years now that are your kind of guys that I think they have some trust in. And so, yeah, I think the Dameon Pierce. I think the lack of trust is a major issue. And now all of a sudden the injuries are an issue. Yeah, I think Dameon Pierce his days are numbered here. And the problem now is that it's gotten so bad that I don't even think he's tradable. And so I think Dameon Pierce will be a release at some point, probably the first cut in camp.
Really, Tyler, real or fake with the Mixon injury situation, could be out most of training camp, most of preseason and training camp. Dameon Pierce will make this roster.
Yeah, I'm with Clint. Got to go fake on this one. I've been saying it from the start, and I know things have changed, and we keep an eye on the ebbs and flows as camp progresses for the Houston Texans. But I mean, for weeks and weeks now, I just do not see Dameon Pierce making this football team.
I'm gonna say. See, you guys came out the gates easy with it. I'm gonna say fake. I'm gonna say fake, but I think this absolutely potentially put him in good favor to try to make it. This early, the thought of maybe we need to at least keep him and try to finagle the practice squad stuff with other guys, because we do need we can't. I don't know if we want to go into the thing with just Nick Chubb coming off of multiple years of getting back from injury and now reaching years 30, nearing year 30, and then maybe a rookie or some of those really young guys that don't have a lot of experience and maybe him as a backup. But I mean, the fact that he's not able to be on the field right now is a thing that's tough to see that happening. Right now, if he was out on the field right now, Clint, getting, number 2 reps and showing, some promise or showing some improvements from the previous years, I think with that situation, it would be a potential opportunity for him to make it. But right now, hell, he's not even playing. So I got to go. And I have no idea how long he's going to be out.
Well, so, the interesting thing is that Dameon Pierce hasn't been on the field that I recall, and I'm talking about in a mental rep, getting mental reps. I didn't see him in OTAs. I didn't see him at the minicamp. I haven't seen him at training camp. So it's not like he's out there and he's mentally on top of what's going on. I mean, yeah, you can sit in meetings all you want, but if you're skipping, an hour and 30-minute practices to begin with, and now you're skipping, and I'm not saying he's skipping, I'm just saying he's not present at the 2-hour practices that they're having right now. That's a lot of mental reps that you could be getting, should be getting, if you're intentional word of team.
Yeah, text line coming in. Real DP makes it. Someone texts in. All right, real or fake? Christian Javier will make multiple starts for the Astros this season.
Yes, I think that's real. I think he does end up making multiple starts. I think he's. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's closer. He's as close as Spencer Arrighetti, right?
He of all of those pitchers, he got to Sugarland first, and he's already made a start in Sugarland. So he's looking to make his second one.
Yeah. So I would say I'm going to say real on Christian Javier making multiple starts this year for the Astros.
And I'm with him, Ron. Absolutely. I think he might be the first one we see come back, to be honest, and hopefully it's sooner rather than later, and we see more come with him.
I do.
How about you?
I want to say real. The only thing for me is, are they immediately going to put him in the rotation, or are they going to use him as a piggyback?
If he can't get in his damn rotation, golly.
I mean, I hear you. I wonder how they want to look at it. Do they? Because we still haven't seen him. I think 3 innings is the most he's gone in Double-A, and we'll see where he gets to. But if he gets up here and it's like, hey, we're still wanting to watch his arm, and maybe they don't want him to throw, 80 pitches, 100 pitches, then maybe he starts in the bullpen. But I think to the point that I was going to get around to that you made there, Clint, to this one, they're so desperate right now. It's hard to believe that he can't make it over Jason Alexander.
Bingo.
Or Colton Gordon. Shout out to Jason who gets to start tonight. All right, real or fake? Nick Caserio should absolutely give Christian Walker a serious look. Real or fake, Clint?
Well, I mean, look, I think it's real, assuming that you can get to the bottom of whatever was going on. I mean, I don't know. Is the injury a problem? I find it hard to believe that he walked around and kissed a teammate on the forehead, and all of a sudden everybody just out of nowhere got super uncomfortable. Like if there are major issues with this dude, including not taking care of his surgery and his injured foot the right way, then it's fake as hell. I wouldn't even look his direction. But if this is something that appears to be blown completely out of proportion, and it's more about he didn't rehab his foot the way that they wanted him to, and all that, then if it's a different story, then I think it's real. Hell yeah, give him a look. I think that the context matters here of what really went on.
Yeah, I'm going to say it real. He absolutely should. Now, he may get into it and see it and say, no, that ain't it. Hell, Clint, they took on Deontay Johnson. They gave him a look, and hell, you know what happened? Hell, he was there a week or two, and then they moved him on his way. But Clint, Tyler, that is at a position that is becoming even more and more a premium position right now, and he's still in his 20s, and this is a guy that and has the ability to be a difference maker on the interior, and it's probably the one weakness that they have on that defense. And weakness is maybe not even fair, but it is probably the weakest point of their defense. And a guy like that, like a Christian Wilkins, I don't care that he can do the splits on command. But a guy like that is a real difference maker to potentially have. So I think you got to at least take a look. Now, if you get in there and you take a look and you feel like, hey, this guy is, pushes buttons and ain't a good fit for the locker room, I can understand if you'd be out on that.
Do you put any weight at all into the fact that we saw the Stephon Diggs experiment and them okay and green light that last year with this situation?
Yeah, I think any of them. That's what I said. Him, Deontay Johnson, and Deontay Johnson's to me the real perfect one because he came in here, he acted in a way that doesn't fit what they want, and they got his ass up out of here. But I like, as Clint has said, hey man, it's hard to find them 6'3", 6'4", 300+ pound brothers that can get after the quarterback and rush the passer and from the interior, and he's got crazy, just super athletic. It's hard to find those guys. And, I mean, by the way, Clint, he's already had multiple looks. Multiple teams have been checking in on that. And you'll see if it works for you. It's hard to find those guys. And I think D'Amico and Nick, they have to at least be looking at
There ain't no doubt. He might be playing next to Chris Jones because you know them jokers will look at him.
Hey, man, they'll take anything right now, man. I mean, right now, based off what we're hearing, it's not quite their type, but I feel like they can maybe make an adjustment with it. All right, man, we have got to talk, and I'll say this, and I'll see if you agree with me, Clint, the people as well. I think this guy has been the star of camp. The star of camp. Nick Caserio spoke about him earlier today on Payne and Pendergast earlier, but to me, there's one name that keeps showing up. A couple of guys have had really good camps, but this dude seems to be the star. We got to talk about him coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you a little bit.
with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy Back to School days now through August 2nd only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. A fun day here on The Drive. We appreciate you stopping by with us, and we are right in training camp mode. Practice 6, training camp practice 6, as a good day all the way around. As they've D'Amico talked about good competition back and forth. The offense probably had its best day of camp. But Clint, since I've been there, having conversations with you, having conversations with others that have been out there each day, reading, seeing everything. Clint, to me, a name that keeps popping up that doesn't make a play a day, multiple plays, multiple things you hear, and you cannot miss him out there. And I think, Clint, he has been possibly the player of training camp thus far. And I wonder if you agree with me. To me, that's Kalen Bullock. Kalen Bullock, the safety, the young safety, shifted over to number 2, and he looks strong in that number. This is multiple days in a row where we've had to have conversations of that he either has picked off C.J. Stroud, or he either has nearly picked off C.J. Stroud, or he should have picked off C.J. Stroud, or he almost took off Cade Stover's head, or he's been at. Kalen Bullock has been the star to me of training camp, and it is, look out. This may be a serious season for him.
Without a doubt, there is no may have been to it, Ron. He is the best player in term, not best player, but he is the player that's had the best camp, and it's not even remotely close. If you look at guys that have gone out there and have made plays above and beyond expectations, it's Kalen Bullock. I mean, they're not going to Derek Stingley for whatever reason. Kamari Lassiter hadn't really done much. He hadn't, not bad, but just hadn't made a bunch of plays. You look at Jalen Petrie, hadn't made a bunch of plays. C.J. Gardner-Johnson hasn't made a bunch of plays. They've made plays, but not a bunch. It seems like every time there's a bang play right when the ball gets there and it dislodges the ball, or there's a should have been interception, or a pass breakup, or an interception. It is Kalen Bullock, and he's either roaming center field, he's rolling down and being sneaky on a backside safety, or today it looked like it was some kind of man coverage, and he just ran the slant for, I believe it was Higgins, and took the interception. So I don't even think it's close. And I'm into guys that have we knew of and were already aware that they were good football players this level, like taking the next step, and like guys that you have, if you go to Texans practice, you have to watch. It is absolutely Kalen Bullock. By the way, the general John McClain pulled me to the side today and said, "Hey man, it's Bullock, it's not Bullock." I said, "Okay, I got you."
Well, sorry,
Bullock. It's definitely him, no doubt about it, brother.
No, it's been special, and Nick Caserio, and I would suggest you go and check out that interview he did with Payne and Pendergast. Nick Caserio talked about Kalen Bullock, Bullock, his young safety, and what he's been able to do, and his unique skill set that he has when the ball is in the air.
I think you can improve someone's hands and just actual catching of the football. A lot of times, at least from a defensive back perspective, their ability to track and judge and find the ball when it's in flight, especially with their back to the ball, isn't as natural. Going back to when we evaluated Kalen, like he was around the ball quite a bit at USC, and he was able to finish plays. So you have a lot of defensive backs who you can categorize them as interceptors, where they actually finish the play and get their hands on the ball, and then you have some other ones who are more PBU or just more passes defense. But your actual hands, and a lot of it is hand strength, so you can work on that on the jugs, but then a lot of it is catching and running and moving, which I would say the best drill at the combine to kind of simulate this is the gauntlet drill, because you're running full speed, you're running running through the foot. But Kalen has shown the ability to find the ball, and a number of interceptions that he had last year were actually pretty difficult catches. We feel that he's probably going to make more of those plays than he's not. You'd like to see him catch them, but there's plenty of things that you can do to improve just the actual catching of the football.
Clint, you talked about this yesterday with Jalen Noel and Cade Stover. The ball, he seems to always be around the ball. Right? When it's in the air, he seems to get excellent reads. He seems to have a real knack for where the ball is going to be, and he seems to be around the football all the time. And I think there's a real chance because he's gonna play. And I mean, he had 5 last year. He's gonna play a lot more than he did last year, and he's going to be trusted more, and he's going to have more confidence in himself and what he's seeing. We're already seeing it in practice. He has, I don't know about you, it has appeared to me he has baited C.J. Stroud a couple of times and getting there and either breaking up passes or picking them off. I think there's an outshot chance that he could lead the league in interceptions. I think that is absolutely on the table with how much he seems to get his hands on the football in the air.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me. There's obviously a knack for being around the ball, like we talked about, and then on top of that, you've got a pass rush that's going to force quarterbacks to throw the ball blindly at times. It's going to force quarterbacks to deal with a ton of chaos, and the recipient typically of that, the factors, if you will, the ones that have crazy seasons usually have a good defensive front in front of them. So. Yeah, I mean, I think the stars are aligning for Kalen Bullock or Kamari Lassiter or Derek Stingley Jr., any of those guys to have a career year. I think they're going to have plenty of opportunities, maybe Bullock more than anybody else because he is a safety. He moves around. He's got, it might be the slot receiver. It might be a tight end. It might be deep middle of the field. It may be rolling down in the box and taking away the slant window or the in-cut window. So he can be in more places maybe. So I could see where he could have a monster year. Yeah, he is at a spot in his career, Ron, where it's not about learning the defense. It's about learning the intricacies of the position. And like you said, the tendencies of the quarterbacks and the receivers, and he seems to be doing that at a high level.
Yeah. No, he's I just felt like we had to shout him out, man. He has been special every single day. He is making plays. Someone talked about, text in, Bullock has me forgetting about how bad I wanted Kyle Hamilton here. Different type of players, but I think both will be really effective safeties in the league. But no, he's got a chance to have a special season. By the way, how'd you guys you feel the public worked the bullying Luka Doncic into losing weight? Have you seen Luka?
Man's got skinny.
Yes, indeed. I saw it. He looks good, doesn't he?
He just into it. I mean, the whole public just bullied that man into. And again, this is quick, right? How fast did he do this? By the way, Luka, as he talked about his weight loss. He was asked about his weight loss. His comments were fat shaming works, is what Luka said. So clearly, Luka has been bullied into. He has been bullied into losing. This has been quick. That was May.
A lot quicker than you and Clint on Mondays for sure.
Yeah. I wonder what the hell he's in there doing. That was.
Well, he's paying for it. He's in Hollywood, and he's paying for it.
He's in Hollywood. He's paying for it. And Clint, I'm going to tell you what.
And it's his job.
No calories in hookah, though.
But let me tell you what. Because how quick he did it, I don't know, Clint, if he did it for himself. How quick he did it and how much everyone has bullied him in it. Every time he turns on the TV, he is being told he's a fat ass. And that his fat ass, even though he's been in 7 years 5 times first team All-NBA and drug a team that had no business getting there to the finals. But he has been bullied into this thing. And now I wonder, Clint, that first time he plays in the fourth quarter and he still is getting blown by like he always has been, and his stamina is not any different. He's going to turn back to that. He's going to turn back to them Coors Lights.
I was fixing to say he better win. He better or win, but he puts work in to do it. It's not normal for him to do it. It's not habit yet. And if he doesn't play as well as he did when he was a little on the thicker side, he's going to go back to being thicker, maybe even a couple pounds more. So you better hope it works.
He's going to turn back to them cigarettes. He's going to turn right back to them cigarettes, that hookah, that beer. He's going to go on back. What you think is the number one thing he had to fight to give up?
He hadn't been in the U.S. his whole life. Fast food.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably say I would just say nightlife in general.
I was gonna say the beers, man. It's got to be. He is. You remember when they won the Western Conference Final, and Michael Finley took that beer out of his hand, and how pissed off he was when he came by and took that beer from him. That boy, that's what he stopped. He had to stop drinking them brewskis. I'm telling you, that's what he'll turn right back to. He'll get in there and he'll find his way to one of them C-stores in L.A. and be like, to hell with this, man. I'll just start with a couple of tall boys. Probably that Eastern European beer he's drinking. All right, what you got coming up?
All right, I don't want to scare anybody here. But the truth of the matter is there's something going on with C.J. Stroud. I came to that realization today at practice. I'll tell you exactly where my head's at with that right there. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, y'all. When we're talking about Our Vision Homes, I'm talking about small town folks.
prices are up to 30% lower with super fast delivery and no hidden fees. Order direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21. Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're working with Clint here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, baby. 281-222-2222. I want to remind everybody out there, as I do every day at 4 o'clock, make sure AUDACY. The Odyssey app is it's clutch, y'all. Not only do we give away big time trips to Vegas for the basketball tournament with $20,000 attached to it, but you can also, right there on your phone, baby, you got access. You can use the rewind feature right now. I don't advise you do it because we're talking about Dirty's Daily right here, but you could use the rewind feature in the Odyssey app and go back and listen to Nick Casario in total this morning with Payne and Pendergast, right? There's also all the podcasts that are available. They are available right there on the Odyssey app, and Tyler actually takes every segment from every show that we do, and he podcasts those, titles them and everything, so that you, the listener, can go back through there. And if you want to listen to just certain topics, you don't want to listen to all the bull jive, one topic you're looking for, boom, you can find it and listen to it. So Tyler does a hell of a job, spends a lot of time doing that.
Thanks,
right
man.
there. Absolutely, bud. So the Odyssey app is clutch. AUDACY. If you're out there and you're listening on the AM dial, the FM dial, YouTube, Twitch, we greatly appreciate it. Stay where you at. Just download the Odyssey app and tell your friends about it. All right, y'all. It is training camp, Texans training camp, day 7. I believe. Is that right, Tyler? Day 7, practice 6.
I got 6.
Yeah, day 7, practice 6.
Siete.
Yeah, they had one off day.
Right. Yep. We're all on the same page.
And it's been a little up and down. It's been, as you would expect, the defense is well ahead of the offense. In the middle of an installation of a new offense, which is terminology and everything is completely new
to the Stars.
And it's been a little bit of a struggle for the offense. There's a lot of youth on the offense. There's also been a 3 or 4 practice run that was an acclimation period that was more of like a let's get everybody in shape, let's do some accelerated walkthrough stuff. We're not going to wear pads. One of those was actually a walkthrough, like a legit walkthrough. We're beyond that. I think practice 5 and 6 is something. They've had pads on. The physicality's been turned up. It's a real practice. They're going an hour and 45 minutes. It seems like they're working into a little bit more real NFL training camp situation here, y'all. And I'm telling you, something's not right with C.J. Stroud. Now, after D'Amico Ryans' spiel yesterday to the media about people trying to tell everybody what's wrong and diagnose injuries, I'm not trying to do that. I don't know what in the hell is wrong or not wrong with C.J. Stroud. Something's not right with C.J. Stroud. There's too many coincidences that are just one after another here to ignore them, in my opinion. You take it for what it's worth, but ignoring them is not an option for me, right? And I'm gonna lay it out here for you, Ron.
I'm listening.
The quarterback rotation since they've started camp has been odd to me. It's never made sense. I've always just chalked it up to, hey, man, it's an acclimation period. It's a ramp-up period. It's that phase of camp. This is a camp. Who am I to say that there's something wrong, right? But there's 4 quarterbacks getting reps, and they're split. From the beginning they've been split up pretty evenly, and that's always been strange to me. I thought that would change at some point, and then you go to practice today, and it never stopped. It was always a true rotation of 4 quarterbacks, pretty even rotation of 4 quarterbacks. And today there were 2 extended team periods and 1 7-on-7 period, I believe. And I think Davis Mills got more reps than C.J. Stroud did. If for those that were counting, I think C.J. Stroud would go like he went 2 reps in 7-on-7. One of them which he threw a pick, and then boom, he's out of practice and the next up in the rotation. Right. The rotation has been strange. You got Graham Mertz and Keaton Slovic getting more or as many reps as C.J. Stroud, right? That's always been odd to me. Now that we're 7 days, 6 practices in, it's becoming more and more odd to me, right? You go back to practice number 3, that was a walkthrough. C.J.'s throwing all the short passes, as many as he can, underhanded. Not a big deal by itself, but if you start kind of connecting these dots, it seems like there's a little something going on there that could be a little residual left over from the OTA arm-shoulder situation, right? And then I go to practice today, and I'm watching the quarterbacks during the special teams periods, and at one point, all the quarterbacks are throwing routes. They're throwing to spots, right? C.J. Stroud, he's watching a little bit of film, then he puts that down, and he comes over and kind of watches special teams practice. He's not throwing with the other quarterbacks. All right, and I don't know about y'all, but all I can do is I can tell you I've been to a lot of Texans practice, and if C.J. Stroud has an opportunity to throw the football, he throws the football. If C.J. Stroud has a chance to work any kind of rep or discuss any kind of action or any kind of scheme that's going on, he discusses it. He didn't do that in those moments today where the special teams was going on. Something's just a little bit off there. And here's what really, Ron, for me, that made me feel comfortable about this opinion. We're in the phase of camp, guys, where we're 6 practices in, 2 of which were full pads. Okay? We're in the phase of camp where C.J. Stroud should be getting more and more reps, and he damn sure should be getting more reps than Davis Mills. And as I said earlier, Davis Mills is getting as many, if not at times, more reps than C.J. Stroud, right? And I'll even go a step further, right? Because some people may not understand the phase of camp I'm talking about, right? Whether it's because the Texans are installing a new offense and C.J. Stroud needs those reps, or it's that they are installing a new offense and it's not running smooth, and out of frustration, C.J. Stroud says, hey, enough's enough. I'm demanding more reps. I need more reps with my guys. I got to get this thing figured out. The task has been laid at my feet to write this thing and get this offense to do it. In that moment, I watched Davis Mills get 4 reps to C.J. Stroud's 2 reps in a team period today. There's no Nick Caley wants this or that. D'Amico Ryans wants this or that. We want to look at this 4-string quarterback. Nick Caserio wants this or that. There's no scenario where that makes sense other than something's going on with C.J. Stroud. I'm not telling you that it's the shoulder. I'm not saying that it's anything more than maybe a load management issue, but there's something going on that's keeping C.J. Stroud from going, nah, y'all back y'all's ass up. Davis Mills who? No, I got to get these offensive line. They jumped 3 or 4 times today, false starts, right? That's something C.J. Stroud grabs the bull by the horns and says, no, we got to get this right, guys. But he's getting 2 reps and getting out, right? Just keep an eye on it. I'm warning you. I'm letting you know that there's something off about C.J. Stroud right now, and I can't put my finger on it.
Listen, I'm not going to say that what you just laid out isn't something that is normal, right? You have obviously lived it and been a quarterback in the league and kind of know how reps are usually distributed. And as somebody who has covered the league for over a decade and been at training camps and been at multiple training camps for multiple teams, that I think that is unusual. In the times of starters I've watched, from Alex Smith, Deshaun Watson to Tyrod Taylor to Davis Mills to now C.J. Stroud, they usually get more reps than that. And now I don't know what they're doing. I would imagine, like you said at the end, maybe it is load managing, and just clearly there was something with the shoulder that they wanted to stay away from during OTAs, and maybe this is just a continued process in that. But the thing that makes me feel like it's not really extremely alarming, Clint, is, and I've talked to you about this, and you can tell the people from what you see from your eyes, it does not appear that he's throwing the ball differently. It doesn't appear that he doesn't have the same zip on it. It doesn't appear like he is nursing an injury and he looks different, right? And it may just be the amount of throws they're trying to hold down. That's my only other thing. If it looked like he was throwing differently or something, I think that would be a little bit alarming. But I'm hopeful for CJ and the Texans and believing that maybe this is just a precaution to slow things down.
Yeah, look, Ron, I can't put my finger on it. There's nothing that C.J. Stroud has done from I'm in the game, I'm throwing the football right now. There's no holding the shoulder. There's no hold back. Now, I've seen C.J. Stroud, I don't think at all, throw the ball down the field. I would say the most stress I've seen put on his arm is when he scrambled and threw what would have been or should have been a pick to Kalen Bullock. I think that was probably the most torque that I saw put on his arm. But we haven't seen him throw the ball down the field much at all, if any, at this point in time. I don't know if that's by design. I have no idea. But again, I can't put my finger on it. All I can tell you is what we're watching and what we've now watched for 6 practices is not normal.
I would agree with that.
I would be willing to bet you right now, a house note, that C.J. Stroud has taken fewer reps than any quarterback in the NFL. Starting quarterback. Any starting quarterback in the NFL that's healthy in camp, I'd be willing to bet you that C.J. Stroud has taken fewer snaps. When it comes to team periods, when it comes to 7-on-7s, it's heavy run to begin with, which I get the emphasis on the run, but the number of overall reps and the number of balls that are thrown is extremely, extremely low, and I just can't believe at this point in camp that Keaton Slovic getting reps is anywhere remotely close to as important as C.J. Stroud getting reps in this new offense. So I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. I'm not trying to start an uproar. I can't put my finger on it. There's nothing. C.J.'s ball's coming off his hand. Find something not right about 7 right now.
One thing that I'm seeing across the text line, just could this be a thought of this is maybe the way that Nick Caley wants to get everybody similar reps, get how he wants to install the offense with these quarterbacks? Would that be something that could be explainable? This is just the way he does things?
No, no, not at all. I wouldn't think so. Anything's possible. Anything is possible. But no, I would not think so. There is the only thing that would make sense to me right now is if they came out and said, "Hey, we're load managing. There's some soreness, and we're trying to manage it through camp as much as we can early on and not overdo it." That's the only thing. There's no advantage to, again, a 4-string quarterback getting as many reps as your starting quarterback a week into training camp. There's no – I can tell you, I don't know a lot, but I know a lot about being a 3rd and 4th string quarterback in the league. There were camps where I'd go a week and throw 5 balls. These guys are whipping this thing around the park left and right just as much as CJ and just as much as Davis Mills. So it's I don't think there's any justifying it by Nick Caley wants to install this way. I'm telling you, it's unorthodox. I'm telling you, it's not normal. And a starting quarterback getting this few reps in team activities, 7-on-7 activities, you're not going to be able to convince me that to the madness. There's not something going on there. So
in a brand new offense.
Yes, and that's the biggest part. In a brand new offense against a defense that's causing you fits, so it screws up your look half the time. It's not like you're going out there and getting great looks when you do go team. Hell, half of the reps are you're running for your life because Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are so damn good. So yeah, man, I would I just encourage to keep your eye on it and see what kind of how this thing unfolds as they get into the meat of camp, because you're fixing to get into the meat of camp where, I mean, hell, he should be getting 80% of the reps. I mean, your third and fourth string quarterback don't see the field unless it's scout team, right? I mean, that's what you're getting into. And so, and I'll be honest with you, Ron, I've noticed it multiple times, but the CJ, his actions during special teams periods have been different as well. Like we talked about this earlier. I've watched a lot of CJ Stroud since he's been a pro. CJ Stroud is, if a ball is in the air anywhere, CJ Stroud is in the middle of it throwing that sucker. Right? CJ's letting it rip. CJ's staying after getting extra work. CJ is getting the throws in. That's a different approach right now with CJ Stroud, and I can't help but that's not something a quarterback just decides. Well, it's year 3. Let me save my arm. Now there's a reason behind that. I don't know what it is, but there's a reason behind that. We'll see down the road. Hopefully it's nothing. I'm hearing from a lot of people that listen talking about, damn, I hope you're wrong. Hey, I do too. I hope I'm dead ass wrong. It seems like there's a little something going on there. We'll see.
Yeah, I do think if it was anything threatening, I don't think he'd be out there or he'd be doing handoffs like he was doing in OTAs. Yeah,
no, in no way, shape, or form do I think D'Amico, Nick, and the training staff is pushing him out there knowing that, hey, he's pushing the limit. I just think there's something. I think there's something not right, something off. I don't know what it is, but I think there's something there.
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully we'll keep seeing it, and maybe that's something that a lot of people maybe will start to look for to see if it is an odd look on the reps he's getting, and if they're potentially just maybe load managing, because the word is he did do a lot of throwing in the offseason. All right, coming up, the lineups are out as the Astros are looking to attempt to kind of get out of this funk as they're in a 5-game losing streak to losing teams. A couple of things from the GM that potentially should make you feel a little bit better about where the team is trying to go here coming up on the deadline. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, there's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident at work or on the road, man. You're left not knowing what to do next, who to call for help, how can you get the compensation that you deserve, right?
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Houston Sports Leader is your one-stop shop for all things Texans training camp. Don't miss live reaction to practice and exclusive conversations with players and coaches. Only on Texans Training Camp Live. Then even more inside information every weeknight on Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, guess what tonight, fellas? It's Harry Potter night.
Yeah, it is.
Clint, you get your ass out there, get you a little Harry Potter.
What house are you? I'm Ravenclaw.
Shut up, man.
No, I'm dead serious. You can go to a website and take a test. It takes like 5 minutes, and it tells you which of the 4 houses you're in. And I'm Ravenclaw because I'm clever and.
No, it's no. I'm good, man. You get you one of them.
I bet you're a Hufflepuff.
Is it Quidditch? Get you one of wear your Quidditch shirt.
Yeah, man.
The only reason why I know about it is because I spent all that damn money on them damn stupid wands. We went to Disneyland and them Quidditch jerseys and shirts or whatever.
As did I. But for myself.
Yeah. No, I didn't buy any for myself.
Playing that Quidditch, you got to watch out for them bludgers, man.
Yeah, nah, man. Harry Potter tonight. Harry Potter night at the Daikin. Clint, so.
Is that Lord of the Rings?
No, it's Harry Potter.
That's just your go-to, isn't it?
Yeah. Now that y'all told me how stupid
Lord
I was,
of the Rings night would be tight.
I need to go. I need to get my wife. We need to, since all this extra time that we have nowadays, and just watch that Harry Potter stuff.
You'd love it.
You would not. There is no chance.
One could say it's magical.
Now again, unfairly, I don't know anything about it, so for me to say there's no chance, but I mean, judging what I walked around at that Disneyland, at that portion of Universal, and how people were into that. No, boss, I don't think that would be your bag. I'll just be honest with you. Well, you were waiting on that. They of course they have.
That son of a bitch, John Williams, gets me every time with these tracks.
They have little Jose Altuve with a hat on in the photo for.
They didn't have to do
Harry Potter night.
That. and Wizards and Harry Potter don't even wear the hat like that. Besides, like Dumbledore.
Okay,
that's more of a witch's hat. They did Tuve wrong with that.
I mean, you know all about it.
Like he's some sort of year 2 out there at Hogwarts. Like, this is the GOAT.
Lineup here tonight. Taylor
Perfect
Trammell.
Music for it.
Taylor Trammell in left field. Jose Altuve, as pitcher, is the DH tonight.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Christian Walker is at first base. Cam Smith back in the lineup in the cleanup spot. Jacob Melton gets another crack in the 5 spot. Yainer Diaz, of course. Mauricio Dubon is at third base tonight, guys. You asked for it. Shea Whitcomb, he's going to play second tonight. Okay.
Expecto Patronum.
Okay, that all right. That's interesting.
That's a spell.
Zach Short. Now I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the second base
Oh,
position.
yeah, it is.
I thought we may just let Bryce ride it out. But Zach Short. Sorry, folks that want Zach out of there. He is the shortstop and bat 9th, and Jason Alexander. So how many we got tonight?
It don't matter who in the hell gets hurt. They gonna play musical chairs with this defense, ain't they?
Not Zach Short.
They're gonna need some magic with this lineup.
I mean, it just the whole thing. It just doesn't. I mean, Dubon should be the. Don't get me started on this. Like I don't. I mean, right now, all of a sudden, Shea Whitcomb can come to the Major League Baseball level and just play whatever position he wants to play, huh?
Whatever. After those 4 errors he committed in one game at third base in 6 innings.
Would like to make those disappear, right?
Taylor Trammell, that's 1 who started in Sugar Land. Jacob Melton, that's 2. Shea, Zach, Jason Alexander is a starter.
Altuve is a Gryffindor.
5 of the 10, including the starter, are Sugarlanders. Or Sugarlanders.
But they're all wizards.
That's what you call half-cocked, folks.
There it is. Half-cocked. But, Clint, after – and they need some help. The Astros – now, that leads down to 3 games, Clint. I don't know why. Maybe it's stupid. I'm sure someone on the text line will tell me, or YouTube and Twitch. That 3 feels a lot different now than the 4. I don't know why. I know it's just 1 game, but all of a sudden, the 3-game lead now over the Mariners as they win last night and the Astros lose their 5th straight. It feels like this thing got real tight here and they really they seem like they are really fighting for their lives, and the Mariners who it feels like it was 7 not too long ago are now back to 3 like they were going into the final game of that series to start the second half. It just feels a lot tighter right now.
Well, yeah, they're a lot tighter because, I mean, you just said they lost 5 in a row. I mean, let's go ahead and add a little context there to the A's and the Nationals. Like, this isn't – you didn't roll in there and the Dodgers get you 4 or whoever the best teams in baseball are right now. I mean, whoever it may be, you lost to 2 teams. I mean, you lost 5 straight to 2 teams that you had no business losing 1-2 for being down. I think that's fair. But – yeah, so I mean it's a lot worse when you add context to it, man. They couldn't give a ton of support to Fromber last night. Let's see if they can give it to old buddy tonight.
Yeah, old buddy being Jason Alexander tonight. But Clint, the GM Dana Brown said, or at least alludes to feeling like help's going to be on the way, and not just the help that we've been talking about, the injured guys that we'll see what happens, but. As he talked on the broadcast last night, on the telecast last night, we feel like we're going to get something done, General Manager Dana Brown said. And he said adding a bat is a priority, but a starter or a reliever would be as well. He also spoke to Jim Bouton, a former GM, and he said that a left-handed hitter and a Game 3 starter for the playoffs are the 2 top things he's looking at. Ryan O'Hearn, Brandon Lowe, or Lau, or a couple of names that they've talked about that are out there. But it seems that much like he did last year, Dana Brown is going to add to this team to give them help, and they absolutely need it, right? And because you just cannot depend on knowing if you're going to have those guys that are injured back for the stretch run. You can't depend on that, and they've got to make a Kikuchi-like move. I know we have fun saying that name, but I didn't even say that with laughter. At that level of move to their starting rotation, and they probably do need a bat, even if everybody came back.
Well, the Astros have stolen that joy from us, right? These injuries have stolen that Kikuchi joy from us. We can't even have fun with it anymore. We're dead ass serious. Like at the end of the day, what I guess feel good about here, Ron, is Dana Brown's transparency, if you will. He had no problems whatsoever saying, no, we're working, man. We're working. We're busy as ever right now trying to get this and that and this. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They're not playing coy. I mean, he is definitely out there flipping stones trying to see what's available for the Astros. So if you can take any level of confidence, I guess, from this, it's Dana Brown's transparency and his kind of approach here is go get better.
Yeah, they got to. So trade deadline, remember, is Thursday, so we are coming up on that. Teams are making some moves, and there are some moves out there, and clearly Dana Brown has expressed he's on the phones trying to get this done as they got to try to get out of this hole. Coming up again, the lineup tonight, Trammell in left field, Altuve is at DH tonight, Christian Walker at first, Cam Smith, Jacob Melton back in center, Yiner behind the plate again. Dubon is at third base tonight, with Shea Whitcomb getting a start at second. And continue to pick up that spot in the injury of Jeremy Pena. By the way, Jeremy Pena is supposed to make a rehab start at Sugar Land tonight along with Sean Dubin. He is going to pitch as well. So hopefully, man, this is just a one and out, and Jeremy Pena can get up here as soon as possible. All right, Nico Collins, he spoke on his new OC, led me to some questions, and we'll look at how the O-line was today. They've had some struggles at the beginning of camp. We'll talk about what happened today. That's next.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
Coach D'Amico likes the back and forth he's seen in the trenches through the first week of training camp.
Shields. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty programs. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
They were playing that song about you swag and surf, and I looked around, I was like, this is pretty sweet.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You're going to stop disrespecting. Kurt, I can tell that you have just started the new quarterback series.
Yes, last
night. Can tell
night.
that. Leave Kurt's ass alone, man.
I love Kurt, but
no,
man,
you don't, man. You just want to make
no.
fun. You want to make win of Kurt. Kurt is fun, man. I like Kurt and his family.
Yeah, I bet that's how he would describe himself too. I'm a fun guy. Want to listen to some Celine Dion? Maybe spin the ball around the park a little bit.
Boy, hey,
I love Celine Dion. I can't even lie.
Did you see what they did her at that Coldplay concert? They were doing the Kiss Cam stuff again. They got to Celine Dion, and they just the whole crowd wouldn't stop clapping for her. Brought her to tears.
Well, their hearts were going on, man.
They were, man. By the way, if you do watch that quarterback thing, I've heard of makeup sex, anger sex. This was some real sympathy sex happening in the Kurt.
I haven't come to a sex scene yet.
It didn't happen. They didn't show it, but I'm
really
certain it
amped
occurred.
Season 2.
I know Clint watched it when Kirk Cousins has to give up the starting quarterback job.
God, Atlanta did him dirty.
You can no, they didn't, but you can tell
by drafting Penix. I think
the things he did with his wife. There was some sympathy action that happened later on that evening.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know Clint has seen that.
I've seen it, and there's no to think that there was any did I have any notions of any sex?
Oh man, when she was crying, when she found out that he reached out and was in the garage talking to Michael Penix Jr. to really uplift him, and she went into that's the kind of man he is, and she started crying. Yeah.
I have not got there yet. I don't get it. I hadn't got to that point yet.
That done it for her. That was it. They put those kids to bed.
I just like Kirk goes swag surfing, man.
Yeah, he goes swag surfing and runs routes with his kids down in the basement. That's
I like that too.
That's the other part of it. But man, leave Kirk alone, man. He's had a rough go of it.
But nerd alert.
All right, Nico Collins. Nico Collins was on with Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen Show, and kind of opened things up. He talked to him about Nick Caley, and he said something that once you hear it, you will know you have heard this a lot. But I want to we got Clint Stoerner on the show, so that is a great resource to us to have as somebody who has been through the NFL, has been on the field of the NFL, who has dealt with OCs and dealt with different kind of coaches. Because I want to get to the bottom of this thing we continue to hear. Here's Nico Collins, and they're talking about his new OC.
Yeah, man, Nick Caley, man, he's a young, fiery coach. Man, it's exciting, man. Just the way he just come in the building every day in meetings, man. You feel that energy, you feel his enthusiasm, man. I'm excited this year, man, about this group. It's going to be a great year.
What about schematically that you're willing to share that's different?
I feel like, it's pretty much the same, pretty much getting the players in, a great situation to make plays. Nick, he doing a great job, is making the play calls, simple, easy for us to understand, so we go out there just have fun, make plays, and get the crowd on their feet, so that's all we want to do as an offense, go out there and make plays and be explosive, that's who we are.
That's Nico Collins. Clearly was not ready for that follow-up from Rich Eisen. I'm not going to lie to you, Clint.
Because it ain't there.
Stop shaking your head.
Man,
I ain't gonna lie to you,
got
Clint,
fired for nothing.
Because I do want to ask you this, and it's a truthful thing, but I'm not going to lie to you. Remember that time we had Mark Ingram on, and I said, Mark, you have been around David Culley, and you had him in Baltimore.
Football playing Jesse.
I said, what's his, coaching superpower? That answer that Nico just gave on that follow-up was eerily similar to where Mark Ingram was just trying to reach. And then that's when Tyler accused me of pissing off Mark Ingram with that
to do that with our guests.
With that very fair question. But the first part he said was the energy and the fiery part of that. Like I in my mind, I could think and see the advantages of that. But we keep hearing that repeatedly. And from a positive perspective, Clint, why is that such a thing that would positively affect this team and the offense? Because if there's nothing else, Clint, the number one thing we hear about Nick Caley is the energy that he brings every day and the fiery personality of him. How can that be such a help to this offense?
Well, I mean, you can sell during the offseason and during training camp that the energy is important and the vibe is important and the delivery is important. And I think to a certain degree, as you're installing a new offense, it is important to walk in being positive every day and having that energy and that vibe and keeping guys' attention. But if you can't coach and if your offense sucks and you can't call plays, all of that is for none. And the reality is this. The reason that everybody keeps leaning into the energy and the vibes and the passion and all that is because nobody wants to say, hey, man, he ain't never done it. We have no idea. That's it. It's that simple. It's for whatever reason.
Yeah, but they don't do that with Cole Popovich, though, Clint.
Cole's a position coach. You don't you don't really have, you don't really have that to pull from with Nick Caley, right? I mean, Caley's not. We've heard a little bit on the Caley front from the tight ends. No surprise, because that's a position that he coached, about how he'll stop practice and say, hey, man, your hand placement here, get in this stance if you got a run block, get in this stance. That's just like, when I look at Cole Popovich, his number one job is to make sure that his guys are physical and tough, know their assignment, and can execute their assignment without thinking, right? Just know it like the back of their hand, let's ride. Like Nick Caley has to be able to call a play. Nobody's seen him call a play. Nick Caley has to be a guy that goes, hey, Christian Kirk, we got you matched up on their nickel. It's a big time mismatch for us. Well, now I've got to call plays and scheme up the way to take advantage of that. Hell, I can go out there and tell you it's a mismatch. I knew when Christian Kirk was in Jacksonville, when he brought his ass to Houston, that in the damn slot it was a mismatch against what's his name? What was the kid's name? Number 4? Tavier Thomas. Hell, I knew that was a mismatch. I didn't have the play to tell you to go take advantage of it. Their offensive coordinator damn sure did, right? Like, there's for whatever reason, there's a need to blow smoke and talk about how great these guys are and sell these guys on how great they are and how great of a position coach they are and the energy and all this, instead of just, hey, guys, we got a lot of confidence in Nick Caley's ability to get this done. Truth of the matter is, he's never done it. We're going to learn about Nick Caley on Sunday just like you're going to learn about Nick Caley on Sunday. And that's the reality of the situation. Boy, doubling down right there. Who was that was interviewing him? Rich Eisen?
Yeah,
Rich Eisen doubling down on what he thought was he thought he was lobbing him a softball up there, just a little soft toss, and he's talking about scheme. Boy, that really threw Nico for a lane.
I was going to say it's not the same.
We've been being told by everybody and anybody under the sun that it ain't the same. Yeah. That it's different, and here we are now. Nico, the number one guy, talking about it's the same. The reality of it is, it's an offense that the schemes, the route concepts, the run principles, they're all the same. Everybody been playing football. Every offense is the same stuff. What it boils down to is, can you coach it up? Can you coach the terminology and get these guys to learn it? Right? The listen, retain, and apply. Right? Can you get professionals to listen, retain, and apply what you want them to do? And then when you play on Sunday, do you have the ability to call plays at the right time, take advantage of weaknesses, make sure you're playing to your players' strengths? And we will not know that until Nick Caley does it on Sunday in a regular season game.
Yeah. No, that is the case. But I just overall, to me, it was just like we are hearing the energy and fieriness like that so much so. Like, I mean, clearly, for them, I mean, I guess there is a thought that's the only thing they're coming up with because they don't know the other stuff. Or it could be a thought of like, no, man, that is a significant thing that is helpful for the players and something that they love about Nick Caley. That each time, from coaches to other players, that comes to mind for them.
Yeah, you know, the thing is you can tell what has been said to them over and over again about how important the energy and the vibes are, right? But the reality of it is and I don't know how good Nico actually is in an interview setting of relaying, you know, like being put on the spot, if you will. I don't know how comfortable he is in that situation. I don't know how gifted he is in that situation. It doesn't sound like he's real comfortable. Be honest with you, when I hear Nico, it sounds like he can't get the damn thing. He's fine with being there, but he can't get that damn answer over quick enough. But the reality of it is the inability for folks to answer that question of hey, you know, the way that he calls plays is going to allow us to play faster. I think I've heard D'Amico, you know, lean that direction. I think that's a really, really good answer, right? The physicality and accountability and up front with the offensive line toughness is a Nick Caley plus, right? Really focusing on the importance of communication and everybody being on the same page is going to allow us to play fast. Like, these are all pluses, but it's just like, for whatever reason, nobody's really gone into depth in talking about those. I feel like I could, if you gave me till tomorrow, I could probably put together a packaged answer that should be passed on to every offensive player with the Texans and would do a better job than how they're answering.
And maybe finish with the energy. End with his energy.
At this point, I would leave it out because I think that's the one thing everybody knows about Nick Caley that would be repetitive is everybody knows he's got
juice, energy.
I do. Look, and I feel bad, Ron, because I believe in order to be a good coach, you've got to bring a certain level of energy to the meeting room or the practice field every single day, or you're gonna get lazy, unresponsive, lackadaisical. That's the interaction that you demand when you come in that way. So coming in with juice and having energy is absolutely hugely important, right? But it's just like we've been beat over the head with it so long. It's like, okay, I get it. I mean, everybody gets it. But it's minimized, I think, in the media and in the outside world. But the reality is, man, if you get a coach that brings that passion every day and brings the energy every day, then that's typically what they give back to you. And so it is important. I don't want to minimize that at all.
A little 5 o'clock fire will get you ready for the Astros and the Nationals, but there is some news, some trade deadline news to tell you about involving the Astros. We will do that coming up next.
They were playing that song about you swag and surf, and I looked around, I was like, this is pretty sweet.
Take it from Nick Caserio. When it comes to offense, success is simple.
An offensive football in the end is about three things. It's about moving the ball.
cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hope for you, Dirty Show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. the man who lives in the red. The man.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, wow.
Damn. Now that was uncalled
That was harsh.
For. That was, I am sorry.
What's wrong
Were
with
you in the red yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, I am sorry. Very accurate, but I am sorry.
2 for 5.
Sorry, Moneybags in the building, Tyler Milner. Luckily for you, we have the latest. And the latest is this, fellas. And we talked about it earlier. Dana Brown, the general manager of the Astros, said that they are confident that they're going to get something done. They were looking at a bat as a priority and maybe a number 3 starter. We've started to hear that, even bullpen action. This reported by The Athletic, Chandler Rome, says that Dylan Cease, he is a starter for the San Diego Padres, has emerged as a primary target for the Houston Astros. Dylan Cease has emerged as a primary target for the Houston Astros. Dylan Cease, now.
It'll turn me on.
Now, listen, when I read you his numbers from this year, like, you're going to be like, hold on. No, I don't know. I don't know about that. But
it's a fair disclaimer.
It's very, very similar to Kikuchi. All right. It's very, very similar to Yusei Kikuchi. This when they brought him over last year. Dylan Cease has 22 starts. He is a 3-10 record, 118 in a third innings, which he does rack up innings and pitches. That is something that he's normally done. His ERA is nearing 4.79, so that is not great, but he does have 153 strikeouts, which he has always been a strikeout guy. He has been over 200 strikeouts the last 4 years, including 3 with the White Sox, where he was their ace and a Cy Young candidate if he didn't win it in 2022. Last year, he was 14-11, 190 innings, 3.47 ERA. He is somebody that has excellent stuff, even though he has struggled this year. But he is a guy, to me, that is very, very similar to a Kikuchi. A guy in Kikuchi we saw, his numbers didn't look great in Toronto, but he got over here, and he is somebody who the pitching staff was able to work with, and it wasn't a stuff thing, it was other stuff. So he was able to turn it around here with the Astros. I think they're maybe looking at a similar thing with Dylan Cease, who has been a very successful pitcher in the past. That, to me, would be a kind of move. All right, we feel like that's a guy that could be a third starter for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you throw Dylan Cease into the mix with all the guys you got coming back, I think you could potentially be on to something. I'm not real concerned with those numbers. I mean, obviously, you laid out the Kikuchi deal last year that worked out, hugely in our advantage. So I'd be fine with that. But that's the level I'm talking about, man. You throw him in the mix with McCullers and Javier and all these guys, Arrighetti. Now you're on to something. Now you're on to having 3 or 4 guys that could give you a legit chance to win come playoff time or even October, September, October type time.
It's an odd situation too, because the Padres, Clint, they're in the playoffs right now. They have a 2-game lead in the wild card. They're 9 games over 500, and they are potentially trading one of their starters. But I think this is kind of where the league is right now. The interesting part is, since they're in the race and they'd be willing to trade Dylan Cease, it would be a wonder of what they're actually looking for in return. Are they looking for a ready-made player, a guy that we see right now up with the big club? That would be a curious thing to look at to see what it would take to get him. But General Manager Dana Brown said that that's what they were looking to get, a third-level starter. That might happen. So that's one to watch. A primary trade target for the Astros, Dylan Cease. Tonight, the Astros, however, don't get to throw a guy like Dylan Cease out there. And when you think about Dylan Cease, you think about those numbers, like you said, you start to think, all right, we got Jason Alexander tonight. That's probably why you would want to make a move like that. But they are looking to end this 5-game losing streak, Clint, and they play the Nationals tonight. Lineup tonight, Trammell in left field, Altuve's the DH, Walker, Cam Smith back in the lineup. Jacob Melton gets another night in the 5 spot in center field. Diaz is behind the plate. No Caratini in the lineup tonight. Dubon's at third, Whitcomb's at second, and Zach Short is the shortstop tonight. That's the starting lineup. And Clint, they have got to get a way to end this thing. This lead is now 3 games over the Mariners, and the Rangers are now 4 games back as they are coming on. This thing could get really, really tight in a hurry if they don't snap out of this.
Well, it's never been more true. We got to stop the bleed in some way, shape, or form. 5 straight, 4 to the Las Vegas A's, and 1 to the Nationals. I mean, you got to stop the bleeding somehow. You couldn't do it with Framber Valdez pitching a gem, so let's see if you can do it with Jason Alexander. We'll see.
Yeah, so big one tonight, and see if, as you said, man, maybe they can give some run support to Jason Alexander, knowing that they will probably need to help in that regard. So big one tonight. Look to come in and win this series. If they win tonight, they will have taken the series against the Astros at home, and that is something they are looking to avoid. So get ready tonight. Big one tonight. Hopefully we're talking about an Astros W when we come in tomorrow.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, training camp day 6 as the boys got going. A second straight day in pads. D'Amico Ryan spoke about today's effort. Here he is talking about day 6 of training camp.
You see it, things evening out more when you put the pads on. Defense kind of had the advantage there. Early on, we weren't in pads. Defense was making a lot of plays, and now just see things balancing themselves out. Offense is making plays daily. Our quarterbacks are doing a really nice job just placing the football in the right spot. And our receivers are making some really tough, contested catches. And that's what we want to be. We want to be a tough, physical football team. And you can't lose sight of that play on the outside from the receivers, the DBs, how those guys play. That's the makings of a really physical team. So Jaden Higgins, he stepped up, made some really nice catches. Noel Hutchinson has done a really good job this year playing physical. Really doing a great job at the catch point as well. We got a lot of guys on the offensive side who are getting, really better, and it really jumps out in that receiving room to me.
Yep, Nick Chubb, I'm sure a part of that as well. Clint, he said it felt like it was evening out a little bit with the pads on. Is that how?
Yeah, I think it was a better day, a more even day. I think to start practice, I think it was Kalen Bullock. He got an interception. So that's not the way you want to start on the offensive side of the football. It is exactly how you want to start on the defensive side of the football. And then from there, it seemed like things came a little bit easier for all of the quarterbacks in the offense. The protection seemed to be a tad bit better. There was some of the quick game there, so they were able to get the football out on time and give themselves a chance. And so, yeah, I would say today was a better day offensively in terms of just seeing some level of success. Now, there's a bunch of penalties on the offensive line that were a problem that I think I would expect to hear D'Amico, hoping to clean up, and Nick Caley to clean up here pretty quick. But I would say today was a better day. I wouldn't get too carried away with it, but I would say today, if you're comparing it to the rough start to training camp for the offense or the slow start to training camp for the offense, today was better.
Yeah, and I think that's for Texans fans. They want to see – you want to start to get to see reports that, all right, the offense has done some things. Things were looking good. I do want to get to the O-line here in a second. But
the arrow's pointed up.
Yeah, I know it, Cal. But I know also some things we saw. It was a lot of three-step drops, but there was a lot of slot play. And Christian Kirk, even John Mechie got involved. And that was something that looked pretty real, that looked good today, was them versus some of the nickels for the Texans going up against Petrie and company. Things.
Yeah, Petrie got beat by Christian Kirk, and it looked to be a man, and he just ran kind of like that mid-range crosser and just ran away from Petrie the whole way across, and CJ made a good throw. Now, the Mechie catch, I thought it was on a nickel defender. It was actually on an inside defender, just in more of I think it was probably more of a little bit of a zone coverage kind of deal. But nonetheless, Mechie, he did get behind the defense, made a great catch. At one point, Higgins had a 50-50 ball go up. Davis Mills threw at a 50-50 ball. He went up and got it. It was a great catch. And so, yeah, I think there were plays made on the offensive side of the football, and the quarterbacks. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think overall, I mean, if you're just evaluating quarterbacks, now I've said it before in today's show, I've seen more of the third and fourth string quarterback than I care to see in training camp. But really, the quarterback play overall has been really impressive. I mean, when the pocket is not collapsing around them, the quarterback play overall has been pretty impressive. I know C.J. Stroud's thrown 2 or 3 interceptions that were suspect. One of those was after a pressure where it probably would have been a sack, so it wouldn't have counted. I think C.J. may have shown some frustration from time to time, but overall, the quarterbacks have thrown it well and accurate and on time, and there's been 2 or 3 really, really good over-the-top pinpoint throws that we've seen.
Yeah. So, but that's a good look, because Christian Kirk is someone that I think, especially early on, this offense is going to need.
Absolutely.
And against those are places they may be able to take advantage of things. So that is a big deal to watch him. Overall, it does seem like the offense did have its best day of camp, which, yes, it is not to, as Clint said, not to just lose your mind and say, oh, boy, here we go, 5-headed monster, they're about to go off.
Yes!
No, but for a team that's installing a new system, that has a new OC, that has a lot of new parts and pieces that they're trying to put together with this offense, the steps forward, especially against this defense, are big things. So training camp day 6 as they inch closer to try to get this offense put together.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a lot of conversation happening in going from the college football to the NFL draft situation. A lot of conversation with the Browns and the connection and the history of their owner, Jimmy Haslam, with the Manning family, and trying to put things together about they want to get their hands on Arch Manning to be the next guy. God, I pray that doesn't happen to you, Arch.
2026 MVP.
That you don't have to go to Cleveland. But Jimmy Haslam said, I think if you know the Manning family, I would bet that, and I don't know Arch at all, I would bet he stays in college 2 years, Haslam said. So I don't even really think that was Jim Haslam who was dismissing speculation about him eyeing Texas quarterback Arch Manning in the upcoming draft, as they have the potential to have the number 1 pick. A couple of things, Clint. One, do you get the feel that Arch will stay multiple years, 2 more years in college? And are you sure he's going to be like this? Isn't a Trevor Lawrence situation or a Caleb Williams situation where, yeah, man, he's going to be the number 1 pick when he comes out. Shut up, Tyler. He's going to be the number 1 pick when he comes out. I don't know that that's the case.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. He doesn't have to do the same things in college that some of those guys you mentioned did to be the number 1 overall pick. If he just goes out there and plays the quarterback position at a high level, puts up good numbers, wins games, and let's say he's a top 5 quarterback coming out in the class, he's going to immediately be the number 1 rated quarterback because his last name's Manning. I mean, that's just the reality of what we're dealing with here. I mean, these teams that are it's a crapshoot when you draft a quarterback at the top of the draft, and if you get a Manning that goes out and proves he's one of the top quarterbacks in college football, and he's coming out and he's got that kind of pedigree and that kind of resume and has been raised that way and knows the game the way that he knows the game, all of those things are going to push him directly to the top of the list. So it's not like he has to go out there and have a Heisman Trophy Joe Burrow type of year in order to be number 1 overall. It's just that's not the world we're dealing with. If he just goes out there and plays well at that level, then he's going to be the number 1 quarterback in terms of being ranked anyway. He stayed at Texas and didn't transfer, didn't take the money, stayed at Texas, developed. And as we look at, hey, is he a guy that could potentially stay 2 years in college? The answer is yes. Look how he handled it the first time. If he goes out there and he and his team sit down after 1 year and go, hey, you had a good year, but you've got a long way to go, and the NFL isn't the place to necessarily go to develop, so you need another year in college. I could see the Manning family making that decision and him staying at an additional year. Yeah, I don't think he's going to come out just because he would be rated number 1. I don't think really? That's going to factor into their decision. Yep,
so after this year, if he's the clear cut talked about and yeah, as you said, maybe he doesn't have to be Caleb Williams talent wise and everything, but for whatever reason they have him rated as the top quarterback and number 1 pick. You don't think he just automatically comes out for that?
No, I don't. I don't. I mean, I don't. No, I don't think it has any bearing.
I guess Peyton didn't.
I just don't think it has any. A good point. I don't think it has any bearing on the situation. I just think they're going to look at this college thing as a developmental type year, preparing yourself for the league. And by the way, he's making plenty of money at UT, and he's surrounded by talent. There's no reason to run from that situation. So yeah, no, I don't think it has any bearing. Now he may come out, but I don't think it has any bearing on that decision being made is where he's ranked.
All right, coming up, did we see after the game a level of frustration that should bring the Astros situation than the 5-game losing streak and the struggles they've had here of late? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Say goodnight to the Astros. What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look offense?
Ready? It's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have.
Live from West Virginia, next Monday through Thursday. Payne and Pendergast direct from the practice field every morning. Exclusive player interviews and insider updates all throughout the day. Sean's your eyes and ears on everything at the Greenbrier. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Framber Valdez, he let it out, which you generally don't see. You generally don't see and hear players just publicly, this hard. And he did it through an interpreter, but I think it's very clear what he was getting to. He was not happy at all with the way that his outfield, his defense was, how they were shifted in a big at-bat last night that led to a run. And in his words, in this thing, he said, I saw the right fielder playing center field. And, we have a center fielder for that. I feel like the right fielder should have been playing right field, that Valdez said through an interpreter. He also went on to discuss the thoughts of him not understanding why they would be shifted that way. And that it really led to that run. That run should not have been a run, in his opinion. It should have been a guy, is what Framber had to say. And he came publicly with this thing to the public. This was not taken care of in the clubhouse, not discussed with the outfielders or whoever its job, the outfield coach, or what coach aligns the players where they should be. He didn't go and discuss it with them. He came right out publicly to this. And Clint, to me, that seems like a level of frustration that you generally don't see. And I'm wondering, is that something that's pushing this even further, the struggles of the team? And now you look at a situation where not only have you lost 5 in a row to the A's and the Nationals. Not only have you lost 5 of your last 21, now essentially Framber Valdez is placing blame on somebody else for a run coming across, which ultimately helped the Nationals win the game out publicly. That feels like a real low point potentially for this team.
Yeah, well, look, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with the questioning what the hell, because if you look at the still shot of the shift that was put on, he's ultimately questioning the call. I don't think anybody was out of position in the sense of where they were told to be, because the entire outfield was all shifted to the left. The entire infield was all shifted to the right. Clearly somebody made a bad call. At least make a call that Framber disagrees wholeheartedly with. So I don't have a problem with the best player that I got at this point in time on the team getting a tad bit frustrated with what's going on right now, and voicing an opinion in the public like this. Now if he started naming people and throwing people under the bus and all that kind of deal, then maybe I would have had a little bit of a problem with it. But it appears to me just a bad call that he didn't like at the time and voiced his opinion.
Yeah, I guess so. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Do you have any issue with Framber speaking publicly about this and going into detail about the right fielder playing center field, and we've got a center fielder for that, and essentially placing blame for that run coming across? And at all, does that make you concerned about what's going on in the clubhouse? Because that's not something we have normally seen from this Astros team. That was, I'll be honest with you, Clint, I was borderline shocked when I saw him go into that level of detail about how upset he was. I mean, I can understand that he is upset. Now, I'll be honest with you, I don't have a problem with it, but I can see how people in the locker room, Clint, would be like, hey, man, you ain't no coach. You ain't no, man, don't come out and say, well, you know, whoever put this alignment together or why was the right fielder playing. And I wonder, Clint, if that would have been his response if they weren't on a 5-game losing streak and they weren't struggling and the team offensively ain't hitting worth the damn, Clint, aren't scoring any run, and now you're butchering it in the field and costing us runs. I just wonder if that's all a part of it.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Look, I don't doubt that the frustration is part of voicing that having that kind of response immediately following a game. Hell, you ought to be frustrated. I mean, they should be frustrated at this point in time. I mean, you're on a 21-game run where it's been ugly. You don't have a lot to hang your hat on. You're letting a lead in the division that was a real advantage. You're letting that thing not just dwindle. You're letting that thing slide pretty quick by losing 5 games straight. So yeah, they should be a little bit frustrated. And then look, Ron, I look at the call, and I'm no advanced stat guy. I don't typically tend to agree with all these major shifts. I look at it, and if I'm Framber Valdez, it's so egregious, I don't know how you don't question it. Like, it's such a silly-ass shift, I don't know how you don't question it. I really don't. I don't know how you the only way to question it is to say, well, hell, Framber shouldn't have thrown a pitch that was inside that could have been pulled the way that it was pulled. So, look, it seems so egregious that I don't have a problem with him voicing his opinion.
Yeah, I guess for me, I just hope that this isn't something that is leading to sort of fracture in the locker room, some sort of fracture in the clubhouse, something like pitchers versus – because when you struggle scoring runs like this, there have been – I've heard stories of pitchers and offensive players, there just being a straight-up divide, almost in a similar fashion, Clint, when you play football, and if your offense – keep scoring and the defense can't stop nobody, and we losing games like the Bengals are losing games.
Oh, yes!
Yes, and the way Bengals are losing games, sometimes there may be a fracture potentially building between those different sides of the ball, and in this case, between the pitchers and the hitters. So hopefully that is not the case. Someone on the text line coming through, I don't have a problem with it. He didn't say anyone's name. That's called scouting report. He should know the tendencies of opposing hitters. Come on, that's high school. He should be yelling about the abysmal showing on offense. So, I could see a lot of people just being frustrated with this team at the plate and the offense coming forward. But that is just it is to me unique and not a normal thing seeing a pitcher come right after the game, because to me that was probably more towards the coaching staff, because I don't think the players are the ones who are making the call or the decisions. I don't think Trammell is the one who said, you know what, I'm going to decide to line my ass up all the way over here right center field, and Jacob Melton slide himself almost damn near in front of the Crawford boxes. That was obviously planned ahead of time. So that was almost him really questioning the coaching staff. Agreed.
Yeah. And I have no problem. Something silly like that happens, I have no problem with it.
Say go for it. Your ass going to make that call. Somebody needs to point it out in public right there.
Yeah, don't put it on me. Don't tell I shouldn't have threw the ball inside. I mean, hell, that ain't on me. That's a silly ass alignment they got out.
It feels huge.
I can't imagine how mad Framber was. Oh my God! For him, like he came out in the 6th.
Wonder if he ripped any of his fake hair out.
He should have. Just think about it. He came out in the 6th inning. And that's as cooled down as he got to do the post-game interview, to come out and mention it. You would think that he would have maybe cooled himself down just a tad. But nope, that's how pissed off he was that he continued to run with that thing. All right, coming up, good luck to those who are following Tyler Milner. We'll see if he can get in the green.
God bless your soul.
As he said, these Mondays have been rough, and they continued yesterday in the red. Hopefully he can get into the green. And we've got to start to talk about who is really the star and has been the best player in this camp. And we'll hopefully check to see how the O-line was today, because steps forward, improvement today. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, fellas, almost.
How those ahead.
Mokerem Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokerem Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in, as it's been a fun day. Thanks for a lot of the birds and the bees thoughts and advice. Yeah, that'll be a fun conversation.
Did you settle on just letting Tyler handle that for you?
Hell no. Not Tyler.
It'd be fun.
No, but I am going to go get some props. But anyway, appreciate that. That was a fun conversation as we had earlier. Check the Odyssey app. You can find that as well. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and they will be joined by Hannah and Cal McNair. So stay tuned as the owners of the Houston Texans will be live on Texans All Access.
Does this count as us being on your show?
No, Hannah.
No, hell no. Hell no. Not at 6, but it does count as you being on Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. So stay tuned to hear from the owners coming up right after us. Area 45, as usual, will follow them as they are looking. Sometimes I get on and I run past that text line, and they've been a little rough here since the Astros have been on this slide. They're looking for a good night on the post-game show, Area 45. Stay tuned for that. They will have that for you. Get you ready for the game, and also get you ready after the game as well, and talk about some training camp. It is the best night program here in all of Houston, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Mr. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, they have it after Texans All Access. And, well, Clint, Tyler's going to try it again. He's got
give it a swing, huh?
Yeah, he's giving it a swing, man. And Clint, before you even try, I'm certain he does not have room yet. So
that's for damn sure.
So that's one to look at as T-Mill's best bets. I love it. He won't quit. He won't give up. I don't know.
Well, just wait.
I don't know what that means for his pocketbook.
You'll see, but I ain't gonna quit. You'll see.
I know you're not gonna quit. Maybe you might just
might take a quick break.
Maybe take a quick break, but you ain't gonna quit. So that's coming up here in a couple of minutes. All right, Clint. If I were to tell you, being at mandatory minicamp, but especially training camp, as we are 7 days in, 6 days of camp, would you agree that Kalen Bullock has been the clear best player in camp?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, his play has jumped off the field multiple times. There's no denying it. If you're out there and you're watching practice, there's no misunderstanding it, from interceptions to near interceptions to bang bang plays, pass breakups where you would have taken the head off of a tight end. Just bouncing around and appearing to know the game, the defense inside and out, and be very, very comfortable. We've seen zone defense make impact plays. We've seen him in man defense make impact plays. It's nonstop. But yeah, I would say Bullock is the biggest, brightest spot in this training camp across the board on both sides of the football. Yes.
Yeah, it is really impressive, Clint, to see the potential of what he'll be. We talk about a lot of players, and for good reason. Talk about a lot of players, from Will Anderson to Derek Stingley. What kind of step will they take as Pro Bowl, all-pro level? Kamari Lassiter is a guy we have talked about and looked at and thought could be a special, special player. But that Kalen Bullock, he may lead the league in interceptions. I just thought of it as you were talking about it, and we discussed this a little bit, but you kept saying that about players on the offensive side of the ball. Jalen Noel, like, boy, the ball finds them.
Yeah.
The ball finds them. And there are safeties that have been like this, and I'm not saying he's these guys, but there are safeties where it's like, damn, I know they're avoiding Ed Reed, but how the hell does he keep being by the ball? I know they're avoiding, always find himself around the ball. And that seems to happen with Kalen Bullock. I don't know how many times I've watched or you have said, yep, Kalen Bullock got his hands on the ball again. Kalen Bullock undercut that route. And we watched him last year in part-time play get 5 picks and could have had more and get around the ball, and that was with him still learning. So he is one of the other guys that we're maybe not talking about that could be a Pro Bowl level player that has the potential of that, because I think he is what people call a ball hawk and a magnet to the football.
Yeah, I think you're right on all fronts. Then I'll double down with it of the pass rush that the Texans bring to the table. There's going to be somebody that benefits greatly in this secondary. I think teams are going to go away from Stingley. There's only so many places that you can put your corner number 2, which is Lassiter. You know where he's going to be. I think the freebies, if you will, are going to fall in the hands of Kalen Bullock a lot. I think he can play center field. He can rotate down into zone coverages and be more of a robber type guy. He can roll down and play man as well versus tight ends and bigger wide receivers, which is the interception today, I believe, was against Higgins. If I saw it right, he undercut a slant route type of situation. So yeah, I mean, the guys you mentioned, Honey Badger, Ed Reed. It's interesting that they're safeties because you can call coverages to move those guys around and present problems from different places where you can't always do that with a corner. So yeah, I think Bullock has a real chance to be the guy that benefits the most from this defensive front that's going to be able to rush the passer, or should be able to rush the passer as well as anybody out there.
Yeah, real quick before we get to T-Mill's best bets, Clint, what did you see personally yourself from the number one talking point of this team, the offensive line? What did you see today from the offensive line?
Well, I thought the offensive line was better. Now, I can't, obviously, without watching the film, tell you if that was because the ball was coming out on time and the quarterback wasn't forced to hold the ball, or was the actual protection better. Probably a little bit of both. There were, several penalties, false starts that aren't going to sit well with the head coach. They're not going to sit well with Nick Caley. They're damn sure not going to sit well with the O-line coach. So they got to get that nipped in the bud. But overall, I think it was a better day. I think they've been overwhelmed. I think they've been thinking a lot. I think they've been, really just dismantled by the pass rush that I just got through talking about. And today seemed to be. The plan seemed to be, let's protect those guys a little bit, and it worked out. It worked out positively for the offense. Now, some of that might have been, hey, DBs, let's back off a little bit and not play so let's not suffocate them. Let's back off a little bit, give a little room underneath, let them see and taste a little bit of success. I don't know. I'm not saying that is, but that could have been part of it. But overall, to answer your question, I think the offensive line was better today than it's been in the past.
Yeah, I saw multiple reports that, hey, pass protection is a lot better today. Pass pro is a lot better, more time. But also to your point, and I think this has got to be a strategy for the Texans, a lot of it was met with protecting the offensive line. Short drops, quick throws, getting the ball out. And that is going to be, I think, a hallmark of what they're going to do. But the only other part that's concerning is, all right, when teams, they ain't going to just keep letting you do that, and then they're going to try to push you, and then will the Texans' O-line be able to hold up when they've got to make deeper throws?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, we're not seeing from the Texans right now is to line up in any given formation and just go, hey, if I get Kamari Lassiter, hell, or Derek Stingley for that matter, I'm fixing to throw a go route to Nico Collins, or we're going to scheme things up to get a pick route and get Nico up the sideline, or some kind of little pick concept that's going to get Kirk the football. You're not really seeing those. They may be trying to execute those kind of things. We're not really seeing much of it, and so. In their defense, they're working on something. They're not game planning for this defense that they're up against. But it wouldn't shock me if you didn't see some of that in the future. You got to start being a little bit more aggressive. You got to start, backing these guys off a little bit, or they're just going to continue to suffocate. So it's the battle, man. They're going against a really, really good defense every day in practice. Sure, it's going to make life easier on Sundays more times than not. But, boy, this as I've said many a time, this installation is going to be an absolute bear when you got to when a lot of the.
All right, T-Mill, let's get it. Let's get the
God,
your best bets. Let's get what you got, a good 5 in tonight?
Yeah, got 5 more. 2 for 5 last night.
That sounds so confident.
I got about 7% confidence in myself on bets right now. You might want to fade these. And I told Dirty Red, we kind of previewed this and took a shot at it last week, and then all of a sudden I hit some bets. If I'm red again tonight, tomorrow's Clint Stoerner's best bets board.
What?
Oh, my.
Tomorrow will be Stoerner's best bets board, all of them.
I want you to win, man. I really do, but damn, that'd be fun.
We will see if the red days roll on. I really need some green, guys. 5 best bets. First, Brewers minus 1.5 runs tonight at plus 155. Really like those odds as they host the Chicago Cubs. Next up, I got the Cardinals. St. Louis money line at minus 155 as well. They are hosting the Miami Marlins. Got an over for you. Marlins, same game. Marlins at Cardinals, over 7.5 runs in that one. They're not expecting a lot, but that is just too low a number to me. And then 2 unders to polish this Tuesday of best bets out. Blue Jays and Orioles. They're playing a doubleheader today, under 10 in the game 2 between the Blue Jays and Orioles tonight. And then the Mariners and Athletics, under 10.5 runs in the late game tonight around Major League Baseball. Those are your best bets.